Good morning, Master. Please listen to the news summary for March 12th. Turn on broadcast? Not really. Get lost, monster, I responded, mentally brushing off the annoying translucent window that Brick had projected onto my retina. Unidentified command, get lost. Any further clarification on this? The imperturbable velvety baritone of my personal ink echoed in my head again, making me wince as if I had a toothache. No way. Expanding your vocabulary is definitely not on my agenda today. Especially since this is the day I'm finally planning to get rid of you. I can't even believe that my 3 months of torment will finally end, and I'll be replacing the faulty ink with a decent one. Brick, to-do list. Scheduled activities for March 12th, Master. Visual or audio data format? Video, audio? No way! I've been putting up with you in my head for 3 months, and I'm not about to hear the languid sighs of a Corsican macho one more time. Visual. Display image? Not really. Yes! Master, your current occupation is hazardous, and the additional visual effects increase the likelihood of an accident. I'm just shaving. With a regular razor. I do it every day, and as you can see, I'm still alive and well. Are you sure you want to read it now? Not really. Yes. This is actually the first and main problem with my ink. Due to security protocol issues, it always requires confirmation for everything. Considering that both at home and at work, everything is highly automated and controlled via neural communication, it's no wonder my colleagues have nicknamed me Break. Even opening the door of the aero car or buying a cup of coffee requires me to confirm something 2 or 3 times. Ideally, replacing or even simply re-flashing the ink is a matter of half an hour. But that's only true if we're talking about the typical individual nanocomputers found in every civilian device. But I have something more serious. The implanted nano complex. It's abbreviated the same way, INC, but it means something slightly different. Okay, I'm lying. It's something completely different. It's not just an intelligent microchip, or rather, a computer assistant, but also a nanofactory, a memory amplifier, a neural network, a pigment combinator, and a whole bunch of other equally obscure terms that I'm too lazy to even remember. You could, of course, ask Brick himself, but he'll just throw out a bunch of queries and checks in response, so it's best not to bother him. In total, it now makes up almost 2% of my body, and it's not easy to get rid of it. Especially since combat INCs are created and customized individually. To-do list, March 12th. 8 o'clock, wake up. 8 to 8:20, arguing with Brick. 8:20 to 9 o'clock, breakfast and freshen up. 9 o'clock, go to the office. 9:30 to 12:30, kick mile per hour. 12:30 to 1300, have a delicious lunch. 13:10 to 1500, get rid of the defective freak. 15 to 00, celebrate, rejoice, get drunk. 000, fall asleep to normal music. So what? It's a fine plan. Master, your breakfast is ready. I clicked the auto kitchen switch and my simple breakfast appeared on the table. Viennese lasagna, a balanced, vitamin-rich salad of fresh vegetables and tomato juice. Bon appétit, Master. Brick cooed velvetily in my ear, and some classical melody began to play. Bitch. Actually, this was his second shortcoming, and it even seems to me that it was more serious than the first. I don't know who was in charge of the software for that particular INK, but I'd really like to have a heart-to-heart talk with him, rip his crooked little paws out and shove them up his ass. That's where they belong. Because this jerk, a Z-Squad officer with 6 hot ones on his chest, programmed me with a female-only version of the software into my combat-ready personal INC. 100 male voices to choose from velvety languid to brutally muscular, 16 speech patterns, from romantic to dominant, and so on. And that's not counting the databases that contain everything you could possibly want about cosmetics, classical music, aromatherapy, fashion trends, and even how to get a millionaire fiancé in 7 days. And not a word about fishing, not even a single mediocre rock track. If this were a civilian ink, I could have flashed it myself at the nearest store and downloaded the necessary databases, deleting all this junk. But I'm a Z-Squad operative, with a military-grade hardware instead of a standard chip, and any tampering with our ink's software is strictly prohibited. And, most likely, it's simply impossible without specialized equipment. The transport I called is already waiting for you, Master. Give me a picture from the camera. Bitch. Bitch. Bitch! Of course, his database contained hotlines for delivery services and other services, including taxis. But those too were intended for women. So a soft pink limousine was waiting for me downstairs. Of course, I could have called a company vehicle. My position allowed it. But to do so, I had to enter 2 passwords and confirm 4 requests, filling out 3 forms. And all because of Brick. Incidentally, I chose that name for him myself, a shortened version of the word defective. I asked you to call Fast and Fun about the car. Sorry, owner, but they didn't have any cars available, so I had to contact Hot Escort. I could only hope he hadn't ordered me a full package that included 2 curvy guys from that same escort. That had happened once before, after which I had to impose a cap on transportation expenses. However, I wasn't sure that trick would work. Of course, I'll still have to walk a block or 2. I don't want to show up in front of the administration on this. Oh well. 3 months ago, I submitted a request to change my ink, and I'm going in for surgery this afternoon. Goodbye, Brick. I'll miss you. I'm lying, of course. I won't. I'm detecting emotional instability. Recommended sedative level, 12%. Inject the drug SR12? Not really. No. Phew. It's impossible to even rejoice in peace anymore. However, monitoring the host's biosomatic parameters and keeping them within predetermined limits is one of the functions of combat INCs. I grabbed one of the 3 cubes lying on the plate in front of me and popped it into my mouth, trying not to chew too much. I think it was Viennese lasagna. However, even with that name, the food block didn't taste any better. Having finished breakfast, I changed my clothes and went down to the car that was waiting for me. Luckily, the road was clear and I arrived in half an hour. Having stopped the pink misunderstanding a block from the administration, I got out and looked around. It was a rather dreary day. The sky was covered with leaden clouds, a gusty wind was trying to turn the hem of my coat into wings, and a thin stream of cars was fussily flowing along the road, blowing streams of exhaust fumes at me. A group of 2 gloomy passers-by are wrapped in raincoats, looking worriedly at each other and around. But just a couple of months ago, everything was so different. Everything around sparkled and buzzed with neon lights and holographic advertisements. Cyber racing cars raced along the roads with their entourages, and the sidewalks flowed like a full-flowing river, carrying thousands upon thousands of smiling passers-by about their business. Master, we need to hurry. It's about to rain. Would you like to receive a weather report for March 12th? Not really. No. Order hot coffee to your office? Not really. No. The last thing I needed was to crawl through the menu, confirming each choice and the amounts written off. Show the entry from the latest Z activity? Not really. No. So, Sweeping away one thing after another, I walked to the office and pulled the door handle. Of course. Master, the door is locked. As if I didn't understand. Unlock the door lock? Not really. Yes. Use service code, fingerprints, or identification of your INC. Code, fingerprints, INC. Fingerprints. Master, the surface is covered with a gel that prevents scanning. Use service code or identification of your INC. Code, INC. Give me the code. Enter the service confirmation code. Not really. The master has arrived. At least these smart guys are smart enough not to hack my data or change the access code. Otherwise, Brick would have pestered me for a long time trying to crack the new code. The door swung open and a loud voice rang out. 2.5 seconds. Break, you've broken your own record. Well, newbie, come on, fork out some cash. Today the coffee and donuts are on you. Who would have thought it was possible to open a door for more than 2 seconds? A boy I didn't know frowned, stroking his short, buzzed hair. That's right, we have a new addition to replace Zora, who left. Well, it's Stas. The captain, or rather caustic, drawled phlegmatically. Laugh, laugh. We'll see who's laughing tomorrow. Can you imagine, rookie? This mama's boy even asks his INK for permission to go to the bathroom, and then even to use toilet paper. And to get a gun, he has to fill out 2 forms in triplicate. The boy looked at me with distrust. It's understandable. In Z Squad, every second counts, and working with a faulty INC is mortally dangerous, not only for yourself, but for the rest of the team as well. He's probably wondering why they're keeping me here, someone so ineffective. Then why? He began. The plastic rod whistled through the air near his face, and with a dull thud, it sank into the wall, penetrating 0.5 centimeter. The pale newcomer slowly turned his head and stared at the projectile, which barely missed his cheek. He carefully touched it with his finger and muttered in bewilderment. Pen. And I don't need any INC for that. Understood? I grinned wryly. How could he know I always have a couple of pens hidden up my sleeve, just for occasions like this? Rusick, you owe me 20. I told you he'd only get 1 word out, tops. Ruslan and Mishka. 2 brothers and 2 eternal debaters. They bet on anything and everything, and even drag others into it. However, since the captain doesn't object, it means it's not a problem for the team. Altin, our Kazakh samurai, is playing throw-in with Semyon, the group's medic. The captain, that is Caustic, Sashka, our technician, and the new guy. That's our entire 6th Z. Well, and I, of course, am Stas Bikov, nicknamed Break. Each of us had nicknames, but, unlike me, they were only used during cleanups. It was faster, more convenient, and, well, it sounded cool. Well, have you had a rest? Time to get back to work. Caustic stood up and touched the board with his hand, activating it. The matte surface lit up, and frames received from the data center began to flash on it. Sector 5, Square 4T. A family of 7 is sheltering a Z object, armed. Specialists? Ruslan asks for clarification. Specialists is what we call former military personnel, security guards, and other trained individuals capable of putting up serious resistance. Ordinary civilians, they're just guarding the controller. It would be better if it were specialists, Sasha spat. Yeah, right. It's better to deal with intelligent military personnel trying to protect an infected comrade in arms or relative than with ordinary citizens whose every thought and desire is focused on one thing: protecting the controller at any cost. "Are we moving out as a full group?" I asked. "You won't get away with it, Break," Risic cackled. "We'll finish sooner. You'll get rid of your mommy sooner." "Yes, we'll take Anatoly Ivanovich, too." The captain nodded towards the newcomer. "Let him get used to it." And now we're in the service helicopter, heading to Square 4T of Sector 5, or to a small town called Tulpin at 64 Ivanovskaya Street, whichever is more convenient. "Brick, give me information about the city. Visual or audio data format. Text, video, audio." Text. Tulpin City. Population 48,200. Well-developed infrastructure. The city emerged in 2021 around the T4 gravity generator and maintained its operation until the apocalypse. Fatalities 57%. Infected 12%. Evacuation number 49,215. Yeah. Since the city's been put on the evacuation list, that means things are getting worse there every day, with no sign of improvement. Bad. Although, the infection rate is encouraging, we might not even encounter anyone other than the target. "We're descending in 3 minutes," says the captain. "Brick, activate combat mode." I sighed. And so it began. Authorization confirmation. Selection of modes and active processes. Activation of dynamic modeling software. Control of the sympathetic system. Confirmation of access codes to service weapons. Hey, what's wrong with him? In combat mode, I catch the barely audible whisper of the newcomer, distinguishing it from the noise of the blades. He's meditating. He's entering a battle trance, following the system of the Kanai yogi stranglers. Ruslan answers him seriously, trying not to laugh. "Well, here we go. Cobra and Kimmick, you go first. Break and Cyborg, bring in the rear. Nose, keep your eyes on the newbie. Don't take your eyes off him." Within 10 seconds, our entire group was at the entrance. Everyone was dressed in combat gear, weapons in hand, and the inks were in combat mode, pumping their bodies with adrenaline and elevating their perception to a level unimaginable to the average person. "Door!" The soldiers part, and Cyborg, our electronics specialist, rushes to the door. His ink is packed with specialized software and gadgets that allow Sasha to pick any lock in seconds. "Eat!" The door is open, and we rush into the building. There are 40 floors in the building, and ours is on the 15th. And, of course, the elevator isn't working. "Brick, load mode!" Thanks to the preset procedures, I only had to confirm a couple of things, and the built-in nano factory got to work, synthesizing and releasing the necessary substances. The report flashed before my eyes. Muscle stimulants, adrenaline, increased oxygen levels to prevent shortness of breath. And we rushed up, racing each other. 7th, 10th. The new guy fell behind. Nose, Ruslan Nosov, stays with him. 14th. A barricade of tables, cabinets, and other furniture. The captain raises his hand and we stop. "Brick, give me the thermal imager." "Do you confirm an increase in tactile thermal sensitivity?" "Not really." "Yes!" It turns out that humans can see heat too. Or rather, not quite like that. We feel it with our entire skin, but we're unable to properly perceive these signals and construct a picture. And that's where the INC comes in, processing the data and constructing a picture, adding thermal contours to the surrounding reality. "One behind the barrier and one behind that door." Cap's voice rings out right in my head. No, it's not telepathy. It's just a communication sensor implanted right under the eardrum, operating according to the team's INC protocol. However, I also see dark red silhouettes. Incidentally, both of them are holding weapons. Subject Z is nowhere in sight. Cyborg, come on! Sasha, pushing the newcomer aside, raised the hand on which the thrower was attached, and 2 quiet clicks were heard. The stun gun needles ricocheted off the wall, each one landing squarely in the neck of its target. Thanks to the INC operating in combat mode, even more amazing feats can be performed. But the drug didn't work. It seems there's more than just a controller lurking there on the 15th floor. Or maybe we're not quite human anymore. The temperature is off by half a degree. The chemist was the first to react, raising his machine gun. I glanced at the numbers. Sure enough, both bodies' temperatures were below 36 degrees, which meant that... With a wild roar, one of the civilians brought down the barricade on us and stood up to his full height, opening fire. The captain gave me a hard shove in the shoulder, pulling me out of the line of fire. The attackers, Schmellis, were firing 5 bullets at a time, spreading out in a fan pattern, forcing me to fly right up to the wall. The operative himself covered himself with a force shield. The bullets pounded the protective barrier, getting stuck in the magnetic field. So, where are the rest? Nose and Newbie are already downstairs. It looks like Ruslan simply unceremoniously dragged the stunned boy down. The chemist lies on the floor, buried under the rubble of furniture. Cyborg stirs a little to the side, having caught a couple of shells on his chest, covered by tactical armor. Cobra is missing. His black silhouette appeared behind one of the infected. A katana whistled, and the decapitated body slowly fell to the side, followed by the second, missing its right shoulder. Even in combat mode, I couldn't make out the fighter's movements. In fact, Cobra was the fastest on the team, and his muscular system was adapted specifically for super-fast reactions. True, the reward for such acceleration was constant pain, which was not relieved even by the drugs abundantly synthesized and administered by ink. "Captain, we're under fire!" Nose's calm voice came from the floor below, immediately drowned out by gunfire and the rookie's terrified cry. It looked like he'd been hit. "Cobra, get to the guys!" A black shadow rushed down. "Break, I'll cover you, and here's that creature." Caustic nodded toward the doorway where the armless enemy was trying to get up. "Get some last dig." Yeah, after the surgery, I'll be out of action for at least a couple of weeks. So the captain's right. When else will I get to have fun like this? "Brick, overdrive!" Are you sure you want to activate the mode codenamed Overdrive? Not really. Yes, your mother. Do you give permission for maximum stimulation of the muscular system? Not really. Yes! And so it happened twice more. Somewhere inside me, an implanted nano factory began to work, producing enzymes, catalysts, and other substances, both beneficial and not so beneficial for my body. My body temperature rose noticeably, my muscles vibrated with tension, and I lunged forward, clearing the stairs in one leap and collapsing on the twitching infected. The tip of the plastic pen pierced him right in the eye, ending his suffering, and I had already burst into the spacious apartment. Somewhere at the edge of my field of view, 6 numbers with icons lit up. The number of active team members, those eliminated, and those in the support zone. We'd lost 3, and I found myself splendidly alone in the apartment I needed. The other 3 numbers represent the opponents, the total number, the eliminated, and our target marker. But the mission is already outdated, and there's more than one target, perhaps even 7, if our controller is strong enough. "Don't shoot! I'm dropping my weapon!" came a voice from ahead, and a disheveled girl of about 18 or 20, wearing an army shirt and jeans, flew out from behind the swinging door and toward me. The pistol fell to the floor with a clang, but she was still holding a shotgun, and the pistol was just a distraction. But now I moved 3 times faster than even a trained person, and absorbed information 10 times faster. Or rather, Brick absorbed it, and gave me a simplified, minimal set of data. The air seemed to turn to viscous jelly, and my opponent's movements slowed. Mine did too, but not as much. Ass. There were 3 of them here, all armed and their guns pointed straight at me. Then it was pure mathematics, or geometry. My INC determined the location of each enemy, estimated their speed and trajectory, and determined when and where they would fire. There were at least 10 dimly glowing lines in the air, the probabilistic trajectories of the bullets, drawn by the INC on my retina over the regular image, as well as my own blurred silhouette, flying forward, right under the bullets. The bright flashes are the points of intersection of the trajectories of my body and the projectiles. In total, I catch between 4 and 12 bullets, and all from this damn shotgun. However, my body, pumped to the limit with adrenaline, stimulants, and anesthetics, had already reacted to the threat, bending at an unthinkable angle. Ligaments are torn, bones are crunching, joints are twisted. There is no pain while the painkillers are working, but it will definitely come to visit me a little later. And I still manage to get away with a light wound to the shoulder and catch a couple of bullets on my armor. Naturally, the enemy never expected such miracles of flexibility from me, and so they freeze for a couple of interminably long moments. Long enough for the INK to identify a potential controller and highlight the target for me. Bang, bang, bang! My Punisher roars, breaking a couple of fingers with the recoil, and the head of a pretty girl of about 18 or 20 years old explodes from a direct hit from 3 shells. And immediately, everything becomes quiet. The 2 who were aiming at me just a second ago lower their weapons. The shots on the floor below die down. The blood in my temples stopped pulsing, pretending to be native drums. My body was gradually coming out of overdrive, which meant that soon I would feel a lot of pain and discomfort. Someone tugs at my left hand insistently. I squat down and look under the table. A little girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, her eyes wide with fear, and her tiny hand clutching my finger tightly, pulling me toward her. "Do you want to show me something?" A strong tug, and the strap attaching the armored glove to the protective suit breaks, and my hand is left unprotected. Pain! How it hurts! I would never have thought that such a little one could have such sharp teeth, and such strength in her tiny hands. "Master, the body has become infected. I warn you that I will act according to the directives programmed into my system." Initiate the self-destruction process? Not really. What the hell? I ignore the message from Ink and look down at my bitten palm. The pain pulses in time with my heartbeat, spreading an ever-increasing heat around it. What a protector. So, it turns out that her mother was the controller, and the little one decided to take revenge on me in this way? Stop. Am I infected? So what does this mean? Is she also infected? Zombies don't talk, which means... Here he is, the controller we've been looking for. It's too dark to make out the little girl's face. She's huddled under the table, sitting with her knees pulled to her chest and her arms wrapped around them. She looks like a perfectly normal child. Another Z object. The captain's voice sounds somewhere behind me. A powerful kick sends the table flying. The sound of shattering dishes is heard, followed by a shot from the Punisher. The tiny body flies away from me a few steps, hits the wall, and falls to the floor like a broken doll, falling silent. Confirm activation of antibody synthesis. Not really. Naive. What the hell, antibodies? There's no cure for the Z virus. There are no antidotes, no vaccines, no other ways to get rid of the infection. The only option is to die. Or change. Stas, are you okay? Stas addresses by name, which means the sector is clear and combat mode can be cancelled. We've completed the sweep. Rise and shine, soldier. I grab the outstretched hand and stand up. It's only thanks to the still active anesthetics that I manage not to scream from the pain in my bitten hand, tightly gripped by the commander. You look pale. What's wrong with you? Girl. Nothing smarter comes to my mind, and all because of these messages. Attention! Request from the center to read-write operational data. Confirm? Yes. Yes. Request? We're not back yet. Warning, system data corruption. Start restore from backup? Not really, yes. I feel sorry for the child. Unfortunately, the virus doesn't care who it infects, be it a disabled old woman or an African president. Caustic sighs, keeping his gun trained on the remaining civilians. 2 of them. They're lying on the floor with stun needles sticking out of their necks. That's right, it's a safety protocol. A rescue team will arrive soon and take them away for examination. Warning, unauthorized modification of the nervous system detected. Attention, unauthorized synthesis of active ingredients detected. Who is this brazen thing that's taking over my body? Could it really be a virus? Warning, forced debugging system launch. Attention, activating primary access to databases. Allow access to the memo sector? Yes. Yes. Seriously? Did I just get some kind of network Trojan from some Indian hackers instead of the Z virus? Only now did I notice the sheer wealth of choice. Query windows were popping up one after another, and I couldn't even read the messages. Attention! Forced rewriting of control codes. Allow external program. To access source codes? Yes. Yes. An external program. I'm being hacked in the most obvious way. But how? Remote communication with my ink is only possible within the group or via a special protocol from the control center. Cap, save me. Attention, forced blocking of the speech modulator. And I can't utter a sound anymore. My lips move, my tongue twitches, but there is no sound. Stas. Just hold on. Chemist, come here quickly. The smell of Mom's blueberry imitation pies. So enticing. And then her voice calls from the kitchen. Of course I'm up, Mommy. And no, I won't be late for school. I run there, to the kitchen, where my mother is bustling about at the stove, smelling of a freshly baked pie. Sonia, she smiles. I can't see her face, but I know for sure that Mom is smiling right now. Smiling the way only she can. Good morning, Mommy. Sit down and take it before it gets cold. She turns and smiles at me with the upper part of her mouth. The upper part because her lower jaw is missing. Her entire apron is covered in blood, and in her hand she holds a bloody knife. It's about to get hot, she mumbles, continuing to chop the hand lying on the cutting board. A human hand. She's a fucking zombie. I mean, my mother is a real zombie. Object Z, subject to destruction. One of those creatures that we are engaged in the elimination of. And I will become exactly the same monster in half an hour. At least in body. The mind undergoes transformation much faster. "Stas," the commander whispers, stepping back and slowly raising his pistol. He understood everything. Caustic was never a fool, so why was he hesitating? According to protocol, I am subject to immediate liquidation. I drop my Punisher. The last thing I need is to turn into Straylock, and back away too. I try to force out at least a word, but my tongue won't obey me anymore. Warning: loading an interface shell from an external source. Confirm activation of the new interface module. Yes, yes. Forgive me, the comrade's lips whisper silently, and a flame is born at the tip of the barrel. At the last moment I manage to jerk to the side, probably thanks to the drugs still working, and the first bullet misses. No need to duck. He knows how to do everything right, so there won't be one more zombie. After all, this is our job. Hit! The bullets piercing my chest give me more acceleration, and my body crashes into the remains of the window, falling from the 15th floor to the roar of gunfire from behind. The last thing I remember is the blinding shine of glass rain and the mind-blowing smell of my mother's blueberry pie. Chapter 2. Activation. Darkness. Complete isolation from the outside world. No colors, no sounds, no smells, nothing. And I am completely alone in this nothing. An unusual feeling. Fucking up shit. What? System shrugged complete, 28%. You know, it didn't get much better. Adaptation of the carrier system is 28% complete. Bright symbols flashed right before me in the darkness, and only on the third try did I understand them. Symbols, but not the meaning of what was written. Who am I? Where am I? And what about me? The last thing I remember is the sparkling sky above my head, the enticing aroma of blueberry pie, and the sounds of gunshots behind me, accompanied by a voice in my head. Voice? I think I can even remember individual words. Stas was bitten. Directive 78. The order to liquidate Object Z. Stop! It's me! I'm Stas! I was infected by a zombie girl, and then someone hacked Brick, and he went crazy, issuing one after another some completely insane requests and warnings. I tried to call out to my ink, but my tongue wouldn't obey, so I had to repeat the order mentally. But the only response was silence. It turns out being a zombie has its perks. At least I managed to get rid of that annoying macho man in my head. However, doctors have long since proven that all implants in Z objects fail, including civilian Incas and military inks. Even harmless communication chips and taste modulators. But where did this inscription come from then? I mentally tried to access the system settings and it worked. A window appeared before me, though it looked strange. A translucent, pale green rectangle with a creepy, hunched figure in the remains of clothing depicted on the left side. The image was also green, so I couldn't make out what the creature was wearing. A zombie. That I knew right away. But why is my name written above it? Stas. On the right are lines of letters and stripes of different colors, but everything is blurry and impossible to make out. Where did I get such a terrible monochrome interface skin? And why does it work if my ink is dead? This is some kind of nonsense. It all looks like some pranksters downloaded a new shell for me and formatted Brick, but that's simply impossible to do remotely. You need a direct connection and special equipment. And in any case, the chip should have failed after I was infected. This means that only a little time has passed since my fall, and I am still human. What else do I know about zombies? Yes, the same as everything in Management Z. This infection was brought to Earth by a meteor shower, dispersing either a virus or spores across the entire planet, and almost all warm-blooded animals, including birds and animals, were infected through water, air, food. It has not yet been possible to either detect or destroy the virus in an already infected organism. However, the infected are no different from their normal counterparts. Until this muck is activated. We call this process infection. It happens, as they say, through fluid exchange, when biological fragments from an already infected organism enter the bloodstream. And it doesn't matter whether you made out with a zombie, we once encountered one of those crazy ones, ate a zombie grilled chicken made from stale chicken, or were simply bitten. Yes, like it happened to me. And you can also die. Seriously. Of course, biologically, Object Z are by no means the living dead, but something compels them to rise, move, and eat again. This muck that lives inside us all even partially restores damaged organs or broken limbs, if the injuries aren't too serious. Although, if there's little left of the corpse, no virus can help. Actually, that's why I jumped out the window. A fall from the 15th floor is a good enough reason to stay quietly lying on the asphalt and not wander the empty streets in search of fresh or not so fresh meat. It must not have worked. It's most likely due to the drugs in my blood, synthesized to switch to combat mode. By the way, I wonder how much time I have left. Brick! Oh yeah, he did break down. However, the pale green window with the image of Stas the zombie reacted. Blurry numbers appeared next to the colored stripes. This is some kind of crap. Well, never mind. Soon the virus will format me too, and I won't care about this idiotic interface, or whether our captain slept with Major Romanova, who half the male staff of the Directorate, and even some of the female ones, were crazy about. The carrier's condition is unstable. Well, he could write a normal epitaph for the dying soldier. But no, he draws his gibberish. He doesn't even let him die normally. The first infected appeared exactly like that, by dying. It all started on farms. Humanely slaughtered animals and birds weren't exactly eager to lie still and wait to be butchered. But no one explained to the automated systems that chickens and pigs wandering around after death wasn't normal. So, the already resurrected Object Z animals died a second time and were processed, turning into neatly packaged infected meat. A single piece of this meat is enough to also become infected. That is, zombies. This is precisely why, for a month now, the entire planet has switched to plant-based rations or meat-free food briquettes. No amount of heat treatment can rid food of this infection. The virus doesn't care whether death was natural or unnatural. The dead rise and wander in search of food, transforming into one enormous, eternally empty stomach, devoid of even a glimmer of reason. And zombies only eat infected members of their own species. And people. For some reason, we're equally edible and tasty to dogs, chickens, and even cows. And to former Homo sapiens, of course. Naturally, under these conditions, wars ceased. Gang wars began to subside, and authorities abolished the death penalty. No one wants a dead person to rise up and grab their throat. So, in a way, this virus has become the greatest peacemaker in human history. Never mind the nuclear bomb, let alone the hydrogen bomb. Well, if your hormones are raging or you want to vent your aggression, then there are always several billion zombies at your service for every taste. From cute cats to former directors of large corporations. True, terrorists and extremists of all stripes became active. A new type of terrorism even emerged, zombie terrorism. Fanatical suicide bombers would kill themselves, hiding somewhere crowded, and then, half an hour later, having undergone a transformation, would pounce on everyone in sight, spreading the infection further. Cremation of bodies helped, but far more problems arose not from weapons, but from ordinary steaks and burgers made with contaminated meat. Naturally, vegans and religious fanatics immediately appeared on television, shaking their heads. "We told you so." All in all, fun times have arrived. So, how much time has passed? Typically, the transformation takes about half an hour. If the infected person has suffered severe injuries, it may take longer. The mind dies first, literally 5 to 10 minutes after infection. But I still think and therefore exist. It has been proven that Z objects are incapable of conscious action. They lack memories, feelings, and desires, save for eternal hunger. They even lack the instinct for self-preservation. There are, however, some exceptions. The first are the workers, as we call them. Those who retained some kind of tool during the transformation can, for better or worse, use it. They can stab with a fork or knife, chop with an axe, and even fire a pistol, which is precisely why I got rid of my Punisher. Of course, these are not conscious actions, but pure motor skills. A zombie will pull the trigger even when all the bullets are gone, or wave an empty circular saw. The second are the socials. Zombies capable of recognizing and interacting with one another. But fortunately, these appear to be rare, if not rare individuals in 100,000 or even 1,000,000. So, with this controller, we're incredibly lucky. It's like winning the lottery. "Cobra, be careful. He might have already turned." I suddenly heard a familiar voice clearly. I put 6 bullets into him, plus 15 stories of free fall. There's no need to rush. He's not going anywhere now. Where? From where? We still need to find him and finish him off before the helicopter arrives. The last thing we need is a fully armored zombie roaming the streets. The voices were coming from somewhere above, and although they were slow, they were getting closer. The perception system is depleted. Suddenly a message appeared and the voices disappeared. What the fuck system? And I got my answer. The blurry letters next to the zombie image suddenly became clear, and I was able to read them. But that didn't make me feel any better. Stas, carrier. Adaptation rate 28%. System status, musculoskeletal, inactive. Strength, 78%. Control, 22%. Energy, 69%. Protective shell, inactive. Strength, 22%. Control, 5%. Energy, 80%. Perception system, inactive. Strength, 70%. Control, 50%. Energy, 6%. Permanent skills and properties. Absorption. Vulnerability to fire and light. Acquired skills and qualities. Absent. I mentally focused on the first, the musculoskeletal system. And the image of the zombie, I just couldn't associate it with myself. Changed, as if all the skin and some of the flesh had been removed from it. 3 shades of green highlighted the individual elements: skeleton, muscles, and tendons. The bright dots apparently indicate critical injuries: a broken right arm and several ribs, a fractured skull, and a broken lower jaw. The muscles and tendons are also severed in places, but nothing serious appears to be present. No wonder I'm so uncommunicative. By the way, enough lying around. It's time to get up. I tried to move my good arm. A message appeared. The musculoskeletal system is activated. And the inactive sign next to the picture disappeared. Ha! What if you try opening your eyes? The perception system is activated. The darkness began to slowly dissipate, and the outlines of the objects around me became visible. The colors were somehow dull, inexpressive, and the edges of objects were blurred. I was hit hard. Or, it's not about that, but about transformation? I wonder how I can activate the protective shell. Should I wiggle my ears or wiggle my eyebrows? I tried to stand up, but it was a real challenge. My body was practically unresponsive. Controlling it was like eating sushi with rubber chopsticks, holding them with woolen mittens. It was with great difficulty that I managed to get upright, but even standing was difficult. It felt like my center of gravity was constantly shifting, forcing me to sway. Hand. No, not you, but the one that's whole. Come on up. Up, I said. Up! Well, what are you going to do with her? The disobedient limb barely rose above my waist and hung limply at my side again. I felt as if I'd just run a couple of kilometers in full body armor. Okay, let's make it simple. Let's move it a little to the left. Yes, that's it. Now to the right. Got it. So I stood there, swaying and swinging my left arm from side to side like a pendulum. For better or worse, my body still obeyed me, albeit very reluctantly. It's a wonder I managed to get up at all. Now, up, I said, or I'll saw you off at the first opportunity. You can unlock the punch skill. This skill allows you to attack an enemy or move objects by making a strong push with your hand in the chosen direction. Requirements: 70% durability, 20% control. Cost: 10% durability, 10% control, 30% energy. Not really. Yeah, right. I just want to make sure my jaw is in place, and that this ugly face in the picture has nothing to do with me. Damn, Captain, can't the helicopter just hover right by the window? I'm not a young Saiga anymore, running back and forth across a 40-story building. My ink's already drained all its glucose. Only now did I realize that my vision had returned along with my hearing. Get going, and hurry up before the zombie crawls away somewhere. Couldn't you take it a little easier? This is our Stas, after all. Not anymore. It's your own fault. You shouldn't have stuck your hands where they shouldn't have. It was a direct violation of safety regulations, and here's the result. Hey, new guy, did you hear that? The voices are barely audible. Judging by the sighs and sobs, they're somewhere on the 3rd floor, meaning they'll be here soon. A pickup truck is parked between me and the house, shielding me from prying eyes. I think it was on its roof that I lost my jaw. We need to get going. But how, in my condition? Okay, left leg. Yes, you. Take a step forward. It seems to be working. Slowly and hesitantly, my foot moved forward, scooping up dirt and wilted leaves. Now I need to somehow shift my center of gravity. I just need to figure out where it is right now. You can unlock the dash skill. This skill allows you to perform a 3 to 4 meter dash with your entire body or a jump, moving in the chosen direction. Requirements: 70% durability, 20% control. Cost: 20% durability, 50% energy. Not really. Hey, I heard something over there. Cyborg, chemist, check it out. That's it. Now they're activating thermal vision, and I'm done for. Yes. Your musculoskeletal system loses 20% durability and 50% energy. You have unlocked the dash skill. Something big and noisy is heading straight for me. Any minute now, and I'll end up under the wheels of a truck speeding down the road. No? It seems we missed each other. Jerk. My body hits the side of the truck, and a cracking sound is heard. Several bars in the interface window immediately shrink, and a couple of new spots light up, marking broken ribs. ODS durability, minus 10%. Control over the UDF, plus 3%. Energy, minus 10%. Durability of the ZO, -7%. Dash skill, +1, 1 out of 10. I don't give a shit about your numbers and letters, whatever they mean. The important thing is that I managed to jump into the back of the truck, and now my poor zombified body is speeding away from my former comrades at 50 kilometers per hour in an unknown direction. So, what's on our agenda today? I'm a zombie, and a real one at that. A shuffling, clinical, incoherently moaning piece of rotting meat. Except that I still have some brains and no unhealthy craving for human flesh. I also got some weird software along with the virus and lost my useless ink. Perhaps it was thanks to him that I managed to retain my personality and the ability to think rationally. Any other personal computer would have accepted incoming instructions without asking unnecessary questions, unlike my paranoid one. So, the dreaded Z virus wasn't just a simple virus, but a computer virus? It overwrote my ink, hooked into my nervous system, and now controls not only my movements, but also the functioning of all my organs, including my hearing and vision. And those we consider zombies are nothing more than reprogrammed humans? No, it still doesn't add up. What about the zombie chickens and other creatures? What about the undead? And ordinary civilian Incas are much simpler than combat systems. Just a regular calculator/dialer with a constant connection and a simulated simulation. You can't turn off your arms and legs with something like that. This means that this is not only a digital, but also a biological virus, capable of formatting consciousness in such a way that you'll swallow your own mother and ask for more. Or not? Take me, for example. If I ran into a couple of colleagues right now, how could I prove they weren't zombies, but their colleague in person? I just look and smell bad. And I can't even speak or make an obscene gesture. That's a real challenge. Just taking 2 steps would be a feat worthy of the Order of the Garter. Although, I somehow managed to jump into the truck? If the other zombies are wired the same way I am, then it's clear where the ones that can shoot or swing hammers, or the runners and monkeys, come from. They simply unlock abilities that allow them to do all these things. Well, if dumb slabs of living flesh can master a pistol or crawl up vertical surfaces, then I too can learn something that will help me prove my intelligence. At the very least, I'll be able to scribble a 3-letter proletarian message to humanity on the wall under the gaze of surveillance cameras. Especially since I know perfectly well how our security systems work. It's a pity that the jaw turned out so badly. Maybe he would have been able to communicate verbally. Well, if that's the case, then I need to acquire all the skills that might be useful as quickly as possible, and without completely falling apart in the process. A study of the log revealed that unlocking new skills causes durability loss, and the energy bar also decreases. The same applies to usage, but there are advantages as well as disadvantages, namely these 2 lines. Dash, +1. Control over the UDF, +3%. So the more often I use skills, the better my body control becomes. And the dash itself has also improved, adding a few centimeters to its range judging by the description, which now read like this. Dash, 1. Allows you to dash with your entire body or jump, moving in the chosen direction for a distance of up to 3.12 meters. To the next level, 5 uses. Well, I'll be damned. Just like in a game. Only this isn't a game. It's evil zombies eating people. Speaking of people, there's a real driver in the car, not an automatic one. How did I know this? I felt it. More precisely, I distinctly heard his heartbeat. I can even point out exactly where he's sitting. And his breathing, so calm and deep, as if he were sleeping. Is he stoned or something? No, actually, he's coughing, which means it's just weed. Okay, we've arrived, suddenly came from ahead, and the car braked sharply. I tried to grab onto something, but my disobedient hand only twitched slightly, and my body fell to the side, obeying the laws of physics. It seems like now they'll offensively call me a hare and try to throw me out. Or not me, and not a hare, but also starting with the letter Z, because I felt them too. No, I didn't hear them, because their hearts weren't beating, but I felt their presence. 100 meters ahead along the road. Zombie. The sound of a pump-action shotgun being pulled back was heard. A Bison K-12 to be precise. It's a serious machine. Just the thing for the living dead, I say, as an expert with 30 days of experience in this field. The door slammed and boots crunched on gravel, and they were slowly approaching. And I could feel, as if on my skin, the growing curiosity within them and hunger? 2 shots rang out, and one of the presences slowly faded. And the driver was good. A zombie can be neutralized by shooting or severing its limbs or spine, but to kill it completely, you need to cause serious brain damage. A few more shots and the human heartbeat died down, and all I could hear was the rumbling and crunching of flesh being torn apart by teeth. Looks like I'll have to get there on my own. But where to? Beyond the Smolensk perimeter, which has been turned into a veritable fortress. They'd turn me into mincemeat without even getting me out of that truck. First, I need to figure out what I am and what I am capable of, and only then make plans for the future. Legs. Arms. Well, don't let me down. Slowly but surely, I climbed out of the truck, and it took me at least 10 minutes. And all the while, somewhere ahead, I could hear a guttural rumbling and chomping. I could only hope the creatures wouldn't sense my unusualness. Musculoskeletal system, active. Strength, 48%. Control, 25%. Energy, 9%. The numbers weren't encouraging. In fact, my limp actually became more pronounced, but my hand control became a bit easier. This means I need to monitor my body more closely and strive to improve my control by all means, meaning using my skills more often. True, to activate them, you need energy, which I also don't have. Maybe I should ask these two where the nearest zombie refueling station is. However, there was no need to even ask. When the driver's body and the fellow sufferers devouring him came into view, everything became clear. The new software that my untimely deceased brick was stuffed with kindly displayed 3 inscriptions above each of their dead or supposedly dead bodies. Modified. Adaptation rate, 12%. Distorted. Adaptation rate, 6%. Food, 62 kilograms. The question mark icon turned out to be active, and as soon as I mentally touched it, the description unfolded. Serves to restore energy and strength of the bioactive systems of the altered. So now I have to eat human flesh to remain human? As the classic put it, we are what we eat? I don't even have any cutlery with me. And then my gaze fell on the driver's pump-action shotgun lying nearby. Chapter 3. The Question of Humanity. In fact, zombies themselves wouldn't be such a problem if it weren't for a few buts. The first but. They don't tire or lose interest. They're ready to rummage through nooks and crannies for days on end, hoping to snag a human victim or find a way into yet another house where terrified residents have barricaded themselves. While you sleep, the zombies are looking for you. The second but. Killing a zombie without a proper weapon and some training is extremely difficult. Pistols, axes, bricks, and even pseudo-samurai factory-made knockoffs are completely useless against them. A zombie's flesh stiffens, and its skin becomes elastic, easily absorbing a small-caliber bullet. I once encountered a thug. A point-blank burst from an Uzi simply knocked him back a couple of steps and ripped open his chest. But he got up and came at me again. Hitting their eyes is also pointless. It's unclear how they even search for us, but certainly not by sight. Although I'm lying. Now I know. We search for people by their heartbeat. Or maybe even by sounds that betray a person's presence. Music, the hum of a fan or electrical appliances, running water. The third but, infection. A single bite, scratch, drop of blood on the skin, or even a spit, there are those to be sure, is enough to turn an infected person into a contagious one. The virus dormant within each person is activated, and that's it. They are no longer Homo sapiens. There are a lot of these creatures, really a lot. It's impossible to predict where and when you'll stumble across the next infected one. It could be quietly napping in a business center restroom, babysitting your kids, making you breakfast, and then, 10 or 20 minutes later, bam! It's snarling in your face. Naturally, the worst situation is in the suburban areas. The farming communities and mansions of the elites have been hit especially hard. Isolated and self-assured, they thought they could handle the unknown scourge on their own. So what? There's security there, there's weapons there, there are real guys who've seen it all. Idiots. They've bred 120 kilograms straylock and bison, each of whom requires a full cleanup squad. The military units also had a hard time, oddly enough. The crowds were too dense, the belief in the regulations too strong. They're at your throat, and you arrest them, pending a commission's investigation. The result? Personnel losses exceeding 90%. True, they say the French and Americans had a better ratio. The latter, driven by racial intolerance, immediately began firing, indiscriminately, without regard for who was alive and who was dead. They judged primarily by skin color. In fact, both zombies we encountered were from the nearby military unit, judging by the remains of their camouflage. One of them lay a little to the side, its head blown off by a direct hit. The second purred softly, gnawing on the arm of the hapless driver. Badly. If there is a unit somewhere nearby, that means that 100 or 2 of these eagles could hobble within range of a shot. Zombies may be brainless, but they're certainly not stupid. They can lurk in a secluded spot and bide their time, giving no sign of themselves. They prefer to travel in crowds and overwhelm with numbers, and their sense of camaraderie is so developed that our street gangs can't even dream of it. And they're also doing everything they can to increase their numbers. They follow basic instincts, so to speak, just like Grandfather Freud. That one, for example. He eats carefully, trying not to damage ligaments and tendons, and gnaws from above, leaving vital organs untouched. The less damage, the faster the hapless driver can join our shambling ranks. And then, you see, the morsel of food will grow, which means I have to make sure that doesn't happen. It took me about 5 minutes to lift the shotgun, during which time the food became a good couple of kilograms lighter. So I picked it up. And now what? My unruly fingers won't grip the gun properly, let alone aim it and pull the trigger. Oh yeah, and I still have to chamber a round. After all, I fired 2 shots. 10 minutes of torment, minus another 2 kilograms from the driver, and the realization came to me that in my hands was an ordinary, useless club. Bam! I didn't even hit him, but rather dropped the butt of my rifle on the shoulder of the satiated dead man. Eee, he purred, inviting me to have lunch. No, seriously. I suddenly realized there was no threat in his growl, and quite the opposite. There was a hint of courtesy? On the one hand, it's kind of creepy, but on the other, they accepted me as one of their own. Well, now at least I won't have to shy away from every zombie I meet. So what should I do with them? I don't want to leave the driver like this, and I really should finish off that glutton. After all, I may be a former member, but I'm still a member of Squad Z. And it just doesn't seem right. I couldn't think of anything cleverer than grabbing the gnawed body by the leg and dragging it along. The zombie didn't seem pleased to see the food disappearing right from under its nose. It growled menacingly and hobbled after me, not even getting up from all fours. Unfortunately, I was moving at a snail's pace, so the undead creature not only caught up with me without a hitch, but also managed to slice chunks of flesh off the corpse's back with its long, sharp claws and stuff them into its mouth. I, by the way, didn't have any of those. No, it won't work that way. I let go of my leg. Incidentally, despite the 54 kilograms remaining in the corpse, I barely felt the weight, even though in life I was not particularly athletic, let's say. Well, if we can't finish off the zombies, then we need to at least worry about the driver. How? Tear his throat out and sever his head from his body. That would be enough to prevent him from rising. But there's very little time left. A little more and he'll turn. And I, falling to my knees, bit into the still warm piece of man. Disgust? I didn't feel it. Revulsion and nausea? They were outweighed by a sense of duty. And, frankly, curiosity. It seemed that virus-controlled bodies don't secrete the substances responsible for certain emotions. I simply ripped and swallowed, without even chewing. With a broken lower jaw, that was problematic. A new meter immediately appeared, satiety, which filled with every bite. And not only that. First, the energy began to rise. First, the musculoskeletal system scale filled up. Then the perceptual system scale. As soon as the ODS was charged, its strength began to recover. My jaw snapped back into place, and I was finally able to chew a couple of pieces fully. Gnaw, bite, tear. Faster, deeper. Get to the jugular vein. Tear through the larynx. System status. Musculoskeletal. Mind strength, 54%. Control, 22%. Energy, 100%. Protective shell, minus strength, 29%. Control, 5%. Energy, 77%. Perception system, minus strength, 75%. Control, 50%. Energy, 53%. Having replenished my energy, I felt my movements quicken and my hearing and vision sharpen. The system reported that 2 broken ribs had healed, and the skin on my arms, torn from the fall, was beginning to regenerate right before my eyes. Only it looked paler now, and the veins were barely visible. Neck, spine. It doesn't work. It's too hard. Collapse? I pressed hard on my head, trying to turn it to the side, throwing all my weight on it, but it simply turned softly. Is it broken already? Doesn't look like it. So what now? There is almost no time left. The virus is about to take over, and there will be 3 of us. Zgee. A mutter was heard nearby. Move away? Dead? Brains. After I turned the deceased's head to the side, it became noticeable that his left temple was pierced, and the temporal bone was hanging on a piece of skin. Now I'm really moved. I eat a human. Mother of your zombie brethren, My stomach is full of human flesh. Zzz. The zombie tried to push me aside. Wow, his eyes are practically sparkling. He's practically glaring at the driver's punctured head. Maybe we should let him? If we destroy the brain, there's a 100% chance the body will never rise again. Without thinking twice, I poked my index finger into the hole in the skull, piercing the brain, just to be sure. I wish I had a longer stick. I looked around. Unable to load data. The protein storage medium is damaged, or its data structure is incomplete. What? What the hell? What the fuck am I licking my finger? The same one, still covered with the remains of brains? Z. After making a couple more fruitless attempts to push me aside, 130 kilos in full combat gear, the dead man changed his threatening tone to an ingratiating one. Wait, so they can communicate? But I didn't have time to process this important information because I was overwhelmed. First, someone's deft, skillful fingers ran along my spine, loosening the stiff muscles and realigning the vertebrae. Then, a pleasant shudder ran through my entire body. Every single surviving nerve cell quivered, and it brought me incomparable pleasure. It was as if I were eating the most delicious dish in the world, sleeping soundly, admiring incredible beauty, and making love to the most gorgeous woman in the world, all at the same time. The attack was going through all the sensors of my zombie organism. Even though this feeling lasted only a couple of seconds, it was enough for me. With one blow, I tossed my opponent aside. With the second, I cracked the driver's head open and began scooping up the soft gray mass, throwing handfuls of it into my mouth. Go to hell, everyone. This is mine. Loading data from protein carrier. Adaptation, plus 1%. Acquired skill, driving vehicles. New skill acquired, rapid reading. Control of all systems, plus 10. Duration, 120 seconds. What? What other means? What the hell, reading? The flashing message briefly brought me back to my senses, but it was enough to make me recoil and vomit in disgust. My place was immediately taken by a zombie who, with visible pleasure, plunged his entire muzzle into the split skull. Only now I understood him perfectly, and he hated himself fiercely for it. He jerked the unruly body up. However, it was now much more pliable. He hobbled to the car and practically jumped into the driver's seat. My hands fell habitually onto the steering wheel. My thumb touched the activation sensor, and my right foot touched the power control membrane. The 1,000-horsepower engine roared. The tires sobbed as they were torn from their place. The trailer creaked with annoyance, interrupting the long-awaited rest. The zombie chomped, smearing itself across the bumper. Stop. Reverse. There was a crunching sound under the wheels. That's it. Crush him, the bastard. And again. And again. Die, creature. Well, now. Full speed ahead. Where to? Who cares? As long as there's sand under the wheels and sun shining through the windshield. When else will I get the chance to feel like a human? Chapter 4. The Fellow Traveler. The truck stalled about 15 kilometers away, near a farm. Judging by the dimmed floodlights and the torn electric fence wires lying on the ground, the zombies had made it there too. Or at least, they had gotten out of there too. In fact, farms turned out to be one of the main hotbeds of infestation. But anyway, why should this bother me? In my current state, I would be far more at risk of meeting an armed farmer than 100 hungry zombies. I glanced at the car's dashboard. As expected, the battery was dead. Replacing it with a second one would take 2 minutes, but not for a zombie with coordination issues. Strange. How am I supposed to know how to change lithium batteries in a cargo van? A vague image popped into my head. There's the power receiver, with a dead battery inserted into the slot, as evidenced by the alarmingly flashing indicator light on top. And to the right, a sliding panel concealing the spare battery. All I had to do was swap them. Stop! I've never done anything like this in my life, let alone even laid eyes on a lithium battery. So where did... However, the answer suggested itself. These are not my memories. It turns out that eating that driver's brain gave me far more than just driving skills. More accurately, I was a pretty good driver before, but in my zombie state, all my skills from my previous life no longer mattered. Driving, shooting, hand-to-hand combat, programming car modules, and other things I regularly practiced were forgotten, as if erased from my memory, including my motor skills. But once I switched to a classic zombie diet, I felt human again. What's more, does this mean my condition, including regeneration and almost complete control over my body, also depends on the menu? Even though it only lasted a couple of minutes, but... Speaking of skills, what do I have there? Permanent skills and properties. Absorption, LV1, experience 1 out of 10th. Allows you to restore strength by eating human flesh. Operational reading, LV1, experience 1 out of 10th. Allows one to acquire temporary skills and memories by reading them when absorbing protein information carriers. Vulnerability to fire and light, LV1, experience 0 out of 10th. Any damage taken while exposed to ultraviolet light is increased by 20%. Movement speed during the day is reduced by 20%. All heat damage is increased by 50%. Acquired skills and qualities. Driving vehicles, LV1, experience 1 out of 10th. Allows you to drive passenger cars and trucks, driving which does not require special knowledge. Wow! Now each skill has a level and experience number next to it. Looks like they could be leveled up through use. The English localization was confusing though, if I understood all that LV and EXP stuff correctly. After all, what else would you expect from an alien virus capable of infecting both a Brazilian laying hen and a Russian nuclear scientist? So what should I do now? The only zombie in the entire world who retained human intelligence. To the only one who knows the strengths and weaknesses of zombies, or can find out about them, and most importantly, convey this information to humanity. True, first we need to solve the communication problems. My thoughts were interrupted by cries for help and the sound of gunfire coming from the direction of the farm. It seems there are living beings there. But what about the dead? Their presence was clearly felt. At least a dozen zombies are currently in that direction, and my sensitivity range is quite limited. The plan of action, which had never been developed, had to be urgently adjusted. The poor thing needed to be saved. But I could only do that by replacing the dead battery, which meant a brutal battle with my own unruly body awaited me. But there's nothing to be done. I somehow got out of the cabin. The smell. Spicy, so soft and inviting. My partially restored sensory system was working at full capacity, and now I could almost fully perceive the world around me. The warmth emanating from the car, the buzz of insects in the grass, the aroma of grass, and that persistent scent, the source of which turned out to be a truck, or rather, its wheels to which something had stuck, or someone. It was a hand. I swallowed the saliva that suddenly welled up and threw the severed hand aside with a punch in disgust. Opening the hood turned out to be not so difficult. I simply pressed a special plate. And there, in front of me, was a dead battery, exactly like the one in the vision. So if I pressed here, here, and there, and pulled this, the shots died down for a moment, but the screams, on the contrary, became louder. Judging by the rate of fire and the distinctive click after every fifth shot, it was a Rarcours, a lightweight civilian-issue submachine gun. A ridiculous caliber, plastic bullets, but almost double the ammunition capacity. Against zombies, it's a useless weapon unless you fire a full burst at point-blank range. Shots rang out again. He's fighting back. Good thing. But he's wasting his bullets completely senselessly. Either the shooter is panicking and firing randomly, or he's running low on ammo. Either way, he needs to hurry. My hands barely obeyed me, and they moved so slowly, as if I were struggling against water. It took me 5 tries to remove the dead battery and open the panel, revealing a new one. If things continue like this, I definitely won't make it in time. Although, my gaze fell on a hand lying about 10 steps away on the side of the road. Either she or that gunslinger at the farm, one of them was going to get eaten today, and there wasn't much choice. I hobbled over to the severed hand and brought it to my face, sniffing it. What a pleasant smell. With a bestial growl, I bit into the piece of meat. Plus 5% to ODS energy. Control of all systems, plus 5. Duration, 20 seconds. Gathering the last of my willpower into a fist, I threw my gnawed hand aside. I couldn't squeeze more out of it, and eating human flesh just for the sake of satisfaction or pleasure wasn't my thing. 20 seconds was more than enough to retrieve and install the spare battery and return to the cockpit. Odd. I always thought the most agile and aggressive zombies were the ones who were starving, but it turns out it's quite the opposite. First, they need a good meal to restore their coordination and stock up on energy for using abilities, like dash, for example. The truck's bumper crashed through the gate and into a crowd of zombies surrounding a silo. The very place where the unknown shooter had holed up. There were indeed about a dozen undead, but a couple could already be written off, judging by the sounds coming from under the wheels. Despite the losses they had suffered, the zombies paid no attention to the truck. There was no fresh meat inside, meaning the multi-ton machine that had just crushed a couple of its brethren into the ground was of no interest to them. Reverse. The truck shook vigorously as the right-hand wheels hit something soft, and another dead man could be written off. Full speed ahead. This time, I tried to clear a space right next to the stairs leading up. Judging by the motionless bodies lying there, their heads like minced meat, the shooter had taken up position right there, firing point blank into the forehead of the undead who'd decided to reach the little man that way. A good way. You could only climb the stairs one at a time, and the zombies lacked the brains to find another way, either their own or the human brains that acted as a stimulant. A short burst of gunfire rang out, and another body fell about 5 meters from the cabin. And then, as if on cue, another zombie stepped toward the stairs and began clumsily climbing. Basically, the unknown person chose a very good location. If he has enough ammo, he can withstand a siege there practically indefinitely, even if the riflemen or berserkers show up. The only problem would be a squealer or a stinker, but those are only found in cities or near large factories. "Hey, down there! I'll be right there!" A young, almost boyish voice rang out. The metal of the stairs clinked. I decided to keep my head down, although I was curious how the shooter would deal with the dead man crawling towards me. You can't shoot from the Rarcours with just one hand. Bang! Bang! Another body fell to the ground with a dull thud. The 9-gauge Peacemaker is a police automatic pistol. Not bad. "Here I am," the gunslinger announced joyfully, jumping right onto the hood of the truck. "Let's go." I slammed the car into reverse, scattering the bodies of the zombies crowding around the car like bowling pins. Without even turning around, I drove through the gate onto the main road. In a disorganized formation, the surviving dead strode toward us. "They won't leave me alone, the bastards. They'll follow me day and night. We'll have to run them over or shoot them," a voice said from behind me. It seemed my unexpected passenger had climbed into the back of the truck where I'd been hiding just a moment ago. Ugh, what's that smell like? Is that a corpse truck? Me? "Let's go to that little forest over there and I'll reload. You slow down there and we'll try to shoot back." The curtain creaked as it was pulled back, and a tanned face with short, buzzed hair was reflected in the rearview mirror. Indeed, he was still a boy, no more than 18. A smooth chin, a light scattering of freckles, and the barrel of a Peacemaker pointed at my back. "My name is Kirill, but you can call me Stuka," he smiled. "That's exactly how many zombies I'm going to kill. What's your name? By the way, I completely forgot to say thank you. If you hadn't arrived, they would have torn me to pieces by now. I'm almost out of ammo." I tried to answer honestly, smiling at him in the mirror with all 16 teeth of my remaining upper jaw. "You're a fucking idiot. A zombie." The kid raised his peacekeeper, pointing the barrel straight at the back of my head. I must say, it's not a pleasant feeling. I really need to find some head protection. I remember the guys and I had some serious problems with the lawmen. That's what we called former police officers or soldiers who were infected while on duty, in full gear. We had to first catch them with a net, rip off their helmets, and only then finish them off. Only Cobra's katana could deal with police armor. It was a good thing there were very few lawmen. 42nd, the soldier smiled broadly for some unknown reason, and slapped himself on the chest near the heart, and a loud click was heard. Only now did I notice hanging over his bulletproof vest either some kind of medical device or just an alarm clock, with the numbers 42 flashing on the screen. What the hell is this? The boy's finger gently squeezed the trigger, but even before that, I pressed the accelerator diaphragm and the car shot forward. My hapless assassin, naturally, fell backward, not even trying to defy the laws of inertia. "Fuck!" came from behind. Releasing the pressure, I forced the truck to slow down again, keeping an eye on the rearview mirror. There he is again, trying to point the gun at me again. We're speeding up. "Are you kidding me? Are you doing this on purpose?" Judging by the way he hissed those words, the kid fell right on his tailbone and landed a pretty hard hit. "Ooh! Die, bitch!" We're speeding up. "Fuck! No, you really did it on purpose." This time, I didn't slow down. Instead, I pressed even harder on the throttle, pushing the truck to a steady 100 kilometers per hour. The road was good. The battery was full. It was time for a little speed. "I'm going to finish you now, bitch!" I wonder if he's really that stupid, or if he got so excited at the sight of my mangy body. "Hey, you! Slow down! We're going to fucking kill ourselves!" You will definitely kill yourself. But as for me, that's not a given. Not a given. Do you understand me? Fuck. I think I'm really losing my mind. I'm already talking to the dead. And zombies are driving around in cars. A fucking death chariot. While continuing to spin the wheel with one hand, I somehow managed to lift the other and swing it slightly, imitating a distant greeting. "Oh, look, he's saying hello to me. Oh, I can't." "Hello, Mr. Zombie." The idiot waves back. "Wait a minute. You did get me out of there, didn't you? I wasn't imagining it?" "Uh-uh." "I should shoot you, but we'll all fucking die at this speed. Do you understand me, freak? Look at yourself, you snot-nosed brat with a hint of childish stubble. Let's do it this way. If you can hear me and understand, then nod." He's not such an idiot. I try to nod, but my body can't handle the maneuver. It's as if evolution decided that zombies don't need such a gesture and lack the necessary muscles. Oh. But can I look around? Left and right. Left and right. What are you shaking your head for, you idiot? Don't you understand? No, he's really an idiot. I lightly touch the horn plate with my finger, and a melodic trill fills the area. Okay, let's do it this way. Yes, you hum. No, you shake your head. Do you understand? Beep. Are you ugly? I shake my head. Ha! He really understands. Well, look at you. So it turns out you're intelligent? Left, right. Left, right. So you're the only one like this? Beep. Why should I believe you? Fuck, man. That's what I'm supposed to answer to a question like that, huh? I shake my head and honk the horn at the same time. Why did you save me? My hobby is pulling idiots out of their asses. Do you want to eat me later? As much as I wanted to beep to see his face, I had to shake my head. The last thing I needed was for him to start shooting out of fear. Where are we going? Oh, right, you don't have to answer. So, smart zombie, you kind of saved my life, and killing you would be unfair. Yeah, and it's dangerous, after all. I'm driving, and we're already going a full 110. However, for some reason he decided to keep quiet about this. Let's make a deal. You give to me, I give to you. About 20 kilometers further, there's a village called Molotovka. You know it? Beep! Drop me off there, and I won't touch you. Okay? Beep! I think you'll score a decent amount of points there. 23% of the living population. The rest are undead. However, I don't even know Morse code to beep it all at you, and you probably wouldn't understand it anyway. Hey, be careful! I was distracted from the road, carefully watching my unwitting passenger, and so I missed the moment when a zombie jumped out in front of the car. A dull thud, and the body flew off to the side, and we continued driving. Let it be 42nd, a muffled whisper reached me. Although, no, it's not my frag. The boy sighed and pressed something on the device hanging on his chest. There was a click, and the number 42 changed to 41. We encountered the dead a few more times, but Stuka didn't shoot, probably saving his ammo. Instead, he suddenly decided he'd found a grateful listener in me and began pouring out his dismal life story. It would be better if he shot. They're all fools. Women. Both Masha and that flirt. Anyway, I went on a drinking binge, and when the draft notice came, I didn't even think about it. I thought the army would make a man out of me. Ha! I marched around in tarpaulin boots for 3 months, but somehow I never got any more of a man. Unless you count a couple of scars. Our old men in the unit were fierce, completely uninhibited. By the way, when it all started, it was the old men and the officers who were the first to turn. And it was the officers who had all the combat weapons. Our guns were all loaded with blanks. And he says to me, "Don't be shy, Kiryuka. We'll get through this. He thrusts a pistol at me, and he's got a crowbar at the ready. He was a real man. He's smashing their heads in, and I'm standing there, my hands shaking, and I haven't fired a single shot. And once they knocked the senior lieutenant down, he turned around and ran. A real man, for fuck's sake. 16 men, out of the entire personnel. You understand, right? We fought back with shovels and crowbars. At least the army gave us something useful, he said with a wry smile. We somehow managed to break open the armory doors, losing 3 more. We thought we'd all arm ourselves to the teeth and give them hell. With these. They stole it, the bastards. For 16 fighters, 7 guns, and 3 grenades. From the entire arsenal. If I ever came across them now, then I swore I'd avenge every one of them, laying down 10 dead men for every soldier. 100 conscripts equal 1,000 zombies. That's why the thing picked up the 12th in the utility building, decided to look for a new uniform to replace my ruined one, and there was this freak. You won't believe it, standing naked in the shower, like he's washing himself. I can't stand it. The tears are streaming down my face, my hands are bloody, and I'm smiling like Ivan the Fool. Just imagine a naked zombie standing in the shower, all soaped up no less. Frankly, all these biographies of the beardless hero were starting to tire me out. I spotted a rock on the road and drove right over it. Behind me, there was a sob and then silence. It seemed the soldier had bitten his tongue. When we reached the sign that said Molotovka, I slowed down. Stuka straightened up to his full height and looked around through the rifle's scope. It was empty, by the way, just like the soldier who was carrying an extra 7 kilos of iron just for the sake of the scope, instead of simply removing it, had no brains. I can't make out what's going on there. Okay, 42nd, bye. With a heavy sigh, he threw the bag with weapons over his shoulder and immediately pointed the peacemaker at me. I sit quietly, watching in the mirror. I wonder if it will fire or not. Kiro backed away, keeping his gun trained on me, until he was 100 steps from the road. Should I tell him he was walking straight into the clutches of a couple of zombies hiding behind the bushes? I could sense them perfectly well. Bang, bang, bang! 42nd, 43rd, reached me. He's not so hopeless. Maybe he'll survive. I rested my foot on the accelerator again, and the truck pulled away smoothly. My destination was about 100 kilometers away, and I needed to hurry if I wanted to get there before dark. Chapter 5. Raw Material Base. However, fate had other plans, and I even knew perfectly well what she looked like. A pimply teenager with a permanent one-day stubble and an electronic watch face on his chest. Urid. I hadn't gone very far when there was an explosion behind me, and the truck, suddenly accelerating, lurched forward and to the left. The steering wheel spun, wrenching itself from my hands, and I was thrown out of the cab while it was still moving. It wasn't hard to guess that the gift left by the thing had gone off. Most likely, it was some kind of explosive with a timer. Strength of the musculoskeletal system, minus 16%. Durability of the protective shell, minus 32%. What a bastard. To top it all off, I broke the fingers on my left hand, and the remains of the armor that was hanging on my back were lying somewhere by the road, torn off on impact with the ground. But what good was it? Zombies won't touch me, and humans will shoot me in the head. Speaking of people and zombies, the city I was trying to reach was almost 100 kilometers away, meaning it was impossible to reach on foot at my speed. A shame. It was a project town, a future military base about to be reactivated. Few knew about it, and its close proximity to the active military test base, Base 4, would have discouraged anyone from venturing into this realm of walking death. Now the nearest populated area is that same Molotovka. Stuka must have lost all his wits thinking of dropping me off near the place where he himself hoped to find refuge. However, it is possible that the locals managed to establish a defense. Our guys got here and did not mark the settlement with red signs, which means that not everything is so bad. About 100 steps further down the road, a zombie appeared, apparently attracted by the explosion. You're just the person I need. I've been wanting to try an experiment for a while now. Somehow, getting to my feet, I walked towards the dead man, who paid no attention to me and showed no social activity at all. When he drew level with me, I tried to grab his hand, but his clumsy fingers just slid helplessly down my shoulder, not even trying to catch on. I'd already lost the habit of my wooden feeling after all that time confidently turning the truck's steering wheel, confidently shifting gears, and pushing the accelerator. The zombie was clearly moving faster than me, so it wouldn't be possible to catch up with him unless… Jerk. Like a disobedient projectile, my body rushes forward and knocks the dead man to the ground. I'm on top, and that's good. So, what do we have for dinner? My teeth sank into the unyielding flesh where there was no dirty, bloody clothing, and I tried to bite off a piece. Yes, a piece of zombie. Yes, still alive. Well, dead. I mean, a living corpse. Have you ever tried chewing slippery rubber that tastes like rotten, living dead meat? It's not exactly a pleasant experience, but… After swallowing the first bush, a slowly filling saturation bar appeared, indicating I was on the right track. I had to keep pushing, ignoring the zombie's attempts to crawl out from under me. Rory, my dinner was indignant, but he was in an awkward position and had also broken his arm when he fell, so he couldn't cause me any particular trouble. ODS durability, plus 43%. Control over the UDF, 8%. Oh, that's unpleasant. And I would probably have stopped this horrible meal if not for the following message. ODS strength, 128%. You can modify it by using up your excess material. Possible improvements. Legs, muscles, +1, plus 10% to walking speed. Arms, muscles, +1, plus 10% to movement accuracy. Back, muscles, +1, plus 5 kilograms to the carried weight. Can you pump up your ass so that your ass doesn't twitch so much when there are dozens of undead around or some Brad is aiming a peacekeeper at you? In reality, the choice isn't all that great. I first need to address my irritating coordination issues or my slow walking pace. As a result, I've improved my walking speed. To use my hands, I first need to find something to use them on, and that can take hours, if not a day. The dead man groaned resentfully, finally throwing me off of him. He stood up and hobbled away, trying to get as far away from me as possible. Well, now let's see how my ODS-1 works. After I selected an improvement, the number 1 appeared next to the description of the musculoskeletal number, indicating the level of improvement. I didn't even wave, but shook my hand, demanding that he stop. But the half-eaten zombie pretended not to hear me. The increase in speed was enough to catch up with him. Jerk. ODS durability, -10%. Control over the UDF, +3%. Energy, -10%. Dash skill, +1, 3 out of 10. And we're lying on the road again, enjoying the peace, quiet, and stale dinner. This time, right in front of me was… a soft place to sit. But then, in my situation, what choice do I have? Eat what's given to me and don't complain. Slowly but surely, the dead thing was crawling out from under me, and I didn't have the strength left for a third lunge, so I needed to bite off more before the food ran away. Protective shell strength, plus 94%. Control over ZO, minus 12%. That's it. I'm almost out of energy, and I'm clearly having control issues. And by the way, where's the promised upgrade? I want a spotted pattern. Durability of the ZO, 141%. You can modify it by using up your excess material. Possible improvements. Hands, +1, +2 to heat resistance. Hull, +1, +1 to armor. Head, +1, +5% resistance to destruction. As far as I can tell, all three stats are responsible for resistance to various types of damage, though it's unclear how armor differs from destruction resistance. Of course, I'd like to protect my head as much as possible, but as a result, I chose armor. Now I have a new option added to my list of systems and energy meters. Hull armor, 1. And next to the protective shell description, the number 1 was added. The adaptation level also changed, increasing by 2%, whatever that means. The zombie finally pulled itself out from under me and took off running again, if that's what you could call its unsteady gait. I tried to catch up, but its unruly body kept falling over and heading in the wrong direction, and I finally had to give up on the arduous task. But the dead man came shambling out of the forest, from the opposite direction from Molotovka. Is there a settlement there too? I should check. Somehow turning in the right direction, I leisurely walked toward the path my dinner had emerged from. About 10 kilometers ahead, I saw a truck? A body truck. No, seriously, it was a disposal truck, delivering bodies to crematoriums. The driver's side door had been ripped off, and the rear of the container had been crushed by some powerful impact, causing the container itself to burst, revealing packaged bodies, decapitated and wrapped in black plastic. So, it was I who bit the driver? Or one of the robbers? There was no doubt it was human work. The metal at the impact site had turned black and melted, as if a shell had struck it. But why would anyone do this? Anyway, now I have transportation. Alas, my hopes were dashed. The car started, but the touch controls were faulty. The accelerator, the brakes, even the steering wheel wouldn't turn. So I'll have to find something more controllable. Or full speed ahead. Naturally, like a mindless ghoul, I decided to go with the second option, acting like a kamikaze. After all, it was no accident that the truck ended up in the middle of a forest path. It was clearly headed somewhere, and who knows, maybe I'd find something useful there? So I took the unresponsive steering wheel, engaged the autopilot, and dangled my legs, just in case, ready to jump out at any moment. The autopilot confidently guided the truck, weaving along a barely visible forest path. It's truly amazing with this modern technology. The driver is long dead, but his truck still carries the cargo to its destination. Auto factories are still running, churning out products no longer needed. And robotic technicians maintain the water and power grids even in deserted cities. Someday, only robots and zombies will be left on this planet. Suddenly, a bright light struck my eyes. A truck burst out of the forest, and the setting sun cast a bloody light across the houses stretching ahead. The car slowed, meaning we had arrived at our destination, whatever it might be. A couple of minutes later, the car pulled up to a low building where 2 funeral carts were already parked. As expected, it was a crematorium. It didn't take a genius to figure out where I was. A cemetery. A veritable burial ground with orderly rows of crosses, a crematorium, a memorial to the dead, and even a couple of pompous family crypts, which I mistook for buildings. The irony of fate is that this realm of death could have become a safe haven for the living, since those dead buried before Day Z still lay peacefully in their graves, and people only appeared here on the day of the funeral. Sure, there were probably people working in the local morgue and crematorium, plus a guard, and the red domes of the local church loomed over the nearby forest. But that's probably 5 or 10 people at most. And it's possible they're still alive. In any case, I need to go around all the houses and look around. As it turns out, even zombies can be useful, although not as much as fresh human flesh. Human flesh. There's probably a morgue here where bodies are frozen and kept until burial. Anyway, by chance I found myself in a place even nicer than a mothballed military base, and I wasn't about to miss the opportunity. I think there was a map at the entrance to the village with all the important places indicated. I'll start with that. After waiting for the corpse truck to stop, I climbed out of the cab and returned to the gate. Yes, there it was, a map. So the cemetery was divided into several sectors, one of which was built up. A funeral home, phone numbers and a price list were nearby. A security office. I need to make sure some pensioner with a shotgun hasn't holed up there. A crematorium, a multi-church, one of those newfangled things that is a Catholic church, a mosque, and who knows what else at once. And a refrigerator. There is no morgue, but then again, there is no need to store hundreds of corpses, perform autopsies and other unpleasant things that would later give a normal person nightmares and indigestion. So what have I learned about zombies, other than what the Z Squad fighter already knew? Firstly, zombies can devour each other, regenerating and even becoming stronger as a result, although they also lose any vestiges of their humanity in the process. I don't know if anyone else has managed to retain their sanity besides me, but at the very least, controlling one's body becomes almost impossible, and basic instincts begin to rule. Most likely, the majority of walkers are just that, fed corpses, and therefore very strong and difficult to kill, but also slow and incredibly stupid, simply intent on eating. They simply rush forward, often falling into set traps or even simply running into protruding pieces of rebar or falling into pits. Secondly, by devouring people, they become faster, more agile, and have better control over themselves and their bodies. It turns out that a well-fed zombie is much more dangerous than a hungry one. Thirdly, fire works well against them, and the undead become less agile in the light. However, we've already discovered this through experimentation. However, these weaknesses can be overcome by upgrading them, by eating their supposedly living brethren. And fourthly, all the diversity of the undead we observe isn't just a specialization acquired during conversion, but the result of evolution, acquired skills and abilities. It may sound like the ramblings of a schizophrenic high on Timuan, but I'm direct proof that zombies are capable of evolving. This means that the further we go, the more dangerous they become. And it's not just a matter of their ever-growing numbers, but that this very quantity has the unpleasant property of turning into quality. Which, by the way, wouldn't hurt me either. First, I need to figure out how many of the living are in the cemetery, and how many are unnaturally mobile dead. It's best to get rid of both, as the former are dangerous to me, and the latter could become competitors, which I personally don't need. My supernatural sense, which allowed me to locate people and zombies, had a very limited range, about 20 meters. I'd already confirmed that. This meant I'd have to comb the village quite thoroughly, but at my snail's pace, this could take the entire day or more. Considering the approaching night, the prospects were dubious, which means it's time to visit the local refrigerator and check if there are any fresh and well-frozen bodies waiting for me there, ready for burial. Of course, the door was locked with a combination lock. The touchpad, which activated my palm print, wouldn't help me either, which meant I'd have to find another way in. Like a window, for example. The windows in the so-called refrigerator were small and located approximately at the level of my chest. Generally, for a human being, there is no problem at all. But if you are a zombie, barely able to scratch your nose, then certain difficulties arise. The only thing I could do more or less decently now was drive, thanks to the skill I'd acquired. Sitting behind the wheel even made moving easier. So, I needed to use this advantage. It took me about half an hour to drag a nearby dumpster under the window, pushing it with the bumper of a working corpse truck I'd found nearby. I had to get out of the cab several times to adjust its path, but I finally managed it. Climbing onto the dumpster itself was even easier. I simply climbed onto it from the cab, pulling the truck closer. Now all that was left was to break the glass and get inside, which I did, spending 10 minutes simply picking up a piece of brick lying nearby and using it to smash the window, which, to its credit, held for a full 5 minutes. And of course, the alarm went off. A nasty, annoying buzzer that I couldn't ignore even in my current state. It was annoying, that's all. Having found the alarm wire running along the frame, I began to hit it with a piece of broken wire in the hope that this would help shut it off. It didn't help. The stone just crumbled into small, useless pieces. You'll have to be patient. The main thing is that the sound doesn't attract other zombies, because for them, it's a clear sign of life and the presence of fresh food. Although, if they can sense things like I do, they probably know that this is just one of their own, arriving from somewhere outside. But be that as it may, I don't need any extra mouths to feed here. So if any guests show up, I'll have to deal with them. Especially since the local guard could have dropped in on the signal, if he's still alive, of course. If not, then there's probably an armed straylock wandering around the cemetery. I wonder what would happen if I ate his brain. And zombie brains anyway. So many questions. And I am the only one of all people who is able to get answers to them. Which means there is no time to waste. How do I then convey the information to those who can use it properly? First, I need to obtain it, and then I'll figure out everything else. Fortunately, the interior doors were not locked, and I was able to safely access the refrigerator, a room equipped with a powerful freezer and intended for the temporary storage of bodies. And if I'm lucky, and the zombies clearly haven't reached the storage facility, I'll have several perfectly preserved bodies at my disposal. If I could just collect a few more zombies, I could start experimenting. It's just a shame I don't have the necessary training or any equipment. You'll have to do it the old-fashioned way, like in childhood. Put it in your mouth and then figure out whether it's edible or not. It seems that evil fate has decided that I've had enough and has kindly saved a few fresh ones. 4 corpses that were waiting in the freezer for their time. My heart started pounding harder. Wow. It turns out the little engine is still working and pumping blood. And my vision started to blur. Even my jaws started to ache, and my mouth involuntarily filled with sticky saliva. Hush, hush. The last thing I need is some exotic cuisine experiments. First, I need to find out when they arrived here, or else I'll end up gorging myself on frozen zombie meat. And luck again. Wow, the 3rd time in one day. Truly unheard of generosity. All 4 bodies arrived here before everything happened, and then no one cared about them anymore. They just wanted to get their asses out. So, I have a luxurious 4-course dinner that I don't have to chase, try to finish, and then negotiate with a conscience that has managed to survive in this crazy world. All you need to do is defrost it and cut it up somehow. Unfortunately, the refrigerator is not a police station morgue, and scalpels, saws, and other weapons of dismemberment are not stored here. So you'll have to use your hands and teeth. Who should I start with? 3 men and a woman. A teenager drowned in a pond. Judging by his age, he was still a schoolchild. An elderly woman, a doctor at a regional hospital, died of lung cancer. Not the best choice for a light dinner. A policeman who died when some bandits fired on his police station had a clipping from a local newspaper attached to his case. And a construction worker who fell into a hole at the site at dusk. So which one is tastier? No, that's not it. Who can I learn something useful that will help me survive and become stronger? And most importantly, learn more about these creatures. The only person who fit the last point was a doctor, but she was a woman, and an elderly one at that. And my mother, ever since I was a child, wouldn't let me eat old ladies who died of cancer. I'd probably catch arthritis and senile dementia from her too. A police officer could have taught me how to handle a gun, drive a car, and shout loudly into a sonar amplifier at a crowd of straight protesters who had staged a picket in the square without the knowledge of city authorities. A builder could probably drink anything that burns, curse like a 3-story building, and steal plastic cords filled with nano cement. But how would these skills, undoubtedly useful in everyday life, help me now? There's nothing to think about as a schoolboy, other than stealing change from his dad, hanging out on online games and social media, and smoking e-cigarettes behind the garage. He's unlikely to have mastered any useful skills at his age. You won't even learn swimming from him. So the choice was tough. So I decided to go with a simpler dish first, and save the brains for later. Having somehow managed to break off the foreman's arms, I placed them next to the air conditioner to thaw. I'll take one for myself to restore my energy and improve my coordination. And I have some plans for the second one. But first, I need to stop by the local watchman for some tea. Maybe he'll have something useful? Chapter 6. Analytics. Having carefully studied the cemetery's layout, I set a few targets, gnawing on the fingers of the hand I'd brought along as I went. My energy was full, and I had a 5-minute buff to increase my body control. Just a little more, and my perception system would reach its first level, and I'd be able to choose an upgrade for it. Then the musculoskeletal system will be pumped up, and it will be possible to further increase the speed of movement. In fact, besides the almost useless human brain, this is my only advantage over the slow-moving zombies. The enhancement system itself was simple and effective, primarily aimed at survival. First, energy increased, allowing movement and the use of skills. Then, strength was restored. Fractures healed, internal injuries were repaired, wounds healed, and skin grew. And only then did control level increase. The order was also quite logical. First came the restoration of the musculoskeletal system. How do they say, movement is life? After all, food doesn't just come into your mouth. Then the strength of the protective covering increased, which increased overall survivability, especially when encountering the temporarily living. And only then did the senses recover. Although, even now, I could see and hear more or less well, although I almost completely lost the sensation of heat and cold, pain, or touch. Though that was for the best. It's just a shame that I don't have enough resources for development, and even then I'll have to feed some of them to these freaks. As I pondered, I carefully combed the cemetery along a predetermined route, my partially gnawed arm slung over my shoulder. Naturally, the Category Z freeloaders immediately gathered around. 7 zombies trailed behind me, constantly trying to reach the tasty morsel. Trying not to speed up my pace too much, I ran along all the paths in a couple of hours, increasing the number of my followers to 9. And one of them turned out to be fast enough to almost catch up with me. I had to bite off a couple more pieces and speed up. Modified. Adaptation rate 28%. Wow, he's really made some progress here. He was nimble and looked better than the others. His arms and legs were intact. His face was almost undamaged, though the missing scalp spoiled his appearance a bit. It looked like someone had tried to take his head off, but had gone a bit too high. Kutuzovskaya Station, the final stop, I announced mentally, but out loud it came out something like, Of course, no one understood me, and thank goodness for that, because I approached the pre-prepared crypt and tossed my partially gnawed hand inside. Ignoring me, the undead rushed forward, knocking each other down and breaking limbs. Naturally, the nimble one won, walking over the heads of his less than steady comrades. I didn't wait for them to finish their offering and slammed the metal door shut. Unfortunately, I wasn't dexterous enough to handle the lock or bolt, but just in case, I'd rolled a trash container, similar to the one I'd used to climb in through the window close by. Now, pushing it against the closed door, I sealed off the ghoul's escape. Well, now I have a supply of dead bodies to level up, and peace and quiet have reigned in the cemetery. In the meantime, I have another improvement. Durability of the SV, 113%. You can modify it by using up your excess material. Possible improvements. Eyes, +1. Vision correction by 0.5 diopters. Ears, +1. +10% to hearing radius. Ears, +1. +10% to hearing sensitivity. Membrane, +1. +400% to the radius of awareness. So that's how it is. I also have some kind of membrane. Awareness? What the hell is that? And I'll have to pump this thing up anyway. My vision seems fine. My hearing... It would be nice to spot lurking zombies or something worse. I'm talking about those guys with rifles in their hands and eyes burning with hatred. Once I've pumped up my membrane, I'll be able to do things 4 times better. Be aware. The frailty of existence? Or is it something along the lines of, I think, therefore I am? Well, whatever the case, I'll have to take it. The new parameter that appeared in the list was called succinctly, Awareness, 100 meters. New skill acquired, Call. The call consumed 20 energy and let all zombies within a 300-meter radius know I was there. No, it wasn't a lure, just some sort of identification signal. I just don't understand why I need this ability. It would be fine if I could lure them all out, but this way, well, it was a freebie anyway. Maybe it'll come in handy someday, so let it be. The temporary mobility I'd gained from eating human flesh had already worn off, and I was once again a hobbling zombie, unable even to pull up my sagging pants. And my work wasn't finished yet, meaning I'd have to return to the fridge for a snack. It wasn't until I reached the building I needed that I realized how stupid I'd been. The door was automatic, and it slammed shut after I left. So I'd have to climb back in through the window. And I'd need to prop the door open with a stick, or better yet, find an electronic key. I'd had a similar thought before, but I was a bit out of shape back then, and couldn't even pick my nose, let alone conduct a full-fledged search. But once I'd raised my level of control over my body, I immediately rushed outside to comb the cemetery. In fact, we ended up with a rather amazing cemetery, populated by all kinds of dead people. The classic dead lying peacefully in their graves, the living dead, and the already dead, but still alive, infected. How did I know there were people here? Yes, by the screams that have been coming from the southern part of the cemetery, where the guardhouse is located, for the past half hour. Apparently, the guard barricaded there heard the roar of the corpse truck engine when I was locking the dead in the crypt and is now trying to get my attention. Well, it attracted me. In fact, I'd decided his fate long ago. My previous experience with the living had left me with rather unpleasant memories, including a burned back from a truck explosion, and I wasn't about to risk it a second time. And after all, what was the life of some security guard worth compared to my precious self? The one and only zombie who had retained his sanity. He'll die and turn sooner or later anyway, so why not put it to good use by giving me a couple of levels and some useful skill? Let it be his significant contribution to saving humanity. And I, for my part, can promise to finish him off quickly and painlessly, to the best of my ability. But first, you need to get into the refrigerator, get some food, and find something to open the doors with. The route is already familiar to me. First climb into the cabin, then crawl to the other side. Throw the unruly body onto the trash bin. Fall like a shapeless sack into the window that was already broken during the last visit. Break a couple of ribs, a finger, and that's it. I'm already inside. The now thawed leg was waiting for me on the table. After taking a couple of bites, was it just my imagination, or did the taste noticeably improve? I again felt the warmth spreading through my limbs, restoring their mobility and returning control of my body, albeit briefly. So I have 3 minutes in total. Where could this damn key be? Desk drawers, cupboards, chest. Where did this huge old-fashioned chest come from? And with a padlock, no less. Oh, never mind. Where is this key? Most likely it's a regular electronic pass card, like the ones we had. Well, back when I was still considered a human and part of Squad Z. But where could I put it? In the end, I had to turn everything over and have 3 more snacks to keep my dexterity up. The key card was found in one of the jackets hanging on a hanger in the closet. By the way, since I was left without armor, why not change my tattered clothes for something newer? It's easy to say, but hard to do. After 3 fruitless attempts to get dressed, I gave up on the idea and decided to come back to it later. The effect of the latest dose of human flesh wore off, and I dropped the card from my unruly fingers. Yeah, that's a problem too. Those unruly lumps of cotton wool that my fingers had become couldn't lift a flat piece of plastic from the floor. However, I think I saw something while searching the desk drawers that might help. Throwing the tube of instant glue on the floor, I gently kicked her toward the plate. There. Left leg up. Stay still. Don't fall. Keep your balance. Now, smoothly down. After covering a piece of plastic with what I thought was instant glue, I waited the 20 seconds required by the instructions, and then pressed my palm onto it. My dexterity was good enough for that. Another 20 seconds, and I was the owner of a magical left hand, capable of performing true miracles and opening any door in this backwater. By the way, some information about it appeared on my interface. It looks like the thing stuck in my head was able to read the data from the card. Electronic Pass Category A. Owner, Pyotr Ivanovich Sverchenko. Thank you, Petya. I can't promise to return it, but I will certainly use it for the good of humanity. Or, at the very least, for my own benefit. My energy was overflowing, And now I could deal with the guard, who even fired a couple of shots, trying to attract his attention. Maybe I should unleash those guys I locked in the crypt on him. However, it was best to leave them alone, and they were dirty. They'd probably devour the poor guy any minute, leaving me with nothing. I'll have to do it myself. But how? I'm a slow-moving zombie, and there's a terrified guard there, armed with a shotgun, shooting at anything that moves or makes a menacing growl. I activated the call and confirmed that, apart from the zombies I had locked up, there were no more dead people in the village who could roam around in defiance of all the laws of biology. I might even be able to withstand a point-blank shotgun blast and recover, but who's to say it'll be just one shot and not to the head? If this were a police station, I could find a helmet and shield, attach them to protruding parts of my body, just like I did with the access card. Except this is just a regular cemetery, and if there's any ammunition anywhere, it's in that little house over there where someone's swearing and shooting occasionally. And you'll never get it out of him. With my unpresentable mug, they wouldn't even trust me to hand out flyers at the crosswalk. I could pretend to be a man, mute, and drunk. Although no, that's a stupid idea. How can I get him out of there? I can't write a note. I can't even use the terminal. My fingers are too clumsy. Maybe we should just burn it there and be done with it. I wonder if fried human flesh will have the same effect on me as raw human flesh. No, it's not worth the risk. Only natural products. Only hardcore. He's likely stocked with water, food, and ammo, so a siege isn't an option. Even if he falls asleep, getting inside without making noise won't be possible. At least, not with my agility. How did they take besieged fortresses in ancient times? It seems they poisoned the river from which the castle's defenders drew their water. But that doesn't work for me. I have neither the river nor the poison at hand. It will not be possible to break down the walls. Betrayal? Past. Ha! I could break the thermostat that keeps the climate control running. It's unclear, though, what that would lead to. Maybe nothing. The weather's nice these days. Although, this is a fortified building designed specifically for combat, which means there needs to be an air supply and purification system inside. And if it were somehow shut off, the lunatic inside would simply suffocate. All that was left was to find this system. Actually, that turned out to be pretty easy. We once stormed some stoned drug addicts who'd chained up a couple of zombies as guards to keep everyone out while they packaged their wares. So we pumped some not-so-laughing gas through the ventilation system and then caught them sneezing and crying, hugging each other. With our bare hands, mind you. So I knew roughly what an air duct looked like, and I quickly found the inconspicuous box. After a few trips to my base, the map taped to my palm worked perfectly. I dragged all the glue I'd found and the foot I'd grabbed to the guard's house. "Hey, outside, I hear you moving," came a sudden voice through the wall.
It's strange. He was silent before.
"You're one of us, aren't you? Don't be silent, I beg you, or I'll go crazy here." The voice is hoarse, male, about 40 or 45 years old, and incredibly tired. I have a wife and a daughter there. Was it just me, or was he trying not to burst into tears? "Come on, don't be silent. If you're one of those, at least growl, you bastard." By the way, he knows I'm alone here. So why doesn't he come out and finish me off? Is he afraid there are more of us here? "Do you hear me?" Well, there we go, raising our voices, banging our fists on the wall, distracting you. And here I am, by the way, trying to cut off your oxygen supply. Unable to bear it any longer, I, too, slammed my fist against the wall. After all, even though I'm a dead man, My nerves aren't made of steel, and listening to a grown man's hysterics certainly wasn't in my plans. Is this a sign? Answer me. Boom, boom. And what about me? It's not difficult for me. Bang, bang. Knock once if you understand me. Bang. Thank God. I knew. I was waiting for them to come for me. And these, have they already left? Bang. I'll be right there. I'll open it right now. And he started fiddling around at the door. Damn it, and such a bad time. Idiot, I'm just killing you. This should probably have changed something. It's one thing when he's making noise somewhere inside, and I don't even kill him. I just disable the equipment that keeps this old man alive, or whoever is breaking into my place now. It'll be quite another thing when we're face to face. It would be interesting to see how his expression changes. But guards these days are all nervous and armed, and that combination certainly doesn't promote longevity. At least, not for zombies. I pondered this for a long time, a full second and a half. On one side of the scale was the life of some pensioner living out his last days, fit only to guard a secluded cemetery. And on the other was my own life, and that of all humanity. For without my knowledge, the epidemic could not be stopped. So when the door swung open, I was already prepared. If it had been a real zombie in my place, well, the dumb ones, they would have been doomed. But I had a brain, so everything was calculated down to the second. I was making noise on the right side of the building, which meant that's where the guard would head, gun pointed, like in a cheap action movie. If I had complete control of my body, I could have set up an ambush right behind and inside the dumpster. But in my current state, that would be downright suicide. So when the cemetery guard, holding his shotgun forward, looked first behind the container and then into it, of course, there was no one there. Dash! Fuck! Dash! Dash! To be honest, I hesitated a little when I saw a heavy-set figure, his back barely covered by a protective vest. The pensioner turned out to be a rather plump man of about 40, frightenedly pointing the barrel of a shotgun in all directions. After waiting for him to bend over the container, I activated the dash 3 times, burning almost all my energy, covering the distance separating us in one fell swoop and knocking him off his feet. To be honest, until the very end, I thought that this mountain of armor and fat wouldn't even feel the blow. But the guard couldn't resist the laws of physics, both literally and figuratively. The fat man hit his chest hard against the edge of the container, sobbed, and dropped the shotgun. Damn it! I'm not particularly good at anatomy, and don't know where the jugular vein is, so I gnawed on his entire neck, clutching his head with both hands. The big guy turned out to be resilient and strong. He twisted in all directions, trying to shake me off, and screamed, clumsily imitating an air raid siren. I must note that for a man who was having his throat torn out by a zombie, the guard behaved relatively decently, and not a single swear word came out of his mouth, although he had enough expression for 3 or 4 seasoned foremen. Finally, I managed to bite through something vital, and it twitched and wheezed, and a hot, sticky stream hit my root, filling all systems with life-giving energy. Damn it! The big guy's legs gave way, and he collapsed right on top of me, crushing me with his impressive bulk. If he doesn't die in the next couple of minutes, one poor zombie is in serious trouble. And I kept biting him, trying to bite off bigger pieces. Damn, where did all this blood come from? Is he completely filled with it or something? He just ruined my clothes, the remains of them. Luckily, instead of 100 kilograms of trouble, I gained the same amount of food resources. But first, I need to remove the head to prevent him from turning. The energy I'd expended had already been restored, and my coordination seemed to be fine, so I managed to roll the trash container over and decapitate the deceased guard with a couple of powerful blows. Now, even if the body deteriorates and turns into low-grade zombie meat, I still have my head, and in it, a brain filled with useful knowledge, the very reason for all this. Eat it now, or throw it in the fridge? Although, I don't know the intricacies of freezing corpses, and I don't know how to operate a camera, so I'll have to experiment here and now. But first, I'll need some tools. I climbed into the little house the guard had just emerged from. Wow, 3 whole rooms. A bedroom, a sort of living room with a small dining table, and a bathroom-shower combination. I couldn't find a refrigerator or cooking utensils. It looked like he'd been using the express pneumatic tube delivery service, which wasn't working right now. And what did this fat guy eat? The answer was found under the bed. Hundreds of cans of beans, tuna, and beef stew, along with vacuum-sealed bags of burgers and pizza. Fast food heaven, basically. I wonder how much he weighed before he started this diet. On the table lay a notebook, covered in neat, small handwriting. Diary. What a strange thing. I could easily read simple inscriptions, like the names on canned goods. But long, coherent text just simply didn't work for me. The letters started to blur, change shape, and devolve into incomprehensible gibberish. So the late cemetery caretaker's notes will have to be put aside for later. Also, it seems that in order to communicate with people in writing, I'll first have to acquire this skill by devouring someone's brain. Like a security guard, for example, or a doctor. I wonder if I learn writing skills from a school child or a doctor, will I still write with mistakes? Or in the terrible handwriting they usually use when writing me notes? By the way, these aren't canned goods, but ready-made meals with a thermocouple, which means all the cans are chipped. I touched one of the jars, and the Z virus, whatever it was, didn't disappoint. Cold smoked tuna with boiled potatoes. Weight, 280 grams. Production, Litvinia Minor, Shirvan Factory. Shelf life, 28 months from date of manufacture. Thermoelement, Votex, 25W. Warm-up time, 22 seconds, plus or minus 4. That's all the information we were able to read. As a result, I appeared on the street clutching a knife and an empty can with an inactivated thermocouple in one hand and electronic scales in the other. While I still have the opportunity, I wanted to experiment a little and find out how much and in what form it is optimal to consume human biomass in order to achieve maximum effect. The results of the half-hour experiment were the following figures. To restore the energy of any system, it took just under a kilogram of food. The minimum portion was about 850 grams. Durability was a much more complex issue. The musculoskeletal system required between 3 and 5 kilograms, depending on the damaged components. The bones proved to be quite voracious. The protective shell began to regenerate after just 1 to 2 kilograms. But to repair extensive damage or burns, I estimated that 2 to 3 times that amount of biomass would be needed, and an order of magnitude more time. The perception system was the easiest to deal with. 1 kilogram was enough for it. However, it was the last to recover, and very, very slowly. But cooking only worsened the quality of the food. Apparently, humans should be eaten raw, or even better, alive. During the experiment, I received 2 more upgrades for the ODS and 1 each for 2 other systems. It turns out that you can accumulate them as much as you want for future use, as long as you don't spend energy or take damage, so you can distribute them later. But still, I can't eat that much in one sitting alone, so I'll have to either leave the guard's remains here or try to drag them to the refrigerator to at least somehow slow down the spoilage. But how can I carry almost 80 kilograms when I wasn't particularly strong in life? That's a problem. Maybe I should find a cart? I have about half an hour of more or less normal control over my body. But is it worth wasting it hauling this pile of biomass? Definitely not. Better to get yourself in order. Get rid of the remains of your soiled clothes and borrow a shotgun and a bulletproof vest from the dead fat man. Although, I probably shouldn't bring a weapon. I won't be able to use it, and from previous experience, the soldiers primarily try to get rid of the zombie gunners, who can cause a lot of trouble from a distance. So arming yourself is like painting a target on your chest and promising a teddy bear as a prize for accurate shooting. So, for starters, a bulletproof vest will be enough, and then I'll get down to improving my beloved self. Although, I'm not a dumb ghoul, and I certainly won't point my gun around unnecessarily. So all that's left is to acquire some skill with weapons, so I don't accidentally shoot myself. I had to retrieve the shotgun from the dumpster. Good thing I can't smell anything. Then crack the guard's head open with a couple of powerful blows of the butt to get to the source of his knowledge, his brain. I hope his head isn't filled with all this dietary nonsense, or any other garbage, I thought to myself, carefully placing the gray mass on the electronic scale. Dinner is dinner, knowledge is knowledge, but the experiments aren't over yet. Loading data from protein carrier. Adaptation, plus 1%. Acquired skill, higher mathematics. The acquired skill driving vehicles has been removed. Control of all systems, plus 10. Duration, 120 seconds. Holy shit. So what does that mean? I can't have more than one acquired skill? So what the hell do I need this tower of yours in the middle of a zombie apocalypse, huh? They'll recruit all sorts of smart guys to be security guards, and boxers to be ministers. And then they wonder why the whole world is going to hell? I could only hope this professor was a specialist in a specific field. To make sure the control bonus didn't go to waste, I searched the guards' quarters again and pulled out 2 boxes of shotgun shells, a decent army knife, and several cans of ready-made meals. These, too, needed to be checked for nutritional value. After waiting for the enhanced control effect to wear off, I carefully weighed the second portion, reducing it by about a quarter, and popped it into my mouth. Chapter 7. From Theory to Practice. So, what do we meaning the zombies, have going for us? A single average-sized brain is enough for 6 portions, each capable of granting one of its owner's random skills. To find out, I scooped up the contents of a security guard's skull, obtaining 3 training portions and 4 blank ones. The result was depressing, because as a result, I first received the same higher mathematics, with the skill level now at 2, and then physics. The personnel department really sent that lousy professor to my head. I should have learned something truly useful for life, and even better, during a zombie apocalypse. There were all sorts of survivalist movements popular among young people. Well, why didn't I come across one of those specialists in making fire using sparks from your eyes and creating ballistic missiles from a pack of Pringles and a field first aid kit? Okay, maybe leveling up will lift my spirits. I wonder if the concept of mood even applies to zombies. So, 3 increases, 1 for each of the systems, and the adaptation level reached 38%. So, I already have a 20% walk speed boost, and that's enough to outrun most regular zombies. That's enough for now. My coordination, however, is clearly a problem. Even with the control bonus, I couldn't properly equip my body armor. So this time, I opted for the plus 10% arm mobility boost. Now for the outer shell. There's no point in increasing the hull's armor since I can wear protective vests or something like shields. Fire resistance can be increased similarly, though I'd have to carry it around somehow. The brains, however, need to be protected, so I went with plus 5% damage resistance. Adaptation level, 40%. Carefully studying the capabilities of your own body allows you to discover special abilities that make you stronger. Upgrades available. Regeneration. You will be able to slowly restore the strength of your protective covering, healing scratches, minor burns, and shallow wounds. Jump. You will gain the ability to jump, expending energy. Recovery. You will be able to slowly restore the wasted energy of your musculoskeletal system. Thermal indication. You can determine the relative temperature of the object you're looking at. Well, this is already something new.
The ability to detect hot and cold tops the list of most useless abilities. I've never seen any jumping zombies, although there were flyers, but their rapid movements were more like using dash, only much further. But I already have it, and by the way, it's the one that drains ODS energy. So I chose the penultimate upgrade. While regeneration also looked quite tempting, maintaining mobility is far more important to me for survival than looking presentable. And finally, the last improvement, the perception system. And that's where I got to thinking. Possible improvements. Eyes. +1. Vision correction by 0.5 diopters. Eyes. +1. +20% to light sensitivity in the dark. Ears. +1. +10% to hearing sensitivity. Membrane. +1. +200% to the radius of awareness. Even a child knows that the living dead can see in the dark, and now I knew why. And if you add to that the mysterious awareness that allows you to sense the presence of fellow zombies and food, then... In fact, I was choosing between expanding my field of awareness to 300 meters and night vision. Of course, raising my sensitivity by a measly 20% is unlikely to give me normal night vision, but it's still better than feeling. Incidentally, it was already past midnight, but I didn't feel any discomfort about it. The weather was warm, I wasn't afraid of the dead. Yeah, like in that old joke, what's there to be afraid of? There was plenty of light, thanks to the softly glowing paths that crisscrossed the entire cemetery, as well as the hovering drone lanterns, generously giving off the solar energy accumulated during the day. At this time of year, the effective daylight hours are 9.5 hours, and the weather was fine almost all day. Considering the drone's absorbing surface area, how much is that? The radius of a standard model is 42 centimeters. So, pi r squared plus a correction for the angle of incidence of the sun's rays. Wait, we have a conical surface, which means the loss coefficient will be 43% lower. Now, factor in the capacity and light sensitivity of standard storage devices, and we find that their charge will last for 12.3 hours of continuous operation in normal mode. Wow, this is mind-blowing. Did I do all this calculation in my head? How am I supposed to know what pi is? So what does this mean now? I'm, for fuck's sake, a fucking smart zombie physicist? And all this thanks to a special dish called Professor in a Bulletproof Vest for dinner. Apparently, the cemetery was completely self-sufficient and didn't rely on external energy or water sources. However, there were only a few staff members working in shifts, and no one would create proper infrastructure for them. But since I can avoid getting tired and replenish my energy, it would be foolish to limit my activity just because it's nighttime or the lights are out. So, I'm definitely taking the plus 20% photosensitivity bonus. I had plenty of energy, so I decided to check something out. I grabbed the prostrate body tightly by the leg, turned toward the refrigerator, and... dash! My body coiled into a tight spring, then darted forward like a projectile fired from a sling. A crappy projectile from a crappy sling, I might add, because I couldn't even cover 2 meters. The extra weight was taking its toll. But, thank goodness for the incontestable law of inertia, I still had my leg in my hands, which was much easier and more convenient to drag, and could also be used as a club. What? How about an alternative way of cutting things up, since I don't know how to use a knife? I tried the same trick with the other leg, but tearing off the arms was no longer possible. His body had become lighter, and the laws of physics had changed their minds about helping the world's smartest zombie. But now I could drag him along with me without a care, leaving a trail of blood on the ground.
So, piece by piece, I dragged the poor guard's remains to the building designated for storing corpses. Dash. Actually, now I can easily transfer the guard's remains to the fridge. But what's the point if I can't use the equipment anyway? Or will it work? I'm a fucking smart zombie physicist now. Dash. Eat. The dash skill has been improved to level 2. Dash allows you to move up to 4.5 to 5 meters while carrying a load of up to 5% of your own weight. Energy consumption, 12%. Control over the UDS, plus 3%. But now, upgrading requires 50 uses instead of 10. So, upgrading requires draining a whopping 600% of your energy reserves. By the way, I think I was offered a couple more skills to unlock. Punch wouldn't hurt, especially since I now have something to use it on. Almost a dozen zombies are in the crypt. And if you try attaching a knife to your hand, like I did with the electronic key, your hand-to-hand combat skill automatically turns into a melee attack. I'll be a fucking cheater. After refreshing myself, I dragged the pieces of the physics and mathematics book into the room where the refrigerators were. The map taped to my hand worked, and there were no problems getting inside. The control panel seemed too complicated. Apparently, it requires skill. The text blurred before my eyes, and the buttons constantly changed colors and sizes. Okay, the body was already defrosting on the table, so I simply placed my prey next to it, positioning them on opposite sides. This way, the meat will keep a little longer. How's the thermodynamics? The room temperature is 8 degrees, so the body's volume will be roughly... Stop. Why do you need to visually estimate it? There's an electronic scale in the desk, the temperature is known, the human density. How much does body density change during deep freezing? Fuck, what am I even doing? I'm supposed to be quietly rotting away somewhere or scaring people around the neighborhood, not solving problems from a 7th grade physics textbook. Or 8th? Grabbing one of the physicist's trophy legs, I headed to the crypt where the zombies I'd captured were awaiting their time. Odd. It's awfully quiet there, especially considering I'm holding such a delicious morsel in my hands, and there are 7 starving corpses sitting there. But this mysterious awareness, which allows me to sense both the living and the not-so-dead, stubbornly tells me there's only one zombie inside. Where did the rest go? So, it looks like I might have problems. If the rest of the undead had fled, it was clearly no more than 100 meters. That was the range my awareness covered, and I sensed no one else nearby. Sure, they had plenty of time, but I don't see an ice cream van or a tray of fresh human flesh that would have kept them all moving in one direction, rather than scattering across the cemetery in search of something to devour. Or rather, someone to devour. Well, since I didn't encounter any idle zombies along the way, that means someone killed them. But who could it be? There, in the truck's cabin, I could sense Kirill, but it was only a few meters away and through reinforced plastic, not the concrete wall of the building. Does my zombie sense work in such conditions?
And is some vigilante with a sawed-off shotgun or chainsaw waiting for me inside or around the corner? The container was still in place, meaning whoever entered or exited it definitely didn't do so through the main door. This is a crypt. There aren't even any windows, let alone a back exit. So, I just rolled the container aside and tried to open the door. I tried, because after slamming the door shut so easily, it refused to open at all. The electronic lock responded reliably to my keycard, and the display was flashing green. But I just didn't have the strength to open the 1.5-ton door made of concrete disguised as granite. It seemed the hydraulics had stopped working, and I wasn't as strong as I used to be. So what should we do now? The wall is about 18 centimeters thick. The door size, I'm 182 centimeters tall, so that gives us the volume, which now needs to be multiplied by the density of concrete, which is 2,200 kilograms per cubic meter. How do I even know what its density is, and how is it measured? So, my body mass would be approximately... Why approximately if I have that fat guy's scales? So, to open the door, I need to find a sturdy lever almost 2 meters long. That's all. However, it turned out to be much easier. After all, I was in a cemetery, and not far from the refrigerator, there was a company that made monuments and fences for those who preferred the old-fashioned underground burial of ashes rather than compact, convenient urns. Returning with a metal rod of suitable length, decorated with a cast grapevine, I was finally able to open the door and look inside. What met my gaze was not the most pleasant picture. Severed arms, legs, and heads were strewn everywhere. Ripped open bellies were purple, and intestines were hung on decorative statues in macabre garlands. As if a mad designer with vivisectionist tendencies and a very unusual approach to interior design had worked here. And in the middle of this butcher shop towered my old acquaintance, Shustrila. Only he had significantly increased in size and presence. This zombie was now half a head taller than me and considerably broader in the shoulders. His powerful arms hung almost to the ground, and his stomach, chest, and shoulders were covered in tight ropes of muscle. And to top it all off, he was almost completely skinless, as if it had just been ripped off. But how is that possible? He restored the strength of each system one by one, didn't he? According to the information the Z-virus gave me, Shustrila has now risen in rank and even acquired a specialization. Adapted. Adaptation rate 52%. Class. Ripper. Holy shit! How much did he eat while I was busy with my crazy physics and fighting a professor in a bulletproof vest? My growth came from eating brains and acquiring new skills, but the heads lying around had whole skulls. That means Shustrila gained power solely by eating the flesh of his fellows. Although, what kind of swifty is he now? He's a real Wolverine. Look, he even has claws, 5 to 7 centimeters each. They're still covered in blood and shreds of flesh. I suddenly remembered an article in some magazine. It described how rat wolves are created. Strong, ferocious killer rats that kill their own kind. To do this, several rats are locked in a cage and starved. They are forced to kill and eat each other until only one remains, the strongest and most vicious, who is also trained to eat rats. And here in front of me stands a spontaneously appeared zombie wolf. No, more like a zombie Wolverine. Look at his terrible claws. Do you want to use the identifier Wolverine for this object? Not really. What the hell is this? I selected yes, and a faint inscription appeared above the giant's head, just like the ones my late ink projected onto my retina. Cool. So, I can name things myself? However, this cool opportunity didn't help me find the answer to the question of why this carnage had occurred. Only a few hours had passed,
It's impossible to get that hungry in that time, especially since I'd left them a perfectly good human leg for dinner. Rah! A threatening roar interrupted my thoughts, and Wolverine stepped forward. "Fuck you, you evil dead monkey," I thought to myself and rushed back, slamming the door behind me. Or rather, trying. Because a hand that fell in the passageway prevented me from doing so, and a second later, a powerful blow from the other side caused the door to swing open. With one powerful leap, the plump zombie leaped over the dumpster standing in the way and disappeared between the other crypts. So now I have about 400 kilograms of half-eaten zombie meat and a zombie addicted to carrion prowling the cemetery. Quite a prospect. I had to close the door after dragging a couple of the most unappetizing pieces outside. Better that this big guy get them than me. Well, I should quickly acquire some skill with a weapon to eliminate a sudden threat. Or driving, to get as far away from it as possible. Yes, run away. I suppose you could call me a coward, but zombies don't feel emotions, including fear. Most likely, it was a sensible precaution. After all, the survival of our entire species depends on me. Humanity, of course. With these thoughts in mind, I returned to my warehouse of food. So, I have 4 human brains of varying degrees of usefulness and frozenness. I'd better call them protein carriers, as the thing that infected me insists. So, 4 potential sources of different skills, each of which is enough for 6 portions. However, it would be safer to divide the student into 5 portions, just to be on the safe side. The most promising career is a police officer. There you have driving a patrol car on personal business, shooting at papers at a shooting range, and eating fast food in obscene quantities, judging by his size. In short, a full set of skills that are vital for me. The least attractive thing now isn't even the drowned boy, but the doctor. I don't need to know the names of medicines or write in Latin that vaguely resembles Alpha Centauri messages. Having become a fucking zombie physicist, I now try to calculate and rationalize every triviality. What would happen if I acquired the brain of a senile doctor? Would I have to diagnose and prescribe medications to every zombie I met? No way. Especially since she looks like the spitting image of Baba Zena from the first floor. If she has the same personality, it's best to burn her body right away. The Inquisition, I remember, did exactly that with witches. Heavy footsteps sounded outside the door, heading toward the crypt that had unwittingly become my zombie meat warehouse. It seemed my time was running out, so I shoved a piece of the policeman's protein data carrier into my mouth. Loading data from protein carrier. Adaptation, plus 1%. Acquired skill, hand-to-hand combat. Control of all systems, plus 15. Duration 120 seconds. I looked dubiously at the burly lawman, who was already starting to develop a third chin. Seriously? Hand-to-hand combat? And against Wolverine, no less. Well, I had no choice anyway. I clenched my knife in my fist and hid behind the door. There was no doubt that I wouldn't be able to handle that brute. I'm not in the right weight class, and I only have 50% adaptation. However, since I was lucky enough to get hand-to-hand combat, why not unlock the free punch? You have unlocked the punch skill. Durability, minus 10%. Control, minus 10%. Energy, minus 30%. Well, now I can purposefully punch and push objects with my hand, instead of leaning on them with my whole body, hoping the direction will be right. I don't think I'll always have enough human flesh, energy drinks on hand. Yes, let it be energy drinks.
Proteins and carbohydrates are the energy and building blocks for zombies. Rye? Came from behind the wall. Of course. Surely all zombies have this awareness, so he senses me. And what about the dead bodies? Unlikely. Otherwise, he would have already been breaking in here. In any case, something had to be done about this unpleasant neighbor. He might break in here and eat my supplies. Or he might catch me somewhere, which wouldn't be very pleasant either, given Wolverine's diet. Incidentally, I've seen zombies eat each other before, but those were isolated incidents, so our analysts didn't pay any attention to them. A funny thought suddenly occurred to me. I know one infected who hunts undead like that. And not just like that, but with specific goals. It's me myself. What are the chances that the Wolverine wandering on the other side of the door has also retained his sanity, and that all his actions have some meaning? He was already quite powerful back then, compared to the other zombies. However, theory is theory, but thinking alone won't solve my problems. And it's unlikely I'll find a way to communicate with this thing, even if it has a human mind. I'm not really going to write it notes after all. Although, that option can't be ruled out either. I have a doctor and a schoolchild as donors. One of them will surely be literate. By the way, the punch skill turned out to be level 4, or rather, it was listed like this. Level 4, 1. It seems like it was a bonus from hand-to-hand combat. With these parameters, I could hit with a force of 450 kilograms 4. That's what the skill description said. So, 450 kilograms of force is the force that would accelerate a body weighing 1 kilogram due to gravity, meaning 1 kilogram 4 would be equal to 9.8 kilograms. Yeah, we've got such a full kilogram here that we could round it up to 10. So how did all these calculations help me? I can only compare it to a punch from a middleweight boxer, who can hit 400 to 500 kilograms 4. Stop. Where is all this crap coming from in my head? I looked at the list of acquired skills. Physics, 1. Hand-to-hand combat, 1. Oh wow. Now I'm a fucking pugnacious zombie physicist. But why the hell didn't hand-to-hand combat replace physics, like it did with driving last time? Maybe there's a distinction between theory and practice. True, thanks to driving, I was also able to replace the energy cells on that truck, and that's hands-on practice. Or does increased adaptation allow one to learn more skills? Be that as it may, my mood noticeably improved, and the sounds outside the door died down, so I could continue my research in peace. Oh, if only I had a personal lab with a supply of bodies, a decent computer, and a secretary in a miniskirt. Yeah, and a biologist's brain to boot. And a plumper secretary. My interests in women have now shifted somewhat from the sexual to the culinary. Fuck. Who decided that you can't be strong, smart, and beautiful at the same time? What about me? It's all possible. Without a secretary, of course, but getting yourself a lab full of bodies and the brains of a biologist is more than possible. At least for a zombie like me, who retains a human mind. Any morgue of any size has both bodies and a forensic lab. Maybe even a biologist will be found. If I could figure out physics, which I hated in school, then biology is even more so. And what's so difficult about it? Pistils, stamens, and ciliates with testes. But where am I going to find a morgue with test tubes and forensic experts here? This means you need to get out to the people. And to do this, you need to take with you on the road a supply of provisions, brain protein sources of information, weapons, and learn to drive a car. Well, and the most important thing is to get rid of Wolverine, who will probably follow. It's actually not that difficult to do. As long as he has something to feed on, I can feel relatively safe and set a trap for him. For example, lock him in some crypt,
but this time without the energy drinks. Otherwise, he'll probably grow shovels and dig a tunnel. It seemed like there was one suitable one just nearby. I decided to use the guard's leg as bait. He was going bad quickly anyway. Regularly scanning the surroundings with awareness, I waited until the nimble zombie was beyond my range of vision, then ran outside, leg at the ready. Got it. That crypt is about 50 meters down the road. The darkness of the night reigned all around, transformed into a pleasant twilight by the efforts of the drones, so I quickly reached the door and placed my left hand, with the keycard stuck to it, on it. It beeped, but the indicator only blinked, never changing color to green. He won't let me in? Maybe he needs my fingerprints too. I don't have any, and the guard's hands have long since been mastered. Again. It worked. The heavy concrete door slid smoothly aside. The hydraulics were fine, so there was no need for a lever. Having placed my gift right on the tombstone, I surveyed the surroundings with my zombie sense. Nobody. It's strange. Did Wolverine really go off to find more satisfying places, where tasty people wander the streets peacefully and not lie in tiny urns sealed in marble or mahogany? Maybe we should call him. Call! I don't know how it happened, but my throat suddenly began to tremble and vibrate, and my mouth opened involuntarily, letting out a strangled, hoarse growl that echoed throughout the area. I don't know what you could hear through concrete walls, especially from 100 meters away, but the result was not long in coming. Agree, came from the entrance, and for a brief moment the crypt's interior became dark as a tall figure almost completely blocked the passage. Wolverine stepped forward, holding out his hands for the treat, and I quietly came out of the corner where I had been hiding and stood behind him. To strike or not to strike? That was the question. My fists were itching to test my newfound skill, but I really didn't want to become the giant's enemy. And besides, it seemed like I had nothing to do with it. Prudence prevailed, and I quietly slipped out of the crypt and slammed the door behind me. The electronic lock beeped quietly, and the display lit up orange. Well, that's it. I hope the next time we meet, you won't be so frisky. And even better, I hope my eyes never see you again, and my awareness never senses you, even at maximum power. After confirming that my trap had no escape route or windows, I returned to the fridge to become the only student in the world's fastest driving course. Chapter 8. Evolution. It took me a whole day to prepare for the expedition. I finally got the two most coveted skills, driving and shooting. As expected, with the disappearance of melee, my punch bonus disappeared too. Now I could use a firearm, hitting targets up to 50 meters away with 70% accuracy. Yeah, not exactly a rocket science, but I didn't dare risk it any further and try to level up my skill. I only had 2 shots left. From the increases, I chose plus 5% to the carried weight. It looks like I'll have to carry a lot. For the protective shell, plus 1 to armor, as well as plus 10% to visual acuity, which allowed me to increase the accuracy of my shooting. There were only 2 charged energy cells for all 3 cars found in the cemetery, so I had to abandon the idea of driving some bigwig's rather nice Mercedes. It was too energy hungry. Plus, I needed the refrigerator that was stored in the corpse trucks. I packed it with the body of a police officer, the largest I had, and carefully divided his brains into portions. They were needed not only for skills, but also for the bonus to body control. Incidentally, I now felt much better and more confident not only behind the wheel of a vehicle, but also simply clutching a shotgun. True, the last one turned out to be more complicated. The guard's house only had a little over a dozen rounds for it, and I lost a couple of them trying to reload the weapon, a process that proved surprisingly complex. In my head, it all seemed simple. clear and familiar. But in practice, my fingers felt like those of a 5-year-old who had no idea what those little round things were shoved into his hands or what to do with them. Basically, I turned out to be a one-shot shooter, or rather, a two-shot shooter. The cargo hold also included a scale, several cans of food, a bottle of drinking water, a fully stocked first aid kit, and an electric stove. Why? Well, that's what we were taught in extreme survival classes. Barely, water, and medications should always be on hand. Well, never mind. Someday I'll open my own survival school for zombies, and this list will be different. I somehow managed to stuff a couple of bullets, a lighter, and my Department Z.I.D. into the loops on my bulletproof vest. With my dexterity, going through pockets would be a lost cause. I'd only rip the last few off. After checking to see if Wolverine had escaped from the crypt, I cast a final glance at the cemetery, which had given me shelter and nourishment, including for my mind. Would I be able to return here? It's actually quite cozy and safe here, a perfectly decent place for a quiet rest. For zombies, yeah. Maybe that's why I'm drawn to the undead, huh? So to speak, are human instincts being replaced by zombie ones? What did we say in our textbooks? Humans are biosocial creatures. But zombies are necro-antisocial. A cozy grave in a quiet, remote place, a wicker rocking chair, unlimited internet, and a large refrigerator stocked with fresh corpses. What else does an old, peaceful zombie need to be happy? So, I have a vehicle with a small range. All that's left is to choose where to go. The town I came from isn't suitable. It has a well-established defense, a security perimeter, and surveillance systems would reach Section Z within 20 seconds of my arrival. All that remains is the military unit from which I rescued the Stuka, the village where it was headed, the mothballed base, and Savros, a small farming town, along with hundreds of those eco-villages that have mushroomed across Mother Russia in the last 4 years. The corpse trucks simply won't have the energy for anything further, and walking tens, even hundreds of kilometers. No thanks, I wasn't much of a hiker even in life. So it's decided. I'm heading back to the base, and on the way I'll scout out Molotovka. Apparently there's a shortcut right past that village. Why the base? Well, the zombies don't bother me, and there are weapons and armor there, and I'm sure there'll be fuel for transport. It's just not clear what to do if Wolverine-like, vicious, and powerful undead suddenly show up there, attacking their own. Far more dangerous were the people for whom I became a threat and target number 1. That's why I needed armor that would help me survive at least a couple of shots. And then what? I didn't think that far ahead. Well, for now, the role of protection was supposed to be played by the poster I wrote, which I attached to the bumper of the corpse truck, and on which only 2 symbols were written in clumsy letters. SOS. This inscription took me 7 hours, 6 ruined sheets of plywood, 2 cans of paint, and a set of hopelessly ruined clothes. A good third of that time was spent just opening the can of paint and changing clothes. The paint, by the way, turned out to be white and surprisingly similar to the color used to paint the fences at the cemetery entrance. My poster painting technique was elementary. I had a piece of meat in my left hand, which allowed me to improve my coordination a little, and I would first dip my right hand into a can of paint and then lower it onto the poster, leaving a fuzzy blot on it in a more or less right place. Of course, I could have borrowed writing skills from a doctor or a schoolchild, but what guarantee was there that I'd be able to regain more useful skills later? It's a shame the poster idea came to me too late. As I climbed behind the wheel of my mobile,
I felt much more confident and more alive, I suppose. My obedient hands confidently turned the steering wheel, my foot pressed the accelerator, and the gray ribbon of road flew under the wheels, breaking free behind the corpse truck. Now that's life. The right wheel hit a rock and the car bounced. The nurse's hand, resting on the seat next to her, also bounced and almost fell to the floor. Maybe I should buckle her in? The map I'd found on the guard proved correct, and soon the forest parted, releasing me into the open air. Here the road split in two. On the right was Molotovka, and to the left lay the route to the military base, where a couple hundred zombie conscripts were currently clumsily pacing the parade ground, out of step and out of order. But if you could just load them with a couple dozen kilos and show them something more appetizing, like a plump warrant officer on a military moped, these brave guys could march behind him for days on end, day and night, without a break for breakfast or lunch, and then run off into the bushes. Open their own freight service, perhaps? They'll work for food, in the most literal sense of the word. While I was designing the uniform for my future Zombie Cargo Inc., I was distracted by a lone figure marching steadily along the road far ahead. Everything was just as I'd imagined. A spotted uniform, a massive backpack on his back, and something clutched in his hands. Unfortunately, it was too far away for awareness, so I pressed harder on the accelerator membrane and touched the horn sensor. The unknown walker stopped, hearing the signal, and began to slowly turn. Another 200 meters, and I'd catch up with it, and then we'd see who's who, or who'd eat who. The headlights cut through the dawn gloom and struck the walker, who had turned around at the noise, hard in the face. I couldn't recognize the dirt-smeared face, but I recognized the electronic meter hanging from the walker's chest. What a thing! You're such a nasty guy who almost got me killed. But something about his gait made me wary, and when the light blinded the would-be militant and he didn't even try to cover himself, everything became clear. My friend Kirill had deserted the army of the living and joined the ranks of the Legion of the Walking Dead. To take revenge or not to take revenge? That is the question. But he's already had his revenge without me. The only thing I can do is cut short his mortal existence by running him over with a bumper at full speed. A walking corpse, killed by a corpse truck. A fine headline for a blog post. But something prevented me from doing so, and at the last moment I swerved to avoid a collision and slammed on the brakes. The car lurched, and I climbed out of the cab. I wanted to find out what had kept the Stuka from reaching the coveted Molotovka. Or who? Adi? He didn't recognize me. The rookie clutched a sniper rifle, no longer quite sure what it was or why he needed it. However, he was certainly one of those zombies we called gunslingers. In fact, I now had a similar skill myself. Like everyone else, they weren't particularly smart and used their weapons more instinctively, trying to stop a fleeing meal or protect their pitiful semblance of life from the threat of a Z-Squad soldier. However, they couldn't reload their weapons, and most often they wandered around with empty magazines. Ra! Stuka reached for the car, trying to get around me. Did you smell meat or something? It seemed that way. He walked too purposefully towards the cabin where my half-eaten hand lay. Having easily overtaken him, I carefully examined Kirill. Or rather, what he had become. There are no bite marks or even blood on him. His face is slightly dirty, but it's just ordinary dirt. So what did he die of? The cause was found on his neck, just above his body armor. A neat bullet hole, judging by the lack of blood, made by a thermal charge. It was definitely their own doing. There was only one wound, and zombies couldn't shoot that accurately. What idiocy. A soldier, draped with weapons and dreaming of finishing off at least 1,000 walking dead, was approaching them, and they… Speaking of frags, how many does he have? I wiped the dirt-spattered screen. 72. Wow. Almost 30 since our last meeting. If he wasn't cheating, that's a great result for a lone fighter. Okay, buddy, keep going. I won't be like those… people. But I think I'll confiscate this pistol and a couple of clips for it from you. And the grenade. And this little knife. That's all. The thing hit its forehead against the door of the corpse truck. It took a step back and hit the car again, and again, and again. Oh yeah, he can smell food. I climbed into the cabin through the second door and, lowering the window, threw my hand out, right at the dead man's feet. Eat, poor thing. The trail wagon accelerated smoothly, leaving behind a rumbling zombie sitting on the ground, gobbling up the treat. Stuka still clutched the rifle in his left hand. Now you can open the specialization button that looms before your eyes, which appeared when you reached 50% adaptation. A menu appears with 6 options: Ripper, Guardian, Fighter, Mimic, Puppeteer. So, am I supposed to choose one of the options? As soon as I hovered my mental cursor over one of the options, a detailed description would pop up. Ripper, a melee fighter with decent defense and immense strength. Improvements: +2 to the musculoskeletal system, +1 to the defensive system. Features: bone blades, +1 to combat skills. Skills: cleaving strike, ramming. Well, I've already met a creature like that. It looks creepy and is a serious hand-to-hand fighter. But that's not what I need. Guardian, a highly armored fighter with high health and poison attacks. Improvements: +3 to defense system. Features: flesh armor, absorption. Skills: poison cloud, flesh splash. It's the stinky fat man, as we call him. Or the gas man, a massive zombie weighing nearly 150 kilos. He's so massive you couldn't take him down with a point-blank burst of automatic fire. He releases a stinking cloud of gas that makes you want to cry, cough, and hang yourself. After death, they explode, spraying shreds of gas that sting like acid. These creatures also regenerate incredibly quickly, and one of them is worth a dozen regular zombies. But I don't need that kind of luck. Fighter, a ranged fighter capable of engaging targets from a distance. Improvements: +2 to the perception system, +1 to the musculoskeletal system. Features: accuracy, night vision. Skills: poison spit, shooting. And here's a Straylock, one of whom was Stuka. Oh wow, so squealers are also one of them. That's what we called the zombies that emitted a nasty, deafening screech, which even made some people's ears bleed, and spat caustic saliva. Which, by the way, if it came into contact with skin, could easily turn an infected person into an infected one. So we tried to kill squealers from afar, just like Straylocks. So far, this was the best option of the 3 proposed, at least in my opinion. But there were 2 more types left on the list, one of which I had also encountered. Mimic, an agile and fast scout capable of blending into the environment. Improvements: +1 to all systems. Features: sting, suction cups. Skills: jump, camouflage. The most unpleasant creatures, even worse than the fatties. Fast and stealthy, they could even crawl along ceilings and walls, and do so with incredible speed. They're flimsy.
1 or 2 shots or a good hit are enough, but try finding it first and landing a hit. They always attack from behind with a meter-long tongue stinger. If one of these stings gets stuck in an unprotected spot, that's the end. One day, the 45th Squad encountered an ambush of 3 of these creatures, and all 6 soldiers, in unison, joined the ranks of the Strelok, after whom our group was sent. Well, and the last one. Puppeteer. An observer and coordinator capable of parasitizing humans and other altered beings. Completely helpless in combat and requiring support. Improvements: +2 to perception, +1 to memory. Features: high coordination, +2 to perception skills. Skills: create parasite, infiltration, mind probe. And here's my precious one. From the description, it looks a bit like the controller, but not quite. But now I know what kind of insect the surgeon cut out of the now-deceased Terminator's back and how it got there. Actually, I wasn't planning on fighting. My job is to work with my head and hands for the good of humanity, and my extended memory and a minimum coordination value of 10 units from the coordination ability are what will help me with that. As for protection, I suddenly remembered that cheerful family, because of whom I got into all this mess. Let others deal with that. I confidently pointed to the last point. My arms and legs suddenly lost control, and the corpse truck slowly began to slow down as my foot eased off the accelerator. At least the smart system locked the steering wheel and engaged autopilot, and an accident was avoided. The transformation process has begun. Evolution, 23%. The surrounding world suddenly vanished, shrouded in an opaque yellowish haze, and all sounds vanished at the same time. I was left completely alone, all by myself. Or not. Somewhere in this fog, a bright spot suddenly flashed, and I felt an alien presence. What was that? Or who was it? Whoever was hiding in that haze, a wave of satisfaction was almost palpable. I suddenly noticed the energy bar in my perception system slowly fading, and a flashing message appeared next to it. The mental probe has been activated. Now everything is clear. It seems that I have found the thing with this probe, who is now gobbling up my treat. By the way, here is the first candidate for Defender. Evolution, 45%. I wonder what the other skills do. The parasite icon became active, and I mentally clicked on it. Select the type of parasite to create. Observer, perception system. Destroyer, defense system. Controller, musculoskeletal system. And next to each one are fairly detailed pictures of the kind that are best not looked at before dinner or before bed. My dear, who am I turning into? The transformation ended, leaving me in a truly terrible state. All systems were at 30% durability, and my energy was at 0. But my control level, it turned out, couldn't go below 10%. That's what high coordination meant. No matter what state I was in, my body would always obey me. Well, more or less. By the way, next to this parameter there were some promising numbers. High coordination, 1 out of 10. So, it can be developed, which is great news. Incidentally, so can my other skills. In fact, my call and mental probe have already received a +2 boost from the puppeteer's second trait. Overseer, 1 out of 10. Of course, driving in such a state was downright suicidal. I desperately needed something to eat. Somehow, I tumbled out of the cab and opened the van door. The refrigerator was magnetically locked, so I wisely didn't rip the access card from my hand, and I tucked a couple more into the glove compartment as a spare. The reader beeped and the lock clicked.
The front panel of the freezer slid open, and a blast of steam washed over me. Too bad zombies can't feel either heat or cold, even though they're afraid of fire. How I've missed simple human sensations. Speaking of feelings, I've definitely experienced more of them since the transformation. For example, I've got a strange tingling sensation inside, like a mosquito bite, somewhere in my stomach. What is that even? As if answering my question, the following inscription appeared. You are exhausted and feel hungry. Who is there? He mentally addressed his invisible interlocutor. Can you hear and understand me? Alas, no answer. Or maybe I haven't learned to hear it yet. The neatly cut meat lay on the shelves, covered in frost. After pulling out a couple of larger pieces, I returned to the car and, lifting the hood, carefully placed the food on the hot engine cover to thaw. I wonder if cooking it will affect its nutritional properties. What if I make zombie meat into a shashlik? Oh, there's still so much experimenting to be done. I'd need to find a proper place for these experiments, like my previous base, but with a bigger refrigerator and a proper lab. And a dozen nurses in short coats and low-cut tops to help, so that all their delicious qualities are on display. Brr! What the hell kind of taste? I'm a man. I'm a guy. I have porn at home, like any self-respecting bachelor in his prime, and I've regularly been seen with paid girls. Thighs. Tits, big and small, firm and soft. I mentally ordered the non-existent brick to find a recording or broadcast of some bikini contest and transfer it to my retina. Naturally, the burned-out ink didn't respond, but my memory helpfully prompted a couple of images from the past. But the excitement that arose turned out to be completely different. What an appetizing ass. I could just bite into it. The thought flashed through my mind, and I licked my lips, while the itch in my stomach area noticeably intensified. What the hell is happening to me? Am I completely out of my mind if porn passes for a cooking show? I grabbed the still unthawed piece of meat and bit into it, repairing myself, replenishing my energy, and, most importantly, ridding myself of these terrifying, inhuman thoughts. I went back to the fridge twice more for more. It seems I need more protein now to recover. At the same time, I was studying my new abilities, or, more precisely, the parasites. The observer resembled a large spider. Long, thin legs, and between them was attached a furry ball, densely covered with large, bulging eyes and strange hole slits, about 20 of them no less. The controller resembled a flat squid. At the front, it had about 10 short arms or tentacles, and behind it stretched a long, jointed tail. It had a single mouth, bisecting its abdomen between the tentacles. The most disgusting was the destroyer, which resembled a fat worm with a sharp tip or beak. Yeah, I've never been afraid of spiders or bugs, but worms and caterpillars. Brr. Anyway, I never became a fisherman, despite my father's best efforts to instill in me a love of electro-spinning and ultrasonic lures. In order to use the parasites, they first had to be created, or rather, grown. The creation of each such creature consumed resources, the strength of the corresponding system, and time, from several hours to a whole day, so the creation of an army of minions had to be postponed to an indefinite future. I tried to create the simplest and cheapest one, the destroyer, which required only 30% of the defense system's durability and 3 hours of time. Select the type of parasite to create. Basic, not available, not available, not available. Wait, so I chose destroyer? But my zombie interface insisted I had to choose. I wasn't about to do that until I was fully recovered, though. Oh well, I'd deal with them later, preferably after getting some biology. Otherwise, I didn't notice any changes. Well, maybe my hearing and vision got a little better. Probably the promised +2 to perception was having an effect.
After a hearty breakfast, I began to feel much better. The bones broken during the transformation had healed, and the skin, as if flayed by 1,000 tiny hooks, had healed. The strange darkness before my eyes and the strange ringing in my ears, as if after a loud explosion somewhere nearby, had disappeared. Overall, I was in pretty good shape. For a zombie, of course. Now I can worry about my own protection. Since I'm such a puppeteer, it's up to others to protect my precious skin. For example, that young man striding toward me with a rifle at the ready. Thing. Judging by the fact that he was already appearing on the horizon, my transformation had taken a couple of hours. I sadly set aside the half-eaten leg? Yes, it looked like it was a piece of someone's leg. So, newly converted Straylock, shall we be friends? I hope human flesh as payment for his bodyguard services will be acceptable to him. The mental probe has been activated. It happened naturally. I hadn't even thought about using that skill. Everything around me was shrouded in a yellowish haze again, and a bright fire blazed where the thing had been. A fire that clearly emanated a sense of impatience and slight hunger. It seemed the zombie had scented prey. Well, I guess my first experiment will be taming a wild zombie. Chapter 9. A Little Road Trip. I spent almost an hour and 5 kilograms of meat on Stuka before I realized he wasn't willing to be tamed. At the very least, he flatly refused to obey commands like stay, go, or shoot. And when he saw or smelled the promised treat, he simply charged ahead, trying to get it. In general, he clearly lacked brains. Naturally, I couldn't give commands verbally, so I tried to communicate with the zombies using gestures and, oddly enough, blows. For example, a blow to the leg meant stop, a blow to the back meant go, and a blow to the arm, correspondingly, meant shoot. And in vain did I pace back and forth in front of him, stand there like a statue, and then mime shooting with a shotgun. And, by the way, I also gobbled up quite a few supplies, trying to maintain some degree of coordination. In the end, I simply gave up on training, took a thin rope from the former recruit's belt, and tied it to my own belt loop, thus tying the undead creature to a leash. Even the hope that this would make the thing recognize me as a food source proved futile. As soon as the food disappeared from my hands, the zombie immediately lost all interest in me. However, he didn't put up much of a fight when I pulled him along on a leash. He seemed completely indifferent to where he was going, as long as there was no food nearby. I even managed to get him into the cab by placing some bait on one of the seats, so the two of us moved on further on our way. Surprisingly, Kirill behaved quite calmly, sitting nearby and only occasionally waving his arms or making inarticulate sounds. The durability of my shell and perception system had recovered enough to risk creating a parasite. I decided to start with the destroyer, as it was the cheapest and fastest. There were no descriptions for it, so I had to act purely out of safety. I really didn't want to lose my sight or the ability to move. The creation of the parasite, destroyer type basic, has begun, ripening in 2:59. It was almost 2 hours to our destination. The corpse truck turned out to be a leisurely vehicle, so I decided to check Kirill's gear. He responded calmly to the search, and on the seat I found 2 X-25 clips of 7.62 caliber universal ammo, a lighter, 2 grenades, 3 crackers, and a folding knife. Not much. As an experiment, I decided to try some crackers and popped a couple of them into my mouth. The zombie's jaws, capable of crushing bone and tearing skin, made short work of the standard army rations. But it felt like I was chewing a lump of sand. In terms of nutrition, it was similarly unimportant. So, it turns out that human food can be safely eliminated from your diet. Oh no, what about the lamb shashlik? What about the rare beef chop? It's impossible for all of that to have lost its flavor and its meaning for me. Now I don't have to worry about infection. In general, until I personally re-examine everything that once gave me joy, I will not rest and will search and try. Stuka watched the one-armed zombie wandering along the road, dragging his severed limb behind him on a torn sleeve. No, there's no place for disabled people on my team. As for his nutritional value, there are plenty of zombies ahead of me. Young guys with short haircuts and spotted overalls like the one Kirill sitting next to me is wearing. All that remained was to understand why the hell I'd dragged this stupid and completely uncontrollable corpse along with me. Surely not for nostalgic reasons? Or maybe I'd had a glimmer of hope that with the help of the parasitic controller, I could do something about it. When they were about 10 kilometers from the military camp, zombies began appearing on the road. First 1 or 2 at a time, then as many as half a dozen. All of them were wearing military uniforms, and some were even armed. A strange group appeared ahead, and Stuka, sitting next to me, became nervous. At least, that was the best description of his behavior. He suddenly began fidgeting, growling deeply and waving his arms, interfering with my steering. I had to stop and take a closer look. A dozen or so zombies, 100 meters ahead, were huddled around something large and dark. And according to the mental probe, they emanated a sense of hunger, while undead creatures always exuded hunger. This group had a unique, almost undead-like feeling, as if they were hoping to sate their hunger any minute now. I gently pressed the accelerator pedal and urged the car to pull closer, carefully, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. And then the now familiar inscription appeared, standing out noticeably among all those modified, distorted, and shifted descriptions. Food. 98 kilograms? But it's a car. An overturned car, and there's a living person inside. My first thought was to rush to help. After all, this is my job, what I've been doing for so many years. First the rescue service, then Squad Z. And then the realization came. I simply couldn't help in any way. 12 zombies. My only weapon is a 6-round shotgun, which I can more or less handle thanks to a borrowed skill. How many can I kill before they consider me a threat and attack? Yes, I am smarter and faster, and I have a car. It took me almost an hour just to load the shotgun. Any attempt to get into the cabin would take at least 10 minutes. The best I could do was lead them away from here, enough to feed them. Fuck. To give the guy in the overturned car a chance to escape. Get out and take my car with all the supplies? Rush into the forest to get caught by another dead man? Why did I even think he'd be able to get out? Maybe he's about to kick the bucket from blood loss and turn. So, it was time to go on a reconnaissance mission, and I tumbled heavily out of the cabin. A dull thud sounded behind me. The thing had followed me and fallen awkwardly onto the road. I had to tug the end of the rope a couple of times to speed it up. Finally, Kirill stood up and we moved toward the roaring crowd. Judging by the fact that the food sign hadn't disappeared, the man was still alive. It turned out to be a pickup truck, big enough that the undead couldn't reach the woman trapped inside. Who, by the way, also turned out to be quite, big. Stuka and I somehow squeezed past the rest of the zombies. She was alone, and things were bad. The heavy-set woman was trapped between the seats, her right femur shattered. Judging by the fresh blood, the accident had been recent. About 5 meters from the curb, the cause was discovered. A pair of badly battered zombies, apparently hit by a car. The unfortunate woman's haunted gaze slid toward me. But how could she recognize me as human,
beneath a mask of rotting flesh. Although, I must admit, compared to the others, I still looked quite passable. At least my clothes were clean. The woman was doomed, that was clear from the start. For such a case, Squad Z had a very clear directive and even special long, thin spokes that extended up to 2 meters. Blades of mercy, as Cobra called them. Naturally, I didn't have one with me, so I had to come up with something else. My gaze caught on a grenade hanging from the belt of one of the zombies. I had a few of those myself, borrowed from the Stuka, but I doubt I'd be able to throw a grenade even a few dozen steps in the right direction. But that's not necessary here. I have a 20-meter-long lanyard hanging from my belt. That should be enough to get me behind that tree over there. After trying for the 20th time to insert the metal hook at the end of the cable into the grenade's ring, I began to retreat toward the oak tree growing on the side of the road. 1 step, 2, 3. The thing obediently followed me. He was unlikely to be smart enough to hide, which meant I was about to say goodbye to my temporary partner. 19, 20. The oak tree was already about 10 steps behind me when an explosion came from the direction of the road. Even through the several rows of trees, the signs marking the zombies' various stages of adaptation were visible fading. But the first to vanish was the one who had started all this. The woman was dead.
A few undead had survived and were probably now finishing off her remains. But that was no longer important.
Well, now I had almost 100 kilograms of zombie meat ready to eat, but no way to drag it to the car. Although, I looked at the thing standing motionless next to me and pulled the leash. The zombie reacted by taking a couple of steps toward me and then froze again, staring into space. We returned to what remained of the car. The carnage had been glorious. Our captain would have been pleased with what I'd caused here. He generally loved anything that burned well and exploded loudly. Captain, Cobra, chemist, cyborg, nose. I wonder where they are now. Probably saving the world from those creatures again, while I'm here, cruising through the countryside in a hearse with a zombie on a leash. I'd love to see them again. Feel a firm handshake, clap chemist on the shoulder and watch him try to dodge. He never liked that gesture, so every member of the team greeted him that way. It looks like the guys will have to finish the renovations in the office, as we called our break room, without me. Well, it's for the best. You won't have to breathe in paint or get dirty with solvent. Although, right now I suddenly have an unbearable desire to feel again this sharp, specific aroma, which takes your breath away and makes tears roll down your face. And in general, to feel at least something. Look, there's a large piece of shrapnel sticking out of my thigh, and I couldn't care less. I just blew up an innocent woman, and there's nothing inside. And besides hunger, what human element is left in me? And can one even call a craving for that very same human flesh human? Oh yes, I still have curiosity and a thirst for experimentation. For example, how much can the thing carry if it's loaded with meat? Maybe I could tie a rope around that piece of meat lying off to the side. I can't handle the knots, of course, but the hook still hangs at the end, albeit slightly warped. I could hook it around the rib and... The attack of nostalgia was nipped in the bud, and I began to make my way through the debris and scraps of flesh, dragging Kirill along behind me on a leash. Attention! The parasite will mature in 30 minutes. Well, I have just the thing to do to kill time. Having loaded the thing with a few chunks of zombie meat, I towed it to the car and placed the meat next to the refrigerator. Unlike regular meat, the dead meat lasted 10 times longer. Incidentally, it hardly spoiled. Rather, It shriveled, turning into a hard lump of zombie meat, more like wood. Hardly edible, of course. Not that I ever tried eating zombies raw, or in any form before my transformation, but the guys had told me about such perverts. Of course, regardless of the amount eaten or the cooking method, the carrion lovers ended up the same way, under the bullets of Squad Z soldiers. I think we even had a cookbook of those perverts lying around at our base. I could use it right now. I poked the nearest piece with my finger. It seemed to have been slightly overcooked in the explosion. My companion pulled on his leash, trying to return to the crash site, where his remaining comrades were finishing off the remains of the unfortunate woman. "Sorry, buddy, but you're on a diet," I said as I shoved one of the zombie pieces under his nose, but Stuka didn't even look at it. I wonder what drives their craving for cannibalism. I'm sure Wolverine, in his place, would have devoured the treat and asked for more. The zombie froze in place, staring straight ahead and swaying rhythmically. No, not in time with his breathing. We don't breathe, but as if some melody is playing in his head and he's simply swaying to the beat. I touched his shoulder, but Stuka didn't react. Zombies are generally very calm about the presence of their kin, unless they're vying for their food or trying to devour each other. Otherwise, no matter how you kick him or push him, he won't even budge. I gently pulled Kiro by the sleeve. I let go, and my hand remained in the position I had given it. I pressed lightly on my elbow, trying to return my arm to its original position, and I managed to do so with almost no effort. He's silent, doesn't even look at me. It's as if I'm crumpling a huge piece of plasticine. A huge, hungry, and terribly angry piece of plasticine. Reaching into the glove compartment, I pulled out my emergency stash. A gourmet treat, a delicacy of the zombie apocalypse, an exquisite dish known as ladyfingers. And no, I didn't make that up. Those were the very same lady doctor's fingers. He ate a couple himself and stuffed the rest into Stuka's mouth. He waited for him to finish them and then freeze again. About 40 paces away from us, 3 undead creatures stood frozen like eerie flesh sculptures. Scum. Stinking bastard creatures. All this mess is because of you and people like you, fucking cannibals. Actually, no, of course not. The damn virus is to blame for everything. And as for the undead roaming the streets, that's just a consequence. And fighting it is like treating the symptoms of bird flu with poultices and thermometers. But that's not our job anymore. The virus is being dealt with by bald, bespectacled guys in white coats, while the guys in bulletproof vests are eliminating these damn symptoms that can't just lie quietly in the ground. Yeah, I hear from the symptom. Who are you now? A funny idea suddenly occurred to me, and I got to work to kill time until the parasite showed up. I wonder how it'll all play out. I hope it's not like in those alien horror movies, like Alien 7 or Prometheus 3, or are they the same thing? And so I began to sculpt Stuka into a statue. Not just any statue, but Strelka, as he essentially was. Left leg slightly forward, right leg back and slightly to the side for better support. Rah, the zombie responded to my manipulations, more questioningly than threateningly. However, he still obediently bent his leg and froze in this pose. Now raise your hand with a rifle. No. Under the weight of the weapon, his arm sank back down. I had to first slip the strap around his neck and only then repeat the maneuver. Now the rifle's weight was on his neck, and his hands were needed not to hold it, but to guide it. So, with your right palm, grasp here. Grasp, I said. But the dead hand only slid helplessly along the metal, not even trying to catch hold. Okay, let's at least put our finger on the trigger. Bang! A deafening shot rang out, and the zombies I was planning to use as targets in our exercises began to stir, attracted by the loud sound. In short, my attempt to get the Stuka to aim and fire failed miserably. Or, more accurately, with the shot. Although, no, it looks like it happened with a bang. A branch knocked down by a bullet fell onto the road right in front of one of the dead men walking towards us. He tripped over an unexpected obstacle and fell right onto a piece of the door sticking out of the ground. There was a sickening crack of tearing fabric, accompanied by the squelching of torn flesh, and the sharp end of the metal came out of his back, piercing the zombie through and through. With a mental sigh, I walked around Kirill and pressed the button on his device. There was a dull click, and the number 72 changed to 73. My hand froze as I considered turning everything back to the way it was. After all, he hadn't killed that ghoul himself, but with my help. And not with a bullet, but with a stray branch. Oh, screw it. I'll leave it in advance. I tugged on the leash and climbed into the cockpit. It was time to move on, and there was nothing left to catch here. Chapter 10. Parasite. But I completely lost sight of something, carried away by the training of my companion. Parasite, attention. The parasite will mature in 1 minute. Taking my foot off the diaphragm, I shut off the engine and locked the controls, just in case. You never know. It must have been one of the longest minutes of my life, and between each change of the digits marking the seconds, at least an hour of subjective time passed. But finally, it happened. Something stirred on my chest, and I felt it. It was probably the first almost human sensation after that strange, itchy hunger. This strange movement shifted to my right shoulder, but didn't linger there, instead moving on to my arm. It's a shame my clothes didn't allow me to see what was going on there. However, it will soon become clear. Apparently, this strange sensation will continue on, and is about to emerge from under my sleeve. And so it happened. Something suddenly stirred beneath the skin on my wrist, and it bulged, as if there was a huge, writhing worm underneath. Brr. I suddenly remembered the picture of the destroyer parasite. So that's what you're like? Somewhere to the right, in the area of peripheral vision, an icon suddenly appeared, like the ones that Brick projected to me when new messages arrived, or he found something on news sites that my IMC considered interesting for me. Usually these were news from the world of fashion, or scandals related to movie or vocal stars. Parasite, One Piece. Mentally hovering over the icon, I called up a window with information. Parasite, One Piece. Type, Destroyer 1. Special, plus 5% to metabolism, passive. Skills, Strike, enhances the punch attack, dealing additional damage with the sting. Throw, releases a parasite, hitting a target at a distance of up to 20 to 25 meters. Sting, unavailable, requires Destroyer 2. Shot, unavailable, requires Destroyer 4. Capture, unavailable, requires Destroyer 6. Possible modifications. Poisonous, requires Parasite 3 skill. Bloodsucker, requires Parasite 5 skill. Detonating, requires Parasite 7 skill. Infecting, requires Parasite 10 skill. And next to it was an image of a thick, writhing worm with something resembling a beak at the front. When it opened, it consisted of not 2, but 4 parts. A sharp stinger, like the tip of a syringe, was visible. What the hell is this? I suddenly wanted to cut open my arm and pull out this thing, which, judging by everything, was quite comfortable there. But I suppressed the urge. After all, I had chosen this path for myself. Perhaps this is what will help me survive. I opened the window and extended my hand toward the nearest tree, which was about 15 meters away. I closed my eyes, mentally counted to 5, like in my first shooting lesson, and then opened it and gently pressed the parasite icon. The skin on my arm began to move, then burst, and from the shreds, a worm covered in thick black slime, my blood, burst out and flew forward. I flinched in surprise, and my aim was off, but apparently that didn't stop my parasite, because it still hit the right tree, though not quite where I'd aimed. There was a dull thud as its hard beak sank into the bark. A second or two later, the worm itself went limp and hung there, like a deflated balloon. Protective shell, 5% strength. Aha! It turns out that these tricks don't come for free for me. To be honest, for my 30% durability and energy, I wanted something more than a snot fluttering in the wind. I got out of the cabin and walked over to the tree. The parasite's beak didn't penetrate deeply, about 1.5 centimeters at most, but it was still a good result. A person would clearly have a hard time if such a thing got into him. I touched its beak with my finger, and the worm immediately shuddered, tensed, and wrapped itself around my hand, stretching out like a small snake. Its beak fell off, remaining stuck in the wood, and the parasite itself nimbly crawled into the wound on my arm and settled back under the skin. Parasite recovery, 10 minutes. Well, this thing is reusable, it turns out. It just has a rather long reload time. Well, that's understandable. It needs to grow a new beak after all. My palm itched unbearably. No, I no longer felt the parasite's presence. I'd probably gotten used to it. It was my hands itching to try out my new weapon on some zombie. However, I'd have that opportunity soon. I wonder what the other skills mean. Sting? Shot? Capture? And how do I level up these parasites of mine? Having more questions than answers, I restarted the morgue, and we rolled on toward the military base. Me, Stuka tethered, and my parasite nestled snugly beneath my skin, somewhere just below the elbow. But before starting the engine, I activated the Create Parasite skill again. Another destroyer. The area around the former military unit was quite crowded. Zombie conscripts were increasingly wandering around the area in search of food or simply out of boredom. There was supposed to be a joke here, but it seems that a sense of humor was also purely a human thing, and I lost it too, like almost all my other senses. After circling the unit for a bit, I roughly estimated the number of wandering dead. Quite a few, at least 200. Although there should be 5 times that number. Most likely the rest are in the barracks. Why did I come here? The first thing that comes to mind is equipment. I need weapons, ammunition, armor, and power cells for the corpse carrier. But is that the end goal? All this time, I kept a close eye on the idle recruits. They were a perfectly ordinary, faceless crowd. No menacing rippers, no massive fatties, not even the swaying jumpers. Just about 6 riflemen and 1 swashbuckler in a chef's coat. Strange. The cemetery had its own ripper for every 7 undead. And here we had ordinary meat, dangerous only by their numbers and relative tenacity. True, I personally had a hand in its appearance, trapping all the zombies in a tight space, but something told me such a trick wouldn't work here. Perhaps more interesting specimens could be found in the barracks, but I had no desire to search them. Attention! The parasite will mature in 20 minutes. The second one took significantly less time to create. This struck me as odd, but then I discovered a new icon, and when I focused on it, I saw this description. Fertility, 1/5. Destroyer class parasite creation time reduced by 20%. Now this was interesting, and definitely worth waiting the extra 20 minutes. I turned off the engine and cast a regretful glance at the combat vehicles parked near the hangars. Oh, I'd love to ride in one of those. But I doubt my, or rather someone else's, skills would be enough to handle such a behemoth. Besides, it probably wouldn't start without special access, and it's a power guzzler, unlike my hearse with its refrigerator. Although, as the guys in the squad and I had already discovered more than once, armored vehicles like these, or their utility counterparts, were quite effective against a small crowd of undead, as long as the engine power and the driver's nerve were sufficient. However, more often than not, the vehicle ended up getting stuck among the bodies, both living and dead, and had to be abandoned. After 20 minutes, I not only had a second destroyer parasite nestled comfortably on my right arm, but also an updated fertility effect. The creation time was now reduced by 40%, but I also lost an additional 20% of my protective shell's durability. I had to climb into the hearse's storage room and restore my badly battered carcass. I didn't want to miss the opportunity to acquire at least such a weapon, especially since with each new worm, my ability to create these cute symbiotes was leveling up. Having treated Stuka, who obediently followed me on a leash, I tied the rifle tightly to his hands so he wouldn't lose it. And in this unusual caravan, we moved beyond the fence, which had long since been knocked down or torn apart in places by the zombie hordes. Judging by the lack of charred bodies nearby, the power supply had died before the undead became too numerous. Even when Stuka and I found ourselves behind the fence in the middle of the crowd, the zombies ignored us, as always. The first order of business was to inspect the hangars and deliver the power units to the vehicle. Mobility is the key to survival in this harsh world. War! Stuka suddenly started twitching on his leash and pulled me somewhere to the side. Only now did I notice that in the same direction there was a river of dead people flowing, purposefully moving towards one of the hangars. I wonder what's so delicious there. As a rule, zombies reacted either to that characteristic sensation that indicated the presence of food or to unusual loud sounds, which could also be signs of human presence. Neither one nor the other was heard from the other side, which made the unusual reaction of the walking dead all the more interesting. However, when I got close enough, everything became clear. My unusual zombie sense detected the presence of a living person. He became the bait for hundreds of hungry zombies. Judging by the situation, someone had barricaded themselves within the hangar, and in a fairly secure shelter, since no one had reached them in so many days. I wonder what they were eating here. But anyway, I still couldn't do anything for him. Or could he? I turned toward a rather decent-looking jeep, which probably belonged to one of the officers. A couple of undead men were wandering around nearby, and one of them, if not by his uniform, which was covered in blood and dirt, then by his size, could easily have been the owner of a foreign car. The door was closed, but I just stuck my hand through the broken glass and pressed the horn. A long beep echoed across the area, bouncing off the metal-clad walls. What was it? 3 short ones and 3 long ones? Or the other way around? But anyway, it's not me who needs help, but the one who's hiding in the hangar. "Hey, I'm here! Over here!" came a voice, amplified by the speakers. And it was clearly not a megaphone, but some other device. The speaker was clearly weak, and there was such joy in his voice that I even felt a little ashamed of my own condition. He was hoping that help had arrived and the terrible confinement was over. And here, And then something happened that I certainly didn't expect. There was a real explosion, and the hangar door flew out like a cork, sweeping away dozens of zombies along the way and scattering them around in bloody shreds. Something huge and evil roared inside the hangar, and with a characteristic roar, something rolled out into the spotlights. Tank. Stuka, immediately sensing the threat, suddenly turned to face the giant and, without much effort, raised his rifle and fired. The bullet clicked helplessly against the armor. Several more shots rang out, not from my companion, but from other Strelkas who hadn't yet used up their ammunition. Wow! At least a dozen, and almost all of them hit their target, though it was hard to miss the colossus of the T-105. Rah! Kirill fired again, knocking out one of the tank's external lights. The tower, with a strained creak, began to turn in our direction. Have you ever been shot at point blank by a tank? I must say that this is a very unpleasant sensation. First, it's incredibly loud. It feels like your eardrums are bursting, then closing again, and then bursting again, only twice or 3 times louder. No, it's not pain. It's just like the great bell choir is rehearsing in your head. It also gets incredibly hot, so hot that your skin starts to melt. I don't know how I managed it, but my body seemed to take action on its own. A quick jerk to the side, falling onto my outstretched hands, and a sideways roll. A moment later, I'm back on my feet, Winchester in hand, aimed at the enemy. Yep, at the tank, whose turret is turning in my direction again. This time, silently, but that's only because I'm stunned. Something hit me in the back, lifting me off the ground and throwing me straight onto the iron giant. But a strong jerk forced me to change the direction of my flight. Kirill, who was tied to me, acted as an anchor. I look around, searching for the bastard who kicked me into the tank. I'll blow that bastard's head off. However, it was unlikely that he ever had a head. The smoking remains of the exploded SUV were quietly and peacefully burning out, illuminating the ground and the Stuka lying about 10 steps away. The reflexes of a policeman, whose brain gave me the skills of shooting and driving, took over again and forced me to press against the hot armor of the tank, moving away from the firing zone. How could a backwater policeman possibly know what serious military equipment from the mid-21st century was capable of? I'm about to get a shock so severe I'll be in for a treat. Luckily, the idiot who was holed up in the tank probably didn't know how to operate it either, so the active protection of the armored hull was disabled. Having lost sight of me, the operator chose the unfortunate Stuka as his next target, turning the gun in his direction. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang! I began to pound the butt of my rifle on the tank's armor, rhythmically firing short ones and alternating them with long ones. "Hey bro, are you alive in there?" a voice called from above. The tower froze. Oddly enough, I didn't hear the hatch opening, meaning it was already open. Now it makes sense why the undead only just now smelled this would-be tanker. Apparently, he'd spent the last few days rehearsing his role as a canned food in a hermetically sealed tank. Apparently, it has an air and water purification system, allowing the crew to remain inside long enough to wait for reinforcements. Well, here he is, waiting for it. As soon as the boy poked his head out of the hatch and called out, every single zombie rushed towards him. Well, rushed. Judging by their leisurely pace, they'd been starving for a long time and were about to start devouring each other. But they won't get it. I raised my hand and released my parasite straight into the smiling face, covered in soot and days of stubble, only at the last moment lowering my palm a little lower. But the Stuka was faster, and a bullet fired from the sniper rifle knocked the still grinning conscript back, and my shot hit him in the stomach, right under his raised body armor. The parasite entered his body almost completely before it collapsed. I didn't even need to check to be sure the boy was dead. No one survives something like that. And the zombies suddenly became calmer and even began to disperse to their mysterious business. What the hell is going on? There it is. Food, 45 kilograms. And it wasn't even that they wouldn't be able to get to the body lying in the tank. Just a minute ago, this hadn't bothered them at all. And only now did I notice something else next to the signature. A bright icon with a design reminiscent of my destroyer's icon. It looks like the kid the parasite killed is now marked as my prey. And that's why the zombies have lost all interest in him. Interesting. So these cute little creatures are good for more than just killing. I should probably bring him back, but how can I do that? I have the same problems as all the other rebels. I could, of course, get my supplies from the fridge, but looking at those hundreds of aimlessly wandering undead, I don't feel like being seen with food in my hands. They'd tear me apart. Eee! Stuka pulled me to the side, trying to squeeze through the bodies surrounding the tank. Wow, so it turns out my mark isn't a band for him. That was definitely something to think about, but not now. Maybe later. For now, I wanted to test my parasite on a zombie. For example, that lieutenant over there. Even in death, he stood out from the other undead with a certain neatness, a tidiness. Sure, his uniform was also rumpled and dirty, but not that badly, and even his cap stayed on his head thanks to the caked blood. But it wasn't this that caught my attention, but the pistol. The standard issue 3mm Hornet pistol, which holds 100 rounds in a magazine, which are more like needles with thermal tips that burn through armor. I wonder if they're effective against zombies. No, I didn't intend to take the dead man's weapon away. I wanted to add another Strelok to my ranks. Kittil had already shown what he was capable of, and a second fighter on the team would definitely be a good thing. And we still have enough to feed him. I walked up to the officer almost point blank and extended my hand, aiming at his neck. Shot. The worm's sharp beak sank into the zombie's throat, sinking almost halfway into the unyielding flesh. Immediately, the chip drew the characteristic destroyer icon next to its head, marking the lieutenant. He muttered discontentedly, but didn't even make an attempt to pull out the parasite that was lodged inside him. Experimentally, I circled the military equipment hangar. At a distance of 30 paces, the icon marking my prize inside the tank disappeared. But a dim arrow appeared in the periphery of my vision, indicating the direction like a compass. And as soon as I hid behind the building, the second icon changed to a similar arrow. That's clear, but what about longer distances? Will a bug, or rather a worm, work? 100 steps. 200. In fact, the steps of a zombie who isn't particularly in control of himself are very different from the steps of a normal living person. So those 200 took me barely 7 or 80 meters. When there were 100 meters between me and the marked lieutenant, another icon appeared next to the arrow. Return the parasite. And of course, I immediately activated it and moved back. I was really interested to see how it would all happen. Chapter 11. Squad Z for Zombies. They were crawling. More precisely, only the one I'd planted in the rifleman officer was crawling, while the second parasite remained inside the tank. Apparently, it simply couldn't get out. Slowly, contracting like a caterpillar, the worm crawled straight toward me, If I took a step to the side, it would immediately change direction. Oh, if only it had soft, fluffy fur, a rough tongue, and a built-in meow, instead of those creepy claw beaks protruding from the hole in its front. I didn't want to watch it get under my skin. It was too much. Kirill, who had been obediently following me on a leash all this time, pulled his end of the rope. And I didn't even need to turn on my mental crap to understand. He was hungry. And where does he fit so much? Modified. Adaptation rate 28%. Class, fighter. Durability, 94%. Energy, 35%. Now that's interesting. I've never seen so many details about any other zombie as I have about the thing. Speaking of the name, do you want to use the identifier piece for this object? Not really. Well, that's a different matter. It seems like shooting isn't all that easy for him, considering how much energy he expended on each shot. Maybe it's because his adaptation level, whatever that means, is too low? Came a condemning voice from the tank. A newly transformed zombie stared at me from the hatch. Like most of the undead wandering around, he was still a young man. And on his head sat a rather unsightly and, in places, rather creepy little animal. My little pet. Return the parasite. Well, the whole family is here. Or, distorted, adaptation rate 16%. Class, fighter. Durability, 74%. Energy, 68%. The parasite I planted inside the lieutenant must have brought me detailed information about him. Some ringed flash drive, I suppose. I estimated the length of the rope I had the Stuka attached to. In principle, I could attach a second one to it. There's plenty of room in the cabin. But first, I need to get some food. On an empty stomach, I don't have enough control to handle the rope. I had to push the thing back into the cabin and take the morgue outside the fence, so as not to tempt this pack of starving necromorphs, as our smart guys in lab coats call them. Lab rats who only know how to dissolve state funds in their test tubes in astronomical quantities, while it doesn't bring any money to their bellies or wallets. On the other hand, fighting the source of the infection is a much higher priority than dealing with its consequences roaming the streets. It's like dealing with drugs. You can catch the rank-and-file distributors selling needles and capsules on street corners and near schools. Or you can shut down the entire dealer network, or even better, the entire factory. True, that's not our department, but the state's. Stop! What kind of nonsense is this spinning through my head? Is this really just a rank-and-file policeman's wet dream about our service being both dangerous and difficult? After grabbing a bite and raising my body control, I gave the rest to Stuka. I stuck a few fingers in my cheek. After all, I still needed to somehow lure my candidate in and distract him while I tied him up. Just be careful not to shoot if he took me for a threat. But everything went much better than I expected. As soon as I waved human flesh in front of the lieutenant's nose, he followed me as if on a leash. And then came another 36 zombies who smelled a treat, including the thing. I had to stuff it all into Strelok's mouth, and while he was satiating himself with purring and crunching sounds, I threaded the rope through his belt and tucked the end into the pre-prepared loop. A tug, and done. The fish was hooked, ready to hook. Now I had 2 zombies on my leash. No, 2 armed fighter-class necromorphs, and well-armed at that. Now I could go looking for power cells. Fortunately, they weren't far away. I wasn't sure a tank battery would work for a hearse, but in this age of universalization, it was worth checking out. And my intuition was right. Judging by the battery holder, which the new recruits probably called a charger, this armored behemoth was powered by 8 high-capacity batteries. Patrol cars are equipped with exactly the same batteries, but two of them. I don't know if the hearse's power circuit would handle it, but apparently they don't keep any others here. Having loaded each of my companions with a battery, 20 kilograms in weight, and converted them into porters, I led them out of the hangar. The walk to the car took a considerable amount of time. Zombies are not particularly fast, and with such a load, they turned into snails. With my advanced musculoskeletal system, I had to adapt to their leisurely pace. The dead, devoid of even the rudiments of curiosity, reacted calmly to our strange procession, and within an hour, my corpse carrier was ready for the journey. But the weapon was never found. It was gone. Only the huge black crater where the arsenal once stood told me of its tragic fate. No wonder there were so many charred or simply scorched specimens among the undead wandering around. I even grabbed one severed leg on the way back to the car. However, remembering Stuka's stories about the looted arsenal, it was easier for me to find and disarm a couple more Strelkov, although I had no desire to do this, especially with these breaks in tow. So I dragged both of the undead into the cabin, and our friendly family moved on, toward the secret military base. If anyone was holed up there, I'd now have something to fight them off with. But if not, I'd make do with my porters. Instead of wasting my already limited supply of meat on them, I'd turn them into food. Speaking of food, I extended the grabbed leg to my companions, but they didn't react to such a treat in any way. They've gotten completely greedy on free human flesh. Oh well, I'll get more. While I was finishing my leg, the zombies in the cabin behaved quite calmly, didn't even try to get out. Not only the Stuka, who was already accustomed to the cramped conditions, but also the new lieutenant. By the way, do you want to use the light identifier for this object? Not really. You will be my light bearer, and you look like a lieutenant. Ooh, the zombie shuddered, either agreeing or resenting his new nickname. Well, when you can explain to me in layman's terms what you don't like, then we'll talk, Mr. Former Lieutenant. For now, sit here and don't growl at me, or I'll shove you in the fridge right now. So now there is enough energy. For what? To add 2 new members to our friendly Necro family at once, a parasite controller and his fellow observer. The creation of the parasite, observer, type, basic, has begun. Ripening in, 5:59. The creation of the parasite, controller, type, basic, has begun. Ripening in, 23:59. And then I was overwhelmed. My body arched, and my vision went dark. A piercing, loud whistle rang in my ears, and my limbs became numb. With an involuntary kick, I threw Light out of the cockpit and immediately followed, pulled along by the cable connecting us. The thing crashed down on me, growling indignantly, and then everything disappeared. I think I was completely knocked out. Waking up was unpleasant. My whole body ached and itched, as if I'd fallen asleep on an anthill. How much time had passed, anyway? Someone kicked me in the side, and only now did I realize that I was lying with my face buried in the asphalt. The level of control is minimal, as is energy, and I also have a broken leg, 5 ribs, and my right arm doesn't obey me at all. It looks like it's seriously damaged. Strength of the musculoskeletal system, 35%. I got hit hard. I hope it was worth it. I struggled to get up on all 4s and look around. The other end of the cable had snapped, and Light had vanished. I had no energy left to search for him, and within 100 meters there wasn't a single undead creature besides me and the thing. Well, screw you. What's going on with our time? Attention! The parasite will mature in 1 hour. An hour? So I was unconscious for 5 hours? But reality turned out to be far worse. Not 5 hours, but a full 23, judging by the hungry look the thing gave me, and the fact that I'd developed a third eye. Or rather, a growth, also capable of seeing and, it seemed to me, hearing. Parasite, 1 piece. Type, Observer 1. Special, plus 5% to sight and hearing range. Passive. Skills. C. Allows the host to see the same as the parasite or temporarily increases visual acuity by 20%. Listen. Allows the host to hear the same as the parasite or temporarily increases hearing acuity by 20%. Throw. Allows you to attach a parasite to a target, radius up to 10 meters. Night vision. Not available. Requires Observer 4. Thermal vision. Not available. Requires Observer 6. Possible modifications. Sonar. Requires Parasite 3 skill. Neural might. Requires Parasite 5 skill. Fortune teller. Requires Parasite 7 skill. Telepath. Requires Parasite 10 skill. The spider-like creature lurked beneath the skin on my forehead. Activating its abilities required energy, which was already sorely lacking, but I closed my eyes for the sake of experimentation. It's funny, I could still see everything, only not as far away and blurrily, as if through a thick, pinkish haze. Or through my skin, yeah. My field of view had also shifted slightly, making it harder to judge the distance to objects, as if they'd all shifted into a single plane. What if so? I tried to control the parasite. It was, well, like wiggling my ears. But the ear obediently began to crawl to the back of my head, and the image before me shifted, as if someone had started panning a panoramic image. Now I have eyes in the back of my head. More precisely, just one nearsighted eye producing a flat picture of dubious quality, but the sensation is very funny. I opened my eyes, and everything suddenly stopped being funny, because I was looking in 2 directions at once, and it turned out to be very uncomfortable. 2 pictures were superimposed on one another, constantly shifting, and the image shook whenever I tried to move. It seems that the human brain is not adapted to this kind of perception. That's encouraging, another element of humanity I've managed to preserve. What if we create another parasitic observer to go with it? I'll get a normal pair of eyes with the usual stereo vision, or a third flat picture, to completely blow my mind. What if we increase the number of eyes to 8? My head even started to hurt as soon as I tried to imagine the consequences. Luckily, next to the parasite icon, there was a sleep button, which turned off my third eye. Oops. Vision has deteriorated slightly, and it seems that the plus 5% in visual acuity has also disappeared. I had to return the parasite to its rightful place, just above the bridge of my nose, and activate it again. The extra diopters wouldn't hurt. So, what's my bottom line? I lost light and almost a whole day. And I also became disabled. This is bad. Got a third eye and another little animal is about to mature. I guess that's a good thing. And by the way, the Winchester drive is also missing somewhere. At least there's no sign of it nearby. And I'm a bit out of shape for searching. I need to get back to the cockpit immediately. Thanks to my newfound driving skills, I felt much more confident behind the wheel, and even my movements were becoming less clumsy. It's strange that this trick doesn't work with weapons. Or it works, but not with everyone? Still on all fours, I tugged at my end of the rope with my nimble left hand, beckoning the thing to me, and it obediently hobbled toward me. It was still festooned with weapons, though I'd removed some and left them in the car. And the zombie probably couldn't have retrieved the rest on its own. But I can. Luckily, the former conscript wasn't wearing a police-issue pistol with biometrics, but a regular holster, which I was able to open without much difficulty, despite its poor condition. His hand slid habitually over the magnetic clasp, moved the protective plate, and pulled out a pistol. An ordinary military Tokarev with a magazine holding 15 rounds of universal caliber. As soon as the weapon was in my hand, I felt my strength returning. My palm gripped the grip confidently, and my finger settled on the trigger. Wow, and I thought those had long since been retired. I still couldn't pull the bolt. My right hand was still barely responsive. Well, at least I managed to get to my feet. The corpse truck was parked on the side of the road where I'd stopped it. The door I'd fallen out of was open. One step. Another step. Slowly and hesitantly, I moved my feet, never letting go of the weapon. My right leg still hung limply, but no matter. I just needed to reach my reserves, and the flesh would heal in just a couple of hours. When there were 5 or 6 steps left to the door, shots rang out somewhere ahead along the highway. Looks like I have guests, and it's time to hurry. I had driven barely 100 meters when I saw light standing on the road, aiming somewhere towards the forest. Stuka became worried and also tried to raise his rifle, pointing the barrel in the same direction and not even paying attention to the fact that it was pressed right against my cheek. Even with my improved perception, it was difficult to discern what danger lurked in the thicket. But my Z-sense told me there were 2 people hiding there, naturally labeled as food, weighing 80 and 89 kilograms, respectively. And gunshots were also heard from that direction, though my chain officer didn't react at all, merely flinching when the shots came. Those bastards, that's my zombie. It's not like you're the one who has to feed it, healing its wounds, not to mention the wasted ammunition so hard-earned. By the way, they fired at me from a tank. He stopped the car about 50 meters away, trying not to get into the potential enemy's field of vision, but it didn't work. The shooting stopped. "Hey, friend, crush him! We're running low on ammo!" came from the forest. Oh. Now I'll show you a friend. I didn't even understand how I did it. The parasite, which had been sleeping just above the bridge of my nose, suddenly crawled out and jumped first onto my lap and then crawled towards the open window, comically moving its legs and resembling a huge spider. A button with a camera symbol has appeared next to the parasite icon. I activate it and picture in picture. Every ink had this feature, but I'd somehow gotten out of the habit of such software gimmicks over the past few days, and Brick's selection of additional programs was so questionable that I only enabled this mode during combat operations. Now, I could simultaneously see the same thing that was in the spider's field of view as it crawled through the forest. I could also control it by pointing it in the right direction, using the arrow buttons that appeared below the screen. It was reminiscent of old console games, a sight in the center of the screen, with which I could control my creepy pet. At first, it felt unusual, and the parasite ran where it was supposed to look, or looked where it was supposed to run. After spending a few minutes figuring out the controls, I brought the spider to the clearing where the shooters were holed up. There really were 2 of them, and nearby lay the body of a third, whom Light had managed to shoot. Both were dressed in army camouflage and plastic armor, similar to what we used in Squad Z, only without the so-called gadgets. And their Incas were probably either regular civilian ones or simple military-issue ones. Otherwise, the strangers would have long ago noticed movement nearby and the two dead men in the corpse truck. Overall, they looked more like a typical urban special forces unit. They are armed with assault rifles, but fire single shots to conserve ammunition. The picture was blurry and choppy, and there was no sound at all. Strange. However, the problem was easily resolved with the press of another button. The picture disappeared, but the sound appeared. As it turned out, the parasite could only operate in one of two modes, either sound or image. Well, what's there? Who the hell knows? The optics aren't working. I don't think I turned off the engine, and the zombie isn't going anywhere. Maybe the driver's dead already. Let's throw a grenade. I'll give you a grenade. I'll hit you over the head with it. We need a car desperately. The colonel will cut off your ears and hang them around his neck if we don't get a car. If he doesn't respond in a minute, we'll crawl to the highway and see what happens from there. So, I have a minute to make a decision. Two fighters with lousy weapons, grenades, and a colonel who doesn't give his men a break and sent them off to get transport. The only thing is, their rather rough manner of speech doesn't mesh with their generally decent equipment and military procedures. But the most important question is, where are they from? Are there many of these eagles out there? And what are their goals? Well, besides taking the poor zombie's car away. Well, let's go, the older-looking one commanded and waved his hand. I gave the order to the parasite, and he grabbed the trouser leg of a soldier crawling past, using him as an improvised transport. A infiltrate button appeared next to his icon. As soon as I pressed it, the picture changed. Now I saw the same thing as the fighter crawling through the forest. He, by the way, was clearly nervous. He kept turning his head from side to side, reacting to every rustle. He didn't even notice the parasite's presence. Now I knew exactly where these two would come from. I opened the door for Stuka and kicked him out, simultaneously unhooking the rope. He'd only get in the way in a fight, and he wouldn't get far anyway. Look how much meat was crawling into our hands. He's already dead. I can't hear anything. I heard a fragment of a phrase, switching to audio mode. Damn, that's awkward. Oh yeah, we should show signs of life, confusing them. Otherwise, they really won't figure it out and will throw a grenade. Beep! The horn howled obnoxiously as I hit the steering wheel. Beep, 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 beep! I tried to play the melody from a popular commercial so that the horn wouldn't seem random. Hold on, friend, we're coming, came from the forest. Stuka reacted to the sound of the voice and raised his rifle toward the expected threat. Light mirrored his movement. Two well-fed undead, one of whom, admittedly, was seriously wounded. Well, me too, of course. Sitting in the cab of the corpse truck with a pistol in my hands, I felt quite confident. The hands obey, the door provides some protection, and the numerical advantage is on our side. Hide your grenade. You might even hit the driver. There's only one zombie there. We'll figure it out somehow. You sort it out, hero, and in the meantime, I'll take a look at what's going on with the car. The fighters split up. Luckily, a parasite carrier headed my way, greatly increasing my chances of survival. 140 meters. 130. 100. Direct visibility. There is contact. Max, there's a zombie here, the leader yells, raising his rifle and firing in my direction. But the other one doesn't care, as he's trying to shoot back at both the Stuka and the light. The roar of gunfire from that side drowns out the rattle of the burst fired in my direction, which I successfully evade. Because, thanks to Parasite, I know perfectly well where exactly the unknown fighter was aiming, whose ink, by the way, turned out to be an ordinary army one. He obediently plotted the expected impact area and plotted the basic firing parameters, range, deflection angle, wind strength and direction, and other numerical and graphic data. He also plotted the time before shot and impact, which suggested there was no direct connection between the fighter and his weapon, only an informational one. Otherwise, there would be no need to pull the trigger. Simply activating the fire button with the Inca in a split second would be enough. Naturally, I dodged, and the thin, needle-like bullets pierced the back of the chair where my breasts still lay. Apparently, the shooter doesn't particularly trust either his weapon or the information from the Inca, meaning he only recently received the military firmware for his personal assistant. Yes, that's right, a minimal package of combat software that an average civilian Inca can handle. Hence the limited functionality and the shooter's hesitation. He takes aim again, this time even lower. And the bastard has activated continuous fire mode, ready to fire all 12 remaining rounds at me. Only now do I notice the ammo counter. I remember Cobra, who worked as a police officer in some regional city, once told me about a raid on a hacker who had stolen VTB Bank's database. He'd managed to connect to their chips and easily read all the information. He'd eavesdropped on their conversations, knew who was going where, how many bullets they had left, and even who had jammers stashed away. They chased him for 3 hours through the labyrinthine office building until someone figured out how to enable a new encryption algorithm for inks. And only now did I understand that our strength could also become our weakness. If the enemy knows everything you do, then predicting the outcome of the fight becomes impossible. It's just a pity that I couldn't manage his ink. But I could control the corpse truck, which is what I did, pressing the accelerator membrane and turning the steering wheel to the right to get out of the firing zone. As expected, the sudden roar of the engine caused the gunner to jerk, throwing his aim off course. 8 of the 12 bullets hit the side of the vehicle before the soldier stopped firing. Bang, bang, bang! My ink wasn't working, so I didn't have the luxury of a retina display or additional shooting parameters. Basically, I was firing almost at random. And, of course, I never hit a single target. The enemy, not expecting such aggressive resistance, began to flee. "Max, Strelki is here," he yelled at his partner. The second one was either without the Inca, or there was no connection between them. Otherwise, he would have known that Max was no longer alive. And the mark, food, 85 kilograms, was painted in a characteristic color. 85. These bastards are eating him, without me. I jumped out of the car. Judging by the image Parasite was transmitting, the cowardly soldier was running aimlessly, meaning he definitely wouldn't be back anytime soon. I'll also check on my guys after the shootout. By the time I reached them, though, Light was recovering well, peeling huge chunks from the body lying before him and popping them into his mouth. Luckily, both Light and Stuka held their weapons tightly in their right hands, not letting go of them for a second, so they had to use only their left hands, which didn't speed up the process much. But am I some kind of monster, depriving the boys of their well-deserved joy? It's their spoils, so let them feast heartily, and I'll shove the leftovers in the fridge. I walked around the satiated zombies and examined their weapons. Light had used half his ammo, according to the counter. The Stuka was either more experienced or didn't know how to switch to full automatic, and his magazine was almost full. Just in case, I set Light to single-shot mode, too. The plump corpse weighed barely 50 kilos when my eagles finally had their fill. A couple of bullets hit the hapless fighter in the head, so he won't be turning back. Have you eaten? Now it's time to get to work. I again attached the ropes to the belts of my undead. They didn't particularly object. A well-fed zombie, a docile zombie. It was a shame to abandon the loot, but I couldn't drag it back to the car. 2 potential porters were shifting from foot to foot nearby, but how could I load this carcass onto them if I couldn't even pull up my pants? We need to at least take the head, for the sake of brains. But for this, we need a tool. had to return to the corpse truck, to the car.
For transportation. Corpses. It seems like my brain is already full of worms, because my thinking has become noticeably worse. Why drag the body to the car when I can just drive up to it? Plus, there must be some kind of equipment for loading dead bodies into the freezer. Contact with the parasite has been lost. This is the last thing I needed. With all this fuss, I'd forgotten about my pet, and now I don't even know what happened, whether it died or simply went out of range. However, the return parasite button was still available, and I activated it. Overall, the first combat test went brilliantly. I tested my Z team in combat, and Parasite turned out to be a complete asset, something I didn't expect. Attention! The Parasite will mature in 10 minutes. Looks like I'm running out of time. I'll have to wait until another animal hatches for my zoo before I can set off for the military base. And something tells me that's where the frightened soldier ran. Which means my Team Z will receive a very warm, even ardent welcome there, complete with flamethrowers and heavy artillery. Chapter 12. A Question of Survival. But I still made it in time. I pulled up the car and loaded the remains of the hapless Special Forces soldier into it. 3 bullets in the chest, or rather, in the armor covering it. 2 in the neck, and a final shot to the head. My boys did a great job. I hooked the zombie to the rope again and wrapped the end of it around a tree so the fighters wouldn't run away while I writhe and wet myself, giving birth to another parasite. Attention! The parasite will mature in 58 seconds. It's time. I climbed into the thickest bush near the road, trying to avoid damaging anything, including myself, and to make sure no one driving by would even think of joining in the fun. The damn bush turned out to be thorny and desperately resisted the zombie invasion in my face, tearing off shreds of clothing and skin. To hell with the skin. I'll chew a little human flesh and a new one will grow. But I felt sorry for the jumpsuit. I spent almost half an hour getting into it. It has begun. A strange emptiness appeared inside me, suddenly filling with boiling lava, no less so, or so it seemed to me. I remember once when I was young, I managed to tear my thigh with a rusty nail and get an infection. Now I felt similar. My body ached, and the pain was searing, pulsing in time with my heartbeat. Heart? Oh yeah, zombies are just considered undead. But their hearts beat just the same, just a few times slower. And they bleed from their wounds, if that's even the name for the stinking liquid that blood turns into after transformation. The body temperature of a typical zombie stays around 32 to 33 degrees Celsius. So they're very much alive. Organisms. And just now I exchanged 2 such organisms for a human life. Does this mean I am becoming one of them? Or that I am a highly moral bastard, for whom his own precious skin is more valuable than any ragamuffin with a gun? Because in this supposedly dead head lies the key to healing humanity. As the classics say, the principle of the lesser evil, right? True, I don't have any key there yet, but I'm already on my way to finding it, yes. And no scum dare stand in my way, be they living people or supposedly dead zombies. Flash, another one. And each one was accompanied by a terrible pain in my chest, as if something was trying to break through my ribcage and break out to find the long-awaited freedom and... Urgh! I let out a drawn-out roar, abruptly rising from the ground to a sitting position. Everything around is covered in some kind of slime and black blood. My blood. The durability of all 3 systems has dropped significantly, and it's no wonder. It's so messed up. And in my arms, like an innocent baby in the arms of a loving mother,
lies, curled up. It.
It resembles a small squid, with a long tail and a dozen short tentacles around its mouth. Smooth, slippery, and disgustingly so. That's great. It's not that this horrible creature crawled out of me, but my ability to find it disgusting. That means I'm still human. Parasite, 1 piece. Type, Controller 1. Special, plus 2% to control of all systems, passive. Skills. Throw. Allows you to attach a parasite to a target, radius up to 20 meters. Dysfunction. Causes a malfunction in the chosen organ of the host. Simple command. Allows you to give simple commands to the carrier. Paralysis. Not available. Requires controller 4. Complex order. Not available. Requires controller 6. Destruction. Unavailable. Requires controller 8. Possible modifications. Hunter. Requires parasite 3 skill. Assassin. Requires parasite 6 skill. Puppeteer. Requires parasite 9 skill. Well, hello, little animal that will turn me from an ordinary zombie into a controller. The little beast didn't react to my mental tirade. It was unpleasant to look at it, much less cradle it in my arms, so I activated the fuse button, and the creature nimbly crawled into the hole in my chest, slipping under my body armor. The control level of all systems immediately increased slightly, and buttons appeared next to the parasite icon: throw, dysfunction, paralysis, and simple order. So what does this mean? I can do that to myself? I need to be careful with this thing, otherwise I'll paralyze something I need. I emerged from the bushes with a loud crash. My beauties were still tied to the tree, and the truck was parked on the side of the road, as it should have been. Well, my friend, shall we play? I activated throw. The skin on my hand bulged, and this lump quickly crawled straight towards the palm of my hand, which I had already habitually put forward, aiming towards light. The skin on my wrist burst, releasing the parasite, and it shot across the distance between us like a swift projectile. Undershoot! However, this didn't faze the squid. It immediately began working its legs nimbly, climbing up the zombie's leg, and soon disappeared from sight entirely. The set of buttons next to the parasite icon changed. Throw and paralysis disappeared, and the others changed color. Dysfunction. I activated it, and immediately a list of different organs appeared: eyes, arms, legs, digestive system, and so on. Only 3/4 of them were painted gray and marked Controller 3 or higher required. A simple order. And again, the list of available actions. This time, almost all of them were active, but the list itself turned out to be rather meager. Go there, 100%. Look there, 100%. Stand, 100%. Shoot, 95%. The commands run, lie down, and eat were unavailable. The percentages are most likely the probability that the zombie will obey my command. I wonder what would happen if a human were in his place. I chose the last option, and now a brightly glowing dot appeared right in front of me, with the inscription, "Select a target," next to it. Okay then. I turned my head to the side and looked at a nearby tree, aligning my aiming point with a light spot at about human height. So what now? The shoot button flickered and I pressed it again. Light raised his rifle and a shot rang out. Missed. He hit the tree, but a few palms above the spot I'd chosen. What would happen if we stuck an observer in it and used it to aim?
Incidentally, the observer had already returned while I lay unconscious, pondering the frailty of existence and the biological peculiarities of the Homo necrophagus species. Which means my Z-team is back in full force, with a new addition. Time to move. But first, I need to recharge, recuperate, and heal my wounds. And then start creating 3 destroyers at once. Barrels aside, I shouldn't forget about my personal weapon either, especially since that will level up my destroyer skill to level 2. Okay guys, I don't know which one of you killed that disgusting bastard in camouflage, but I pressed the button on the counter hanging on the Stuka's chest, and the number changed to 74. After untying the undead and reattaching the end of the rope to my belt, I walked toward the corpse truck, which now lived up to its name more than ever, carrying several bodies in a freezer and 3 zombies in the cabin. There were about 30 kilometers left to the military base. It was unlikely that a wounded fugitive would be able to cover such a distance in a few hours, so we had a chance to get ahead of him before he reported 3 Strelki on the road. Having finished Max's remains, we set off. Luckily, the militant didn't get very far. Halfway back to the base, we came across several zombies tearing a hapless fugitive apart by the side of the road. He'd likely wandered out onto the road hoping to be picked up by his own people, but instead ended up in the hands of our own. However, my fears were confirmed. He was heading in the same direction we needed to go, meaning the base was no longer empty. Was there any point in even going there? If there wasn't one but, the answer would be a resounding no. More precisely, 2 buts. Or 3. My parasites. With the help of the controller and the observer, I could at least conduct reconnaissance, especially since I have 2 zombies languishing on a leash. So let one of them work as a mole for the benefit of dying humanity, represented by me. Not in the sense that I'm a typical face of humanity, but in the sense that only I know can find out how to save it from this plague. Of course, I might not find out, but it's best not to think about that. Spending the rest of my life limping among the sick at the pace of a one-legged turtle and feeding on them doesn't appeal to me. Thanks to my zombie instincts, I sensed the checkpoint in advance, before they even heard the leisurely rumble of the engine. When there were 2 or 3 kilometers left to the base, I slowed down almost to a minimum, and the corpse truck rolled almost silently along the road. How funny. The zombies used this sense to unerringly locate fresh human flesh, still running and screaming, at any time of day and in any office labyrinth. And I used it to bypass all the patrols approaching the base. Having left the car with my companions in the woods, having first tied them to a tree, except the car, of course, I set out to explore. Luckily, there were no dogs or motion detectors along the way. Otherwise, my foray would have ended very quickly and very tragically. And it's a good thing I abandoned the idea of sending light ahead, having first attached my 6, the observer, to him. The entire perimeter of the base turned out to be surrounded by an ancient warning system that an ordinary zombie would have no way of bypassing. A wire strung with tin cans stretched just above knee height. It's a good thing I brought some meat with me. I had to gobble it all down just to be able to cross that barrier without disturbing it. About 20 steps further on, there was a similar alarm. In fact, it would have been more than enough had I been a regular zombie. Just hook the rope, and all hell would break loose. Shukr, mole, sneak. Was that cop whose brains I ate actually a police officer? His terminology was more specific, and now it's all creeping into my head. And when a branch snapped in the forest, only my dysfunctional vocal cords kept me from yelling, "Stop! Hands up! They're the police!" Even though I raised my pistol as required, without even thinking. In future, we should study donors more carefully. What if I come across a schizophrenic or a suicidal person? When I was about 20 meters from the wall, I climbed into a ditch and finally released Parasite. Controlling it by watching the transmitted image became somewhat more familiar. I wondered how it all worked. It was clearly a microchip at work, as if it were receiving an image from Parasite's built-in camera, processing it, and then drawing me a picture. But my INC was dead. Or was it? I should probably open this spider and examine its insides more closely. Maybe I'll actually find some microchips. Although, I don't think I ate anything like that. Or did I? The parasite crawled perfectly even on vertical surfaces, which I immediately confirmed. The transmitted image was blurry and constantly flickering, but that was understandable. Judging by the density of patrols, those holed up at the base either had few men or were relying entirely on their own warning system. I counted only 2, and one more was perched on the tower. Apparently, the generator at the base wasn't working, or they were saving fuel. The fence wasn't powered. Although, it doesn't really work against zombies. The guys and I already tried it. They'd just twitch amusingly, and that's all. Of course, we could have baked them completely by applying a higher voltage, but that would have placed entirely different demands on the defense system, and the power consumption would have been significantly higher, especially along such a tight perimeter. I made the spider walk along the wall, 100 meters in one direction and the same in the other, in order to get a general picture. As I expected, the military base was occupied, and it turned out that it was not the military or even civilians. Bandits. One of the groups that operated in the region, looting. The parade ground was comfortably furnished with wicker chairs, tables generously set with drinks and delicacies. Black jeeps the size of small tanks lurked near the hangar with combat vehicles. And the crowd itself matched the image. Half-naked girls, deliberately, reluctantly running from pot-bellied men dressed in either Abibas or rumpled Armani, and stone-faced militants glancing around. About 20 people, no less, and about the same number, non-human, meaning zombies. I don't know why the marauders needed them, but at least 24 of the undead were sitting in the makeshift pen. When I switched to audio mode, I heard not only cheerful music and playful female squeals, but also the unanimous roar of zombies coming from the pen. In principle, if the dead who get lost in the area aren't killed, but sent there, then I could easily sneak into the base and cause sabotage. The pen door was locked with a very ordinary bolt. And if not? And why do they need zombies anyway? Free labor? Hitch a couple of them into a cart and dangle fresh brains in front of them on a string? Yeah, a zombie mobile of 5 or 6 dead bodies. Turn the generator handle? Well, it runs on kerosene, I think, and there are solar panels on the roofs. Although they might not be working since the base was mothballed. In any case, everyone my parasite noticed was armed to the teeth. Or to the point of being armed to the teeth, as in some particularly piquant cases. "Hey, what are you doing lying around?" A voice suddenly rang out right next to me. "Are you drunk or something and decided to go for a walk in the fresh air?" Carried away by observation and eavesdropping, I didn't even notice how one of the patrolmen came very close to me. "Dude, are you okay? You should go behind the wall before someone mistakes you for a zombie and shoots you." I muttered something unintelligible and even managed to wave my hand, as if to say, go ahead, everything is fine. "Come on, I'll help you." The buff I received from eating fresh meat had already worn off, meaning I couldn't pass for human or engage in combat. Shooting right next to the base's walls, filled with armed criminals? That wasn't an option either. This means that the last option remains: parasites. Well, kids, now your baptism of fire awaits you too. The hardest part of this duel is preventing your opponent from sending a signal with their Inca. That is, not a single sound, not a single extraneous thought. How can this be done? Even though I've become a zombie, I still remember some of the peculiarities of human physiology. Especially male physiology. There's this one, spot where if you hit it, you'll stop breathing, let alone thinking. After waiting until the fighter was 10 or 15 paces away, I turned to face him, bowing my head low. My diet hadn't taken its toll on my appearance, so my face and chest were smeared with dried blood. It wasn't a sight for the faint of heart, so I decided to spare the poor guy's nerves by hiding this beauty from him. You have to be so drunk. Some people think the world is ending, while others can just eat and drink their fill, and screw the available chicks who are willing to spread their legs just for a hot shower. While he was still fuming, I sprang into action. I released the controller first. The distance was no more than 10 meters, and the squid covered it almost instantly, striking his opponent in the neck. He didn't even pay any attention to the terrifying, kid-sized thing that pierced his neck with its tentacles, tapping into his nervous system. A list of available commands immediately appeared, from which I chose the only suitable one. Freeze, which only lasted for 2 seconds, but that should have been enough for me. I didn't even need to aim to strike a paralyzed enemy in the groin, and the fighter was already lying on the ground, writhing in pain, gasping for air, and, most importantly, not even attempting to call for help or activate his ink. It's unlikely, however, that it was advanced enough to disable pain, as our combat inks did. But even with the most outdated model, calling for help is a matter of seconds. But I didn't leave them to him, and started shooting at point-blank range to finish him off for sure. The first destroyer, in the neck to inflict as much damage as possible. The second one goes to the right eye, the most vulnerable spot. It'll also disable the ink. These things have that weakness. And just to be on the safe side, a third, right into his mouth, open in a silent scream. The poor guy died almost immediately, falling onto his back. The parasites reported which vital organs had been damaged, so I was able to fairly accurately determine the effectiveness of my actions and my terrifying weapon. A couple of minutes later, the shells returned, and I decided to get some refreshment. Why waste it? Especially since it was my rightful prize. At least you can hang a victory counter around your neck too. I won't be able to remove the body, and I won't have time to devour this big guy whole, so the next patrolman will find him right away. There's nothing to even cover him with. There are no bushes or grass anywhere. Everything's been cleared out. The ravine I pretended to hide in wasn't deep enough either, so I need to hurry. I crawled further into the woods, having discovered through experience that communication with the observer worked flawlessly for a range of about 150 meters, half the range of my zombie sense. But beyond that, interference and glitches began, eventually leading to a complete loss of communication. The only thing I could do was give the order to return. One thing was clear. The base had been taken over by serious guys, and they weren't going to leave so easily. And certainly not with my brigade trying to flush them out. Although, the idea of sabotage still haunted me, but I needed something on a slightly different scale. Remaining relatively safe, I continued my observation with the help of Parasite, who, under my careful guidance, not only climbed over the wall but hid behind a fuel canister. Although, as it seemed to me, the fuel sloshing inside wasn't for gasoline-powered cars, those same ones that have ceased to be a means of transportation but have become a luxury few can afford, but for wounded souls, namely alcohol. I really wanted to find out why these well-off elite of a dying society needed zombies. They didn't have to wait long. The half-naked couples retreated to the barracks to continue the banquet, leaving only the armed soldiers and a couple of others dressed in combat tactical gear. Clearly not ordinary people. We only issued those to certain officers. A little less than an hour later, a reply arrived in a shabby van, the kind usually used to deliver frozen meat to local stores. However, behind the wheel was no ordinary driver in overalls, but the same criminal faces, armed to the teeth. There really was frozen meat inside, but it was desperately waving its arms and snapping its teeth, trying to reach the people who were leading it, holding it at a safe distance with the help of 2-meter poles with a loop at the end. I was truly annoyed that I wasn't the only one who'd figured out how to use refrigerators on wheels for transportation. By switching Parasite to eavesdropping mode, I was able to overhear part of the conversation.
As it turned out, the bandits were using zombies as couriers. They'd sew packages containing some kind of goods into them, mark them with special markings, and release them at a designated location. Even if a courier ran into an armed group, the body could be found later by distinctive markings. No one would even think of gutting the corpse or even searching it. Just in case the corpse was burned with a flamethrower, a fireproof bracelet was attached to its wrist, and the container containing the goods, of course, was also flame-resistant. Money, or whatever else these serious guys received in exchange, was transferred in exactly the same way, and the fighters in the van just happened to deliver the next payment. Having opened the unusual parcel, the guys from this apocalypse delivery service took the zombie to a cage with the others, without even bothering to patch him up. Having brought the parasite closer to the cage, I examined the dead creatures more closely. Idiot. Cretins. However, in this case, human stupidity will only play into my hands. There were 15 zombies in the cage, and I noticed pockets on 4 of them, long gashes on their bellies, poorly covered with rags. 2 of the wounds were already healing, so it wouldn't be long before I'd have to gut them again. But zombie wounds don't heal that easily. I know that. Which means these sweet, mangy fellows with their charming, lipless smiles are devouring each other. I know exactly what happens in such a case. And, as if confirming my conclusions, the postman knocked one of his fellows down and bit him in the neck, depriving him of any hope of escape. Noticing this, the others also came forward and joined in the feast. The soldiers, hearing the noise, didn't even scratch themselves, probably already accustomed to such zombie antics, and one of them even put his palms to his temples. It looked like he was filming with his ink. So, we have 2 potential rippers, 1 fat man about to reach maturity, and a whopping 4 shooters. True, none of them are armed. That's a formidable team, even against a group of well-armed men. Of course, first we need to let them mature and release them from their cages and arm the shooters, keeping the militants occupied in the meantime. And I even know how to do all this. Chapter 13. Assault. I retracted my third eye and returned to the car and the bored zombies. By the way, can zombies get bored or suffer from idleness? In theory, they're constantly looking for something to eat. But what if you put them in a cage and feed them enough? Although, what am I talking about? Feeding a zombie is a real challenge. I've already gobbled up hundreds of pounds and haven't even developed a belly yet. But now I have 5 parasites, and soon several more will be added, and I will level up 2 skills at once, Parasite and Destroyer. Having shoved both Strelkovs into the cabin, I started the engine and turned the corpse truck around. For the 3rd time now, I've had to return to the military unit where I managed to pick up both of my partners. Only this time, my haul will be much bigger. 9 hours passed, and again, for the 3rd time, I'm trying to reach the base occupied by drug dealers or whoever's holed up there. Only this time, I'm not alone. Far from alone.
300 former conscripts trudged slowly behind, some faster, some slower. Several dozen had already fallen behind, unable to keep up the pace. It's a shame Fat Man was among them, but 2 more obediently followed behind the car. Sitting next to me, Stuka and Light are also nervous. Of course, I've dangled such a tasty morsel as bait. Even I can smell it from here, enticing, like a ripe fruit exuding a tempting honey aroma. Of course, I don't smell anything, and the upper half of a schoolteacher's body is far from ripe fruit, or even dried fruit, although it is just as wrinkled and blackened. I even hung my head, skull open and brain intact, to further motivate my cadaverous army to run the 30-kilometer dash. Although, of the entire force I summoned after death, barely 20 were capable of running, which is remarkable. Almost all of them were dressed in officer uniforms and had an adaptation level above 30%. The natural loss of zombies straggling behind the crowd was offset by an equal increase. New undead creatures kept appearing from the forest, attracted either by the unusually large gathering of their fellows or by the same bait I'd donated from their personal supplies to the cause. The new arrivals joined the others and also trudged along behind the leisurely rolling corpse wagon. I must admit that I am incredibly lucky. We didn't run into a patrol squad of the same freaks who had holed up at the base, or, what would have been even worse, my colleagues who were cleaning up. They would never have let such a column through. And so we rolled calmly along the road, except that we had nothing to sing songs with. Although, why bother straining your throat if you have a player? Of course, the number of radio stations had dwindled significantly over the past month, and those that remained mostly played news and dismal reports from Z-Control. Despite all efforts, the situation was only getting worse. The zombies were becoming more cunning and dangerous. They were beginning to carry dangerous diseases, and their numbers were steadily growing. I used to ask myself the same question that troubled the rest of humanity. How is this possible? Slow, dumb, and eternally hungry zombies manage not only to survive, but also to successfully resist the combined efforts of the army, police, and civilians unwittingly drawn into the struggle for survival. Yes, the element of surprise was initially very strong, and the epidemic itself was explosive. It only took one unlucky heart patient in a restaurant, or a couple of steaks, to get almost 100 dead people with knives and forks in their hands and a white napkin around their necks within half an hour, and try to smoke them out of a crowded building in broad daylight during a panic. But now that the enemy is well known, what are the reasons for its appearance? However, now I knew the answer. Zombies are evolving. They eat people, or each other, and become stronger, faster, more cunning. And then the rippers, the fatties, the kamikazes, or even worse, the controllers, appear. Often when we set out on a mission, we had no idea who or what we'd be facing. In the last couple of days, I've learned more about zombies than all our smart guys could in a month. And that's with their resources. For example, the same parasites. At the base, we'll be met by several dozen well-armed and well-trained fighters. They're stationed behind sturdy walls and an electric fence, armed with grenades, machine guns. They'll probably even have tanks. But they don't stand a chance against my pocket zombie army. During this time, I raised another destroyer. Now I had 4, and a second observer. I assigned both spiders to the imposing-looking rippers, the most resilient of the zombies, thanks to their armor and ability to quickly regenerate. Now I could observe everything from 3 different perspectives. It's just a shame I couldn't control the undead. I'll have a use for the controller later. I put it into one of the defenders, who was supposed to break through the defense. By infecting zombies with parasites, I received some additional information about the hosts.
about the strength of their systems, the degree of control, energy reserves, and some skills. So, the fat man I chose could emit a toxic cloud, emit a deafening roar, and explode. With the help of the parasite, I made this 200-pound cutie devour a couple of undead creatures that happened to be under his feet, making him even heavier, fatter, and more dangerous. I'd like to attach a dozen riflemen or rippers to him, but then the enemy will realize they're being attacked by an organized horde of zombies, not just a group of post-mortem slumberers wandering by. And I don't need any unnecessary attention. Incidentally, there were surprisingly many Strelkov, despite Stuka's story about the empty armory. Or maybe it was empty because some of the squad had already armed themselves? Our squad had never been sent to work on military units or former police stations, but a couple of times we cleaned out reputable banks that had been infected during a robbery, and it was damn difficult. Rebel robbers, police officers, and security guards are not the most pleasant opponents. Not only are they all armed, meaning they've become Strelkov, but they're also wearing armor. If it weren't for my fall, which caused me to lose some of my ammunition, I would have turned out to be a very tough nut to crack. We met the first patrol 3 kilometers from the base. Not only I, but also some of my companions sensed the presence of living people. They grew nervous and quickened their pace, no longer paying any attention to the piece of teacher's hat attached to the car roof. But this could not be allowed to happen. I pressed the accelerator membrane, and the car jerked forward. 400 meters. 3. 2. There was a turn ahead, and around it, 2 soldiers and a motorcycle were waiting for me. Although it's unlikely they were waiting specifically for me, and their bike wasn't waiting for anyone at all. They reacted unequivocally to the appearance of the corpse truck rushing down the road. They pointed their rifles forward and started shooting at the wheels. If it had been a regular gasoline car from the early 21st century, they might have been able to stop me. But the energy car, which rolled off the assembly line in 1932 at the latest, had inductive pneumatic discs instead of outdated inflatable tires, and they can't be easily shot through, even with an assault rifle. "Stop! Hey you! Hit the brakes!" one of the gunmen yelled as the second tried to shoot the driver, meaning me. "You're the one slowing down," I mentally scolded, pressing the diaphragm harder and accelerating the car to 1,500 in 4 seconds. 8 bullets entered the windshield neatly, and 5 of them found their targets. I took 3, and 1 each went to the Stuka and the light. My partners, however, paid no attention and returned fire. However, this was already unnecessary. The corpse truck crashed at full speed first into the motorcycle and then knocked down both shooters, who did not even try to dodge. It was unclear what they were counting on. The car jerked when one of the shooters got under the wheels and smoothly pressed the brake membrane. The last thing he needed was to flip over. A crowd of undead appeared around the bend, quickening their pace as soon as they spotted 2 fresh corpses lying on the road. Stuka and Light also twitched, trying to get out of the car, but I didn't let them. 150 kilos of meat was nothing for a crowd of 300, so in a couple of minutes we'd be heading back to base. 3 bullets took 34% and 68% of my protective shell and perception system's durability, respectively. One of them knocked out my right eye, but thanks to the parasite, I didn't feel any discomfort, except that the image became a little reddish, and it was harder to focus when I turned my head sharply. That's nothing special. It'll heal before the wedding. The first cordon has been passed, but it's unlikely that everything will be so simple from now on. It won't be possible to secretly bring 200 or 300 dead to a fortified base. I was right. They were already waiting for us, although they had somewhat underestimated both the scale of the threat and its nature. 4 jeeps blocked the road, serving as a makeshift shelter, behind which 7 to 8 people hid. It was the right decision on their part, the only right one. Personally, if I were the base defenders, I would use grenades and fire to at least delay the undead, if not stop them. We've had to hold back entire crowds in narrow passages on city streets a couple of times. The most effective weapon against a large number of zombies is a solid wall 1.5 times the height of a human, because 99% of the undead can't jump or crawl on vertical surfaces. Dagger fire at the legs also works well. Even headshots weren't as effective, as a falling zombie would drop a couple more, and they would quickly start tangling around their comrades until they were trampled. Cobra, like a death scythe, swung his katanas, severing legs and arms and turning a small squad of undead into a pile of carelessly chopped flesh in a matter of minutes, if there weren't too many of them. Those in ambush simply began firing at the crowd, trying to aim at head level. I'd already managed to work a bit, taking control of the most powerful Ripper to form a kind of striking force from the usual crowd of slowly stumbling zombies, pushing some back or tossing them to the side of the road, clearing a path or setting the right direction for others. Now, the shortest and fastest zombies were at the forefront of the attack, breaking into a run as soon as they smelled fresh meat ahead. There weren't many of them, only about 20, and thanks to this, they blended in well with the main body of zombies, whom I dubbed stormtroopers. Out of curiosity, I used the observer to research information on one of these zombies and immediately received the information. Mimic, adapted. Adaptation rate, 39%. Skills, dash, shadow meld, numb. He also had a decent bonus to musculoskeletal control and a large energy reserve. Following them, the armored and also quite nimble Rippers hobbled briskly, and the defenders also didn't take them seriously, all because they were simply lost against the backdrop of the 5 enormous fat men, each of whom could easily flatten an armored jeep. It was these 2-meter-tall bulks, seemingly cobbled together from several bodies, that the bandits perceived as the main threat, concentrating the bulk of their firepower on them. 2 or 3 of these fatty men would definitely have to be sacrificed, but I was willing to make that trade. Hiding behind enormous chunks of flesh that had once been human, the Straylocks strode forward. 2.5 dozen armed fighters, each of whom I personally checked for ammunition and replaced if the magazines were empty. Another 24 rifles and submachine guns lay under my seat. Replacing an empty magazine was too difficult a task for me, but if you took a Straylock's weapon away and handed him a new one, he was quite willing to take it. As I had expected, the militants who had blocked our path initially opened fire simply on the crowd, trying to aim for the head. So the first bursts passed over the short and hunched stormtroopers, who immediately ducked and quickly rushed towards the fresh meat, developing quite a decent speed. The Rippers reacted similarly and rushed to the attack, moving in huge leaps and almost catching up with their more agile brethren. The militants, who were haphazardly pouring lead, either at the disorganized crowd of zombies or at the fatties standing out above the crowd, missed the main direction of the attack. And when they finally began shooting at the rapidly approaching individual targets, who had already closed the distance to a measly 100 to 200 meters, my Strelki entered the fray. Of course, their accuracy was so low that the zombies hit people more by accident, aiming at a completely different place. But 25 guns, plus me and my boys, under such fire, all the bandits could do was take cover behind the armored bodies of their cars, which is what they did. And of course, these idiots parked their own jeeps in our path, and they simply had no other means of getting away. The surviving Rippers and stormtroopers killed them all, long before the main crowd of the dead reached the cars, and literally pushed the now useless piles of metal to the side of the road. But even earlier, I had arrived there on my corpse truck,
and having hooked 6 of the 8 bodies with hooks I had prepared in advance, I dragged them further, taking almost all the dead bodies with me. 2 more had already been torn apart and were about to disappear into the stomachs of the insatiable zombies. It wasn't even a matter of forced delay. 200 hungry ghouls would have devoured those 500 kilograms of food in a couple of minutes. No, it was bait, without which I'd be unlikely to lead the zombies where I needed them. The thing is, the thugs we killed probably managed to send a signal. They had radios with them, which means that now the militants holed up at the base will be ready for any surprises, and we won't be able to get any further along the road. And this meant we couldn't get in through the main gate, and would have to take a detour. That's precisely why I needed the bodies. To lead the crowd off the main road and onto a barely visible path I'd discovered earlier. Judging by the structures lying along it, this path had been used during the construction of the base itself, after which it was safely abandoned. I transferred the controller back to the fat man I'd chosen earlier, who, although wounded, the diagram showed about 24 hits, was feeling quite well, especially since I ordered him to move to the side of the road, and then, having made a small circle, slowed down right next to him, allowing me to remove one of the bodies from the hook to recover. Of course, my maneuver did not go unnoticed by the other zombies, and instead of 1, I had to sacrifice 2 killed militants at once. The column of dead people I was leading began to stretch out, which wasn't very good, so I had to hurry before they scattered completely into the surrounding forests. About an hour and a half later, we were already there. I had just under 100 zombies left with me, which wasn't all that many, but I managed to save all 4 surviving fatties who were supposed to break through the base's defenses. Naturally, we were spotted, but we were only a short distance from the wall when the spotlights began sweeping across the disordered ranks of zombies, illuminating the base's automated defense system. Fortunately, only 2 firing points were operational, and although they were fairly accurate, the undead barely noticed the bullets piercing them. The turrets weren't programmed for zombie warfare and didn't know to aim for the head. Having left the car with Stuka and Light near the forest, I carefully followed one of the fatties, who looked more cheerful than the others, and used him as cover. Literally a minute after the siren blared, armed men were running along the wall, but they didn't open fire yet. Either they were waiting for orders or felt safe behind the high walls. And there weren't that many fighters. Most likely, almost all the forces were concentrated at the main gate, where the main attack was expected. And the people entrenched in the base didn't take our appearance from the opposite side seriously. Who would have thought the zombies would be smart enough to go around it? The spare gate I'd expected to find here was still there, but it was boarded up tight with sheets of poorly painted tin. That won't stop us, though, will it, boys? The boys didn't care about the gates, or the armed men running along the wall, or what I thought of them. They didn't even notice me any more than any other zombie, even though I considered myself the commander of this improvised army. In reality, to them, I was nothing more than a strange, undead creature sitting inside a thing that smelled so enticingly of meat. Nothing more. The shooters clumsily fired at the people flickering on the wall, while the mimics had already reached the wall itself, and 2 of them even began confidently climbing up it, resembling giant, clumsy spiders with a severe lack of legs. It seemed they had discovered special abilities for such tricks. A couple of thugs were hanging over the wall, held by their comrades, trying to shoot the zombies crawling up. And it was they who became our first victims, coming under fire from the Strelkov, of whom a little less than 10 reached the base with me. Eat. Now I focused all my attention on the fat man, who was stubbornly making his way toward the gate, following my orders. Naturally, they were shooting at him too, and the incredible strength of his defense system was rapidly melting away. Now the grenades I'd been so dreading were flying. Fortunately, the base defenders were throwing them where the zombies were most concentrated, and the fat man's surroundings were relatively clear, as they could not only crush any unwary fellow, but also feed on him to restore their health or gain more mass. 20 steps to the gate. 10. 5. It's time. And I gave the last order through the parasite. Explode! The 2-meter-long carcass exploded into hundreds of pieces with a deafening crack, showering the surrounding area with chunks of flesh and emitting a cloud of toxic gas. Nearby zombies were scattered dozens of feet away, though this wasn't the first time I'd seen Fat Man explode, so I knew roughly what to expect. The gate held. Only one corner had bent inward quite a bit, but even a dog wouldn't have been able to fit through the gap that opened up. But that was to be expected. That's why I wasn't just following one of the defenders, but leading a real kamikaze. A dead man, hung with explosives, on a short leash, not allowing him to move away from me even a step, so as not to come under fire. And now, his time has come. Incidentally, this human shield tactic was invented by Cuban regulators, a sort of local mix of special forces and police. Due to a severe budget deficit, barely 1 in 3 wore combat gear, and they were the ones who marched in front, covering their vulnerable comrades. After this practice was introduced, for some reason, regulator squads exclusively took the largest body armor, which they ceremoniously presented to the heaviest fighters. They say the number of regulators who went on diets or joined the gym increased 5-fold during those years. I remember our own Petrosenko also promised to cut the armor budget by 1/3, so as to force our fat-faced traffic policemen to work out. Fuck! Where did this crap come from in my head? Some Cuban regulators, damn them, and I've never even met any Petrosenkos in my life. Brains. It's all brains. The very same ones that make me barely restrain myself from rolling out from my hiding place and opening fire on the criminal elements entrenched on government property. Luckily, the controller's return distracted me from these alien thoughts. I transferred him from my shoulder to the kamikaze, and within 10 seconds, a window with information appeared before me. So, a regular zombie, a couple of bullet wounds, a perception system energy deficit. No wonder he's not particularly nervous and isn't even trying to move away from me. I only have one skill: strike, and my adaptation level is absolutely meager. I didn't even look at who I was grabbing. I just wanted to be able to carry off 10 kilos of explosives and not cause me any particular problems. Having chosen a point literally 2 steps away from the sagging fragment of the gate, I ordered the zombie to go there, simultaneously unhooking it from myself, and it obediently hobbled in the indicated direction. The wall became quite crowded, and the fat man I'd taken cover behind collapsed to the ground, which made it even easier to hide behind him. Watching through the controller was very difficult, as the transmitted image looked more like a diagram. But the main thing was that he hadn't been shot. I would have known about that right away. "What the hell is going on here? Where did they come from?" I heard the familiar voice of one of the bosses through the gunfire. I couldn't hear the answer, and I had no time to... My kamikaze had arrived at its destination, and I emerged from cover, raising my rifle. If I'd had a working ink, I could have connected to its electronic targeting system and gotten a picture from the site. But alas, what's not there is not there. However, it's only 100 steps away. Shot. Second. Third. The control level is too low and the recoil is too strong to fire in bursts, so I used single-shot mode. A bullet sliced through the air like a vicious hornet, right next to my head, and sank into the ground about 10 paces behind me. A second one struck my shoulder, spinning me around and confirming my worst fear.
They were shooting specifically at me. I had no desire to tempt fate or the strength of my defense system any further, so I obediently dropped my rifle and collapsed to the ground, feigning death. And as my mortal body struck the ground, it suddenly shuddered and tried to evade me, unsuccessfully. It took me a moment to realize that this was actually the result of an explosion that had occurred less than 100 paces away. The image transmitted by the controller faded. The other two, received from the observers, had long since vanished, and only one of the parasites returned to me. Critical damage to the musculoskeletal system. Critical damage to the defense system. The messages that flashed before my eyes were only a split second ahead of the blinding flash that plunged me into blissful oblivion. The sounds disappeared along with the images, and I passed out. Chapter 14. Rise of the Living Dead. What I certainly didn't realize was that zombies could lose consciousness. Although maybe I was fine, I just didn't see, hear, or feel anything. In general, I was unconscious. I don't know how much time passed before I came to my senses. It was the insistent beeping of an alarm clock, or something like it, that brought me back to my senses. The condition is critical! The blood-red inscription flickered obsessively before my eyes. Or rather, before my inner vision, for normality had not yet returned to me, although the inky void had acquired some variety in the form of gray spots floating before me, their number increasing with each passing minute, and even a few shades were beginning to appear. I moved my hand. It seems to be working. I just need to figure out what position my body is in. Actually, that turned out to be easy. It seemed I was buried under a whole pile of bodies. Zombie bodies, of course, because the information window indicated an overload of several hundred kilograms. And my zombie instinct told me those kilograms belonged to my 40 fellow sufferers. Well, if that's the case, then I know what to do in the next couple of hours while my inhuman body is recovering. Eat. After taking a test bite and confirming that it wasn't too hard and was relatively edible, I boldly bit into the corpse lying on top. It growled and twitched. My hearing was finally returning. But, like me, it was pinned down and unable to move. The durability bars for both systems began to creep to the right, filling up, but my control level began to drop. Oh well, it won't drop below the 10% granted by my class. It took me almost 3 hours to fully recover. I think I must have injured 3 or 4 zombies who had the unfortunate luck to get under my… teeth? During this time, my hearing, vision, and mobility had fully returned, so that, having thrown off the unfinished and uneaten remains, I was finally able to straighten up and look around. Although there wasn't much to see. 24 corpses surrounding me in a tight circle, a pile of bodies piled in a corner, and the bars. And this time, I was looking at them not from the outside, but from the inside. Several of the zombies had bulging, poorly stitched seams visible on their stomachs, barely covered by bloody rags. These scars left no doubt as to exactly where these idiots had shoved me. Why idiots? First of all, they didn't search me. Sure, they stripped me of all my weapons, didn't even leave me with a knife, but all the parasites were slumbering peacefully beneath my skin, bulging like hideous growths on my chest, just below my collarbone. Which means I'm armed and dangerous. To myself, that's for sure. Secondly, lock the puppeteer in a cage with a couple dozen ferocious, overfed undead creatures, which are about to hatch into ferocious wolverines, nimble crawlers, and burly fatties. More precisely, I had 1 potential protector, 4 mimics, and 3 Z-classified rippers sluggishly milling about. There were also gunners, but what good are they without their weapons, which were left lying around somewhere? As our deputy chief of police used to say, If you can't fight crime on the streets, you have to lead it. Incidentally, that's what he got busted for. Also, someone else's thoughts. I wonder, what if I devoured the brain of a schizophrenic? Or some scientific luminary? Would I learn to multiply 5-digit numbers in my head, or speak 5 languages? Yeah, talk. I selected the undead I thought were the most promising. Now I need to somehow get them to attack each other. The ones sporting scars had the highest level of adaptation. After sustaining serious damage, the zombies would attack their comrades to recover. Under normal circumstances, they would leave each other alone. But I wasn't about to wait for more postmen to be dropped off, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. All I had to do was create a threat to life, if that's the only way to describe zombies, while being careful not to significantly reduce the combat effectiveness of the zombies I needed. I chose the closest one as my target, a future mimic, whose limbs had already noticeably stretched and whose arms bent at odd angles, as if the joints had long since rotted away. Actually, why as if? After all, it's a walking corpse in a moderate state of decomposition. I put my palm to his back and fired one of the destroyers, which punched a decent hole in the dead flesh, piercing him right through. The zombie merely twitched and turned toward me with a hoarse growl, but didn't even try to attack. He wasn't rushing to attack the others either, despite the serious damage he'd suffered. Maybe he thinks he's too weak to take on anyone? There they are, lying there, half-eaten. I had to grab the wounded animal by the scruff of the neck and literally shove its nose into the remains lying in the corner. By the way, the destroyer has already returned. But why not plant another parasite on him, so to speak, to monitor the suspect's satiation process? What the hell is going on? I should make a note for the future. Never eat the brains of old people and children. And I'm ready. Within a couple of seconds, the controller had settled comfortably on the neck of my subject, and I received information about his condition. Defense system strength, 48%. Musculoskeletal system strength, 67%. As I thought, the wound turned out to be serious, and he got it pretty bad without me, too. But still, he refuses to eat it. The necrotic gourmet. Either he doesn't like the smell, or he's waiting for cutlery. Maybe I should pour some ketchup and spices on him, too. Unfortunately, the seasonings remained in the refrigerator on the edge of the forest. Stop. Am I a controller or just a piece of meat on stiff legs? I expanded the list of available commands. Yes. More precisely, it was worded, eat. And as soon as I gave the order, the undead creature rumbled and bit into its fellow lying before it, its health indicators rapidly turning green. It fully recovered in about 10 minutes, but that's not enough. I need a rapid evolution from a limping weakling into a fast and agile mimic, which means it'll be eating for the future. The transformation took an hour and a half and 2 bodies, but now I had a rather dangerous predator in the cage with me, capable of dodging a bullet from 100 steps away. Things went much more quickly with the Rippers. They seemed to be much bolder than their scrawny brethren. Perhaps the zombies' evolution was influenced by their initial temperament. The cunning and cowardly became mimics, the aggressive became Rippers, the domineering became puppeteers, and the gray, faceless mass remained a gray, faceless, foul-smelling mass. I should think about this in my spare time, or better yet, conduct a few investigative experiments. And, ideally, after meeting with a psychologist or at least a biologist the night before, hey, move it! Bring one of the new guys here, for example that one over there. While busy cultivating my own Z-Squad, I didn't even notice the commotion around the cage. There were about a dozen people around, mostly armed. The electronic lock chimed and the grate smoothly rose, revealing a narrow passage. "Drag him here!" The crackling of electric discharges could be heard. The soldiers were using electric batons to drive away the zombies. The undead don't actually feel pain, but a strong shock causes them muscle dysfunction. And if you strike them skillfully at the legs or head, you can stun, blind, or even knock them down. And, as if to confirm my thoughts, one of the future defenders I was fattening up fell right next to me, a plump, strong fellow without a left arm. "What are you messing around with? We've already missed all our deadlines because of these jerks." Just in case, I moved further back into the cage, trying to hide behind the backs of the other dead men, but a tight noose snarled my throat, and a powerful shock left me blind and deaf. The noose snapped, forcing me to take a few steps forward, and soon I was outside. Yes, this is not at all how I imagined my path to freedom. "Where the hell is that fucking surgeon?" came a muffled mutter through the deafening ringing in my ears. "Am I supposed to cut this rotten thing up myself?" I couldn't hear the answer. "Well, get him off that whore, or just shoot her, then he'll get off quick, the fucking necrophobe. He's a natural at cutting up living people, but when it comes to the dead, he just wants to puke. I feel like I'm about to be cut to pieces and subjected to inhumane experiments. It's high time to complain to the Zombie Protection Society. Although, to do that, we'll have to create one first. The ones we had just fizzled out when the poor and oppressed necro-citizens bit off their protectors. I was thrown to the ground, my arms and legs caught in tight rope nooses, effectively crucified, unable to even twitch. The average zombie is much weaker than the average human, so I had no chance of escaping. And I didn't want to expose the parasites prematurely. It was too early to play that trump card. 3 more were pulled out after me and laid down next to me. Apparently, they're planning a large shipment of this, whatever it is they're sewing into the dead. This time, I got a closer look at the package. It turned out to be a transparent bag containing white powder. How banal. Even in a zombie apocalypse, human nature doesn't change. And if it does, it'll be a zombie, not a human. A 2-kilogram package, a fine, loose powder with a slight bluish tint, barely noticeable unless you knew what you were looking for. But thanks to the policeman's cleverness, I knew. So that's where that batch of blue dust went. The one that seemed to vanish right under the committee members' noses a couple of months before the end of the world. I must say, the surgeon knew his stuff. He treated the 4 of us in less than 5 minutes, and soon I was back in the cage with the others. I wonder how much a bag like that costs. What lengths are they willing to go to save their goods? Now I'll find out. I ripped the seams of my own belly open with my fingers and released the parasite, hoping it would rip the bag open enough for its contents to spill out. If worst comes to worst, I'd have to use my fingers again, even though it's pretty creepy, digging around in my own belly. But it wasn't necessary. My veins, where once only thick black liquid, the stuff zombie blood had turned into, were suddenly filled with liquid fire. For the first time since my death, I felt something other than hunger and curiosity. It was a mixture of fire and pain, not sharp, but barely perceptible. And life-giving, if one can say that about the feelings of a living dead person. Increase your energy threshold by up to 200%. The message that suddenly appeared caught me off guard. And after reading the following, I abandoned my original plan and, instead of drawing attention to myself, tried to hide in the center of the cage, hiding behind the bodies of other zombies. All your skills are increased by 20%. Increase your energy threshold by up to 300%. All your skills are increased by 30%. Increase your energy threshold by up to 400%. All your skills are increased by 40%. I couldn't believe my eyes, but it was true. The skill descriptions indicated that they were now enhanced, and the energy of all systems had indeed reached 400%. There was no doubt where such wealth had fallen upon me.
All that remained was to decide what to do with it, including the 3 other packages, which turned out to be real batteries for people like me. It turns out that drug dealers can be useful too. Now I was even more determined to claim the base for myself, along with all its contents, including the doctor's brains and the powder supply. And it became much easier. I found one of the mailmen and unceremoniously ripped open his belly, making sure no one was watching. And soon I had the second package in my hands. Finding the third and fourth took longer, but I managed that too. Things became much easier after I noticed an army knife hanging from one of the zombies' side. It turned out to be quite sharp and cut through dead flesh well. Now all that remains is to choose those who will benefit from this gift and help us to free ourselves. The first candidate was the newly minted Ripper. He was sturdy, confident on his feet, and armed with bone spikes 5 or 6 centimeters long. The second was Mimic, who had matured even before I arrived in the cage. How could I have missed him before? Well, and the third one is the 2-meter-tall brute, whom Mother Genetics herself determined to play the role of Fat Man, given his dimensions. Having pushed the trio into a corner, I got to work. I ripped open their bellies, stuffed bags into the cuts, and somehow covered the cuts with scraps of clothing. My movements weren't particularly graceful or precise, so I managed to drop both the knife and the bags a few times. But thanks to my excess energy reserves, I managed to push back the nearby zombies with a few powerful blows before they could trample or kick my finds. Now that I didn't have to conserve energy, I made extensive use of both dash and punch to clear space or direct the undead where I needed them. All that remains is to attract the attention of the thugs so that more of them gather around. The more that fall during the first wave, the better. I growled as loudly as I could, moving closer to the bars and sticking my hand into my own belly. "Hey, what's up?" someone's voice said. One of the guards, who was playing cards, reluctantly tore himself away from this fascinating activity and cast a quick glance at the cage. "It's all fine. We're just hungry." I repeated, this time grabbing the bars and shaking them vigorously a couple of times. "Just calm him down." The guard took the discharger from his belt and headed towards the cage, straight towards me. Well, it's time. I put my hand into the wound again and gave it a good tug, demonstratively pulling out the powder, which had caked together into dirty black-gray lumps. "Fuck you, dead bitch!" The guard ran towards the cage. "What's happened?" "He tore the bag. All the powder came out." Cursing, the other guards also jumped up, grabbed their weapons, and rushed after them. Their shouts drew the attention of the remaining bandits in the courtyard. Just what they needed. Of course, I didn't wait for them to throw me on the floor and take out the package, but retreated to the opposite corner, further from the exit and closer to the 3 dead men in whom I had hidden the packages. The electronic lock beeped and batons sparked. Long steel rods flashed as the guards pushed the dead away from the entrance. It's time. I stabbed the knife with all my might into Fatso's stomach first. He's huge, and it'll probably take him longer for the blue gunk to penetrate his bloodstream and spur him on. Then the Ripper, and finally the Mimic as the smallest one. 1, 2, 3. 3 guards were already in the cage. We should detain them. Obeying my controller's orders, a large zombie, just moments away from becoming a Ripper, pounced on the trio. Blows from electric batons and steel rods rained down on it from all sides. "Well, what are you standing there for? Come on!" I glanced quickly at the drug-fueled trio, but noticed no change in their behavior. Dash! He jumped up to the thug again and stabbed him in the stomach a couple more times. And suddenly, it exploded, throwing me straight into the guards. The explosion, enhanced by the drug's effect, was very powerful, and not only scattered the zombies and guards, but also bent several bars in the opposite direction. And now, the distance between them was enough for the zombies to squeeze out. From outside, there were cries of frightened activity. A gray-brown, smelly wave of dead bodies flowing out of the cage rushed over the crowd of people who, although they had their weapons at the ready, were not prepared for such a mass escape. The sporadic gunfire drowned out the zombies' discordant roars. Then the real carnage began. The drugged-up undead joined the fray. The Ripper charged into the line of shooters, delivering devastating blows left and right, severing limbs with his blades in a single swing or knocking the fighters back several steps. This armored colossus, almost 2 meters tall, moved surprisingly agilely and quickly, evading fire or using the bodies of others as cover. It wasn't from any great intelligence. It was the instincts of the predator that he essentially was. The mimic wasn't far behind either, a flickering blood-gray shadow, moving in quick bursts from one victim to the next, its teeth sinking into throats. I briefly noticed 3 fighters attempting to engage it in a crossfire, but to no avail. The zombie didn't even notice the several projectiles that landed directly on it, and then it killed all 3. The rest of the undead played more of a cannon fodder role, although they did it quite successfully. Of course, I also joined the fight, but in a different way. Using dash after dash, I darted 6-meter leaps between the slain fighters and the advancing zombies. I armed the Straylock with captured weapons, focusing on pistols with larger ammo counts. They're easier to handle. Those who stood in my way were simply obliterated with a single powerful strike. I had plenty of energy, and the more I used my abilities, the faster they leveled up. All in all, it was a complete win. 3, 4, 5. 5 of the undead had already opened fire, and I rushed toward the main barracks where the militants were quartered. About 10 men had already jumped out and opened fire on the crowd, not even trying to distinguish between their own and the zombies. It seemed they'd already written off their comrades as non-residents. Carefully hiding in the shadows and moving with short steps, I moved along the wall, closer and closer to the shooters. "Get back! Don't come out!" one of them barked at a head poking out of the doorway, and it disappeared as quickly as it had appeared.
How many of them are there inside? 40 steps. 35. Not enough. I need to get closer. Someone noticed me and turned in my direction, dropping to one knee and taking aim. I waved my hand, mimicking the mercenaries' "don't draw attention" gesture, and raised my other hand to my mouth as if urging silence. I could only hope the shadow covering me was thick enough to conceal both my pitiful state and the fact that the hand I raised to my mouth had only one finger remaining, my pinky. Nevertheless, it worked. The fighter mistook me for one of his own and again turned to higher priority targets. 20. Is that enough? I'll have to take a risk. I froze in place and squatted down, leaning against the wall. Otherwise, I would have simply fallen, as a zombie's body isn't well suited for such gymnastic feats. And even conquering a regular toilet is a real challenge for me right now. My right palm burst, spraying blood and revealing the destroyer's bony beak. I bent my hand slightly, and it opened up, as if splitting into 3 pieces. Just what I needed. On the only remaining finger of my other hand hung an old-fashioned grenade, the kind with the ring which I'd grabbed from one of the bodies. I don't know where the mercenaries dug them up, but right now it was the best option, because a sensor fuse would be too much for me right now, or rather, not my fingers.
I thrust the grenade straight into the parasite's open beak, and it immediately closed, gripping the lumpy sphere securely. Now, the dangerous part. Carefully extend both arms toward the shooters, keeping the distance between them as small as possible. The last thing I need is to rip the fuse release right here. The shooter, who had noticed me a little earlier, turned in my direction again. All my attention was focused on my hands, the grenade, and the pin. But thanks to the parasites implanted under my scalp, I was simultaneously keeping an eye on both the battlefield and the militants firing from the building. I was on all fours, so to speak. Anyone with 4 eyes looks like a zombie controller with a couple of parasites. Yeah, that wasn't funny. And as kids, we used to make fun of our classmates who wore glasses. Stop! What the hell are glasses if no one's worn them for 20 years? Did I really inherit some strapper's expired brain? He looked no more than 35 or 40 years old. Having made sure that I was still sitting in my shelter and in such a human pose, the shooter turned away again. Because I already had everything ready, and I fired. A fat worm burst from my palm, taking the grenade with it and leaving a lonely ring on my finger. The explosion occurred as expected a few seconds later, and the blast wave threw me against the wall, where shrapnel and chunks of flesh immediately began to pound against it, creating sparks and staining the concrete. Naturally, I took a hit too. The health bar on all my systems plummeted. Well, I somehow didn't think about that. Still, I wasn't knocked out, and that's a good thing. But out of a dozen fighters, only 3 survived, and all of them were wounded, and quite seriously. Only one of them was clutching a pistol and trying to fire back, though he was mostly shooting at random, as his face was covered in a mess of blood and dirt, and it's unlikely he could see anything. A skinny, hunched figure slid along the wall, quickly rose into the air, and landed on the wounded man's back, pressing him into the ground until it crunched and breaking his spine. Mimic froze, as if listening to something, and turned in my direction. I was lying on my back, facing the sky, and so I was watching all this through the image received from the parasite, so I could hardly make out the details. But I was ready to swear that there was a satisfied grin on the wrinkled, bloody face of the living dead. No more than a few seconds passed, and Mimic took off again, rushing toward another surviving fighter who groaned and tried to pull his arm out from under him. The blurry shadow covered almost 10 meters in a split second, and another soul was sent to hell. It's not that I'm a religious person, but here and now, I really wanted these strange guys to be right. At least for the sake of freaks like those who were holed up at the base. The nimble zombie had already disappeared from my field of vision, demonstrating enviable agility. It's a good thing zombies can't synthesize this stuff themselves. Humanity certainly has no chance against such sapience. I wonder if that really was the blue dust the eaten policeman shared his memories of with me. By the way, about synthesis. But somehow, my body not only heals wounds and even regenerates severed limbs and organs, but also creates entirely autonomous life forms. Parasites. Pure organic matter, of course, molded from my own flesh, but still. In life, I couldn't secrete poisons, except perhaps by overeating peas or cabbage, but that was just a minor abomination, barely weaker than bird cherry. Now, with some effort and some skill development, I can even craft poisonous worms. The door creaked as someone tried to open it from the inside. Damn it! I'd forgotten about the others hiding in the barracks. Luckily, the explosion had warped the door considerably, So now I'll have to force it open with a battering ram or a weapon more powerful than the guns the militants were armed with. Which means I have a little time. I tried to get to my feet, but I couldn't even move. My energy levels had dropped to 150%, and my skill bonuses had also decreased proportionally. Oh, I could use a couple more doses, but where would I get them? I couldn't even lower my head. It seemed like some muscles were damaged, so I sent one of the observers out to scout. As expected, my belly was torn open by shrapnel, and my entire anatomy was exposed. Even the naked eye, the eye of a parasite, of course, could see that the rest of the powder had spilled out, which meant I'd have to cope on my own. "Who are you? Or what are you?" A hoarse voice suddenly called out above me. It was one of the fighters. He was sitting on the roof of the building in whose shadow I was hiding, aiming a sniper rifle at me. I opened my mouth, and the second destroyer flew out, having moved there after the explosion tore off my hand, in which it had been hiding before. The sniper flinched in surprise and managed to press the trigger before my terrible projectile pierced his throat. Chapter 15. Laboratory. The bullet struck the ground, slanting and tearing off my right ear. I wasn't exactly a handsome man anyway, and my attacker got his comeuppance, falling backwards and bleeding profusely from the parasite-pierced throat. Even if he has a docking module implanted, he still won't be able to heal such a wound. By the way, I had an implant like that too. I wonder what happened to it. Judging by the fact that the wounds weren't healing on their own, and the drug was able to penetrate my system, at the very least the diagnostic unit malfunctioned. Oh, I wish I had an implant technician here to run a diagnostic. Yeah, and also a biologist, virologist, and taxidermist. And this, what's his name? Necrophile. That is, necromancer. Meanwhile, the zombies had already crushed the feeble resistance of the militants, deprived of fire support by the explosion, and had stormed the building. Or rather, they'll storm in once they've finished consuming the human flesh, scattered here and there. Meat. I also need to recover quickly. Otherwise, the uncontrollable undead will get to the survivors as soon as they finish here. And I desperately need to get to the local Ripper in human form. Or at least, to his brains. Somehow getting to my feet, I activated the dash and jumped in one fell swoop onto the roof where the shooter's body was waiting for me. I couldn't bring myself to call him a sniper after such a shameful miss. Other zombies, who hadn't gotten their hands on fresh human flesh, were already starting to gather near the building. But it was unlikely they would be able to get in here. It was no accident that the shooter had decided to sit here, feeling relatively out of reach. I squatted down and pulled the helmet off the dead man. The wounds could wait. His knowledge and experience were much more important now. The body suddenly jerked, and then again and again, tearing itself out of my hands. What the hell? He shouldn't have risen yet, should he? A threatening wheeze came from the other side. Mimic. I'd forgotten these agile creatures could climb and jump. And now it was he who laid claim to my prey. The Priggan looked terrifying. His chest was crusted with black, congealing blood. The right side of his face was torn open by a direct hit, and a thick, gray-brown mass of powder and blood was leaking from his ripped-open stomach. By me, by the way. Rah! He roared at me with his mouth open. This roar immediately made my ears pop, and everything started to swim before my eyes, as if in extreme heat. Almost automatically, I thrust my hand forward and launched the second Ripper right into its open mouth. Mimic was literally blown off the roof, and now I could finally have a peaceful snack and recover. Loading data from protein carrier. Adaptation, plus 3%. Improved acquired skill. Shooting, plus 1. Improved acquired skill. Driving vehicles, -1. Acquired skill. Electronic devices. Control of all systems, plus 15. Duration 140 seconds. So, it turns out I won't be turning the wheel of my trusty corpse truck anymore. Wait though, I checked the list of acquired skills. Shooting, 4. Driving vehicles, 2. Electronic devices, 1. It seemed I could now memorize not 1, but 2 peaceful skills. And reacquiring existing skills also increased its level. Before the strength from the drug dissolved in my blood left me, I carefully examined my body and armed myself with an automatic pistol and a couple of clips, which I stuffed directly into my pockets. I hoped I could retrieve them later. After eating the remains, I almost completely restored my ODS and protective shell, although by that time the drug's effect had already worn off, and my energy had dropped to its normal level. Jumping off the roof. Minus 25% musculoskeletal durability. I rushed into the building, pushing aside the most agile lovers of fresh meat as I went. However, the rush turned out to be unnecessary. I completely forgot where I was. This is a military base, designed, among other things, for a long siege. And it's not just the walls with electric barriers, or even the autonomous turrets. The building's very layout and interior design were designed for effective defense with a small force. And so, the 24, relatively, surviving zombies now have only 3 rooms at their disposal, along with 5 or 6 people they're consuming, who either didn't manage to hide behind armored barriers or were covering their retreat, sacrificing themselves. In fact, I have no other prospects here. Not a cutting-edge laboratory, not a weapons depot, not even the brains of the local doctor. All the doors are hermetically sealed with armor that can't be penetrated even with a grenade launcher. An independent air circulation and purification system will protect the militants from the gas, and the food supplies there will last for years. These doors can only be opened from the inside, or from the command post using special codes, or with a biometric touchpad. No keycards or digital codes to steal or counterfeit. I had to return to the roof, where the remains of the sniper I'd half-eaten lay. It seemed his right arm should still be intact. I wasn't mistaken. I lifted the cover covering the touchpad and placed my hand on it. Enter the confirmation code. Book. Well, there you have it. It seems the severed arm idea also occurred to those who developed the military base's security system. It's odd that the password is only 5 digits, and a digital one at that. Any hacker could crack it in less than 3 seconds. Although, the database computer probably needs even less time to send a request and receive the status of the person whose hand is attempting to penetrate a secure area. And if it's marked as deserted, dead, or eaten by a zombie, the password can be rejected, and the hand can be removed from the database of authorized persons, or hands. But that's only if the base is manned by qualified personnel, not a gang of drug dealers with security and a bunch of cheap prostitutes. True, I still don't have even the most basic password cracker, and even if I did, my numb fingers wouldn't be able to handle such a delicate device. 9 times 8 times 0 times 0 times 1 times 3. My fingers automatically ran across the panel, entering the usual combination. Wait. Could it be that with that hapless shooter's brain, I've acquired not only his skills and habits, but even the digital password to a classified military base? However,
Don't look at the encryption keys for the gift password. As soon as the armored plate rose high enough, I pushed the door with all my weight, and even increased my acceleration. Dash! My body literally flew into the room, knocking down 2 fighters holding the door at gunpoint. Shots rang out, but it was no use. The zombies, sensing their near prey, burst into the room, and soon the bodies of the hapless fighters were buried under a brown, writhing mass. I quickly rushed in the opposite direction, tightly clutching the trophy hand, to the other door, around which the dead were no longer crowding. Open the protective cover. Press your wrist against the touchpad. Drop the brush. Raise your brush. Press the brush. Drop it again. Growling angrily. Raise your brush again. Press it to the panel. Enter the code numbers. Eat. This time I closed the door behind me and pressed the button that lowered the armored protection. That's it. Now I'm locked in a military base with a dozen or 2 frightened and desperately angry fighters. Like all military bases, it was built in a U-shape. The arsenal and military equipment hangar were in the central part, while the medical unit, dining hall, and the like were in the outer sections. Where would I go if I were under siege? In reality, there aren't many options here. To survive, they need weapons and ammunition first, and provisions second. It turns out that bandages and green paint are useless against the Z-virus, and even amputating the affected limbs doesn't save them. This means the lab must be empty. True, I don't need it yet. Without the proper knowledge, I couldn't tell Ebola from syphilis. So, my top priority is finding that idiot who stitched me up. And yet, I still headed to the medical block. Why? Because I'd gotten hooked on this blue dust, or whatever they'd implanted in my gut. It wasn't that I felt like a human being, but I'd become significantly faster and more efficient, and getting my greedy paws on the remaining supplies wouldn't be a bad idea. Besides, there was a chance there were guards in the lab, or some crazy chemists churning out this stuff. Some extra meat and a decent weapon wouldn't hurt me right now. How much more valuable are these local drug lords' own skins than the batch of junk that's probably lying around in the lab or somewhere nearby? And they could have gone there, too. However, zombies don't suffer from such doubts. We simply rely on our intuition, which allows us to sense the presence of living or quasi-living creatures. So, 3 people were running through the corridors of the central part of the base, most likely those who hadn't managed to catch up with their friends and ended up outside. It was amusing to see the zombies shambling back and forth along the wall, running after the overly fussy food, unable to reach it. 2 more are right in the sector I need, and it's unclear how many, but definitely more than a dozen, are in the opposite wing. So, guards or lab technicians are still waiting for me up ahead. However, I still have about 1/3 of my clip and a couple of parasites tucked away as trump cards, not up my sleeve, but right in my hand. We'll break through. And I began to break through. First, he placed his trophy hand on the touchscreen panel on the wall, and a base diagram appeared, knowledge inaccessible to outsiders. Most likely, under normal circumstances, the image would only be visible to those whose INCs were entered into the local Smart Guy database, the computing and analysis center that controls all electronics, etc. But during a combat alert, the biometric identification system was also activated, since enemies could jam the INCs. You can unlock the flock skill, passive, +5 to control of all systems, and +5% to energy recovery if there are at least 5 converted nearby. You can unlock the lone wolf skill, passive, +5 to control of all systems, and +5% to energy recovery if there are no converted nearby. The offer is certainly tempting, but I'll manage somehow. Who knows where the crooked and unsteady gait of a living dead man will lead me? I quickly scanned the room, and, noticing nothing of interest, moved on, opening the door with the same code and my severed arm. And then,
quite unexpectedly, I felt a human presence right next to me, even though no one had been there just a moment ago. "Damn it," someone groaned, invisible because of the huge table blocking their view. "What did this do to me?" Interesting. So, if a person is unconscious, then I can't sense him with my Z-sense? Scratching me with a rough hedgehog. So what does that mean? Are zombies telepathic? And do they find potential food, or future relatives, not by smell, but by some kind of brainwaves? A new fucking stage of evolution. X-Men, motherfuckers. Or would it be more correct to say, Z-people? Then it's clear where all this empathy, control, and so on comes from. Oh, and I can't even tell anyone about this. My hands shot up involuntarily, and gunshots rang out. 3 bullets hit me in the gut, which was already looking pretty bad. The shooter on the roof wasn't enough to patch me up properly. Shoots well. My success was much worse. 2 bursts, 5 bullets each, and only 3 out of 10 hit the target. 1 in the thigh, 1 in the stomach, and 1 more in the arm, forcing the shooter to drop the weapon. Well, at least it's something. True, he has a second one in a holster on his belt, which the unknown thug is about to pull out and try to finish me off again. Dash! With a powerful blow, I knocked him to the floor, along with a chair and a stack of some papers marked Top Secret. There was a crunch beneath me, and the recent threat turned into a pile of fresh meat, provided I could render him unusable within 10 to 20 minutes. A broken nose, a shaved head, and distinctive burns on his fingers. I clearly didn't run into a desk jockey. And if that's the case, that means he can probably shoot too, and will help me confirm a curious theory. I slammed his head hard against the edge of the table a couple of times, trying to crack his skull and get to the dessert. Finally, clumps of gray mass began to spill out of the impressive hole, and I shoved a whole handful into my mouth. Loading data from protein carrier. Adaptation, plus 1%. Improved acquired skill, shooting, plus 1. The acquired skill, electronic devices, has been lost. Acquired skill, lockpicking. Control of all systems, plus 10. Duration, 120 seconds. So, no more frying my brains in an electric oven, but, as I expected, the shooting skill not only remained, but also improved to level 5. And next to its name in the list, there's an exclamation point icon and numbers. Shooting, 5 out of 10. I mentally clicked on the icon and growled contentedly when I read the inscription in the pop-up window. Skill adaptation level. At maximum level, the skill can be made permanent. Chance of replacing a skill with a new one, 50%. That's practically a direct order to kill and devour anyone who knows which side of a gun to hold. However, I haven't yet become so savage, that is, so zombified, as to run after armed militants through the corridors of a military base. Having refreshed myself and having almost completely healed my wounds, I took the weapon from the dead man and moved on, going from room to room and looking around carefully. What if I find something useful? The inside of the base was relatively clean and tidy. It looked like the zombies, except for me, hadn't made it here yet. The only signs of disorder were empty whiskey bottles, broken glasses, and a few pieces of women's underwear here and there. Oh, and there were also plates of normal human food. Out of curiosity, I took a fried chicken leg from one of these dishes and put it in my mouth. The taste is completely bland and inexpressive, and doesn't at all resemble what I once experienced back in life. And it doesn't restore energy or strength to any of the systems. You might as well have chewed rubber. Finally, I reached almost the medical unit itself. If you believe the map, on which the next few rooms were marked with the traditional red cross. Behind the next door were hidden those two people whom I felt. If only I knew what kind of birds these are, and what to expect from them. It's a pity that my intuition didn't allow me to see through walls. Although I still have one spare eye left, that is, the parasite observer. So I'll send him out for reconnaissance. Having pressed the dead man's hand to the touch panel and confirmed the password, I slightly opened the door and released the spider, which quickly moved its legs and ran into the room, transmitting to me an image of whatever caught its eye, or eye. Two people, a man and a woman, both barely dressed, huddled together and conversing. The rest of their clothes are scattered on the couch, or rather, floating in a pool of blood that is leaked from the corpse lying there. A girl, also naked, lies in an unambiguous pose, her legs spread wide. The would-be zombie had a tightly tied collar around her neck, which may have been the cause of her death, and a hole in her forehead, the cause of the final demise of this careless thrill-seeker. Well, the guys had a good time, nothing to say. On the table are the same bottles of whiskey, and in addition, a torn bag of blue dust, and several smeared trails of powder coming from it. Are these two dangerous to me in this state? Who the hell knows? At least they have weapons and enough brains to shoot their strangled girlfriend without waiting for her to adapt and eat them. The spider climbed up the wall to give me a better view. Aha! The man is holding a pistol, and the girl is armed with a corkscrew. Anyway, the boys are ready to greet my beloved, no doubt drawn by the door suddenly opening and slamming shut, so I won't keep them waiting. I put both hands forward, my right armed with a 9mm Bison automatic, and my left, from which the destroyer's beak peered out warily. "Stop, or I'll shoot," the guy yelled, almost menacingly, jabbing the gun at me and squeezing his eyes shut for some reason. He was still just a boy, 18 at the most. "Ah!" the girl simply squealed, holding the corkscrew in front of her. I joined the game, shooting both of them with 2 short bursts. So what should I do with them? I could blow their brains out, but then I'd have to find a fridge. I can't eat them all on my own, and I don't want to share. I can't be a pack rat with my ego. Or I could let them rise up, some kind of help or a distraction. It's a shame I have trouble communicating. Then I could have kept them alive and interrogated them. "Stop!" I entered the code on the panel. It's not just talking and writing. There are other ways to communicate. For example, using a computer. At a pinch, Morse code and gestures are still there, and I can definitely slam a good punch on something that sounds loud. All that's left is to find someone who can recognize and understand my signs. I could even use bricks to make swear words, anything to let people know I'm here. So I made a note to myself for the future, to find a glass camera or at least a visiphone. Where? Well, at least now we can go and search the clothes of this sweet trinity. Did none of them really have any means of communication with them? It's strange this thought hadn't occurred to me before. It seems the minds of the living dead are somehow wired differently. Actually, it's all wired the same way, I know, but it works differently. But I'm a fucking human! what's his name? Sapiens! Unfortunately, my search yielded nothing. However, I wasn't expecting much anyway. They're too young to use glass devices. Why lug around an inconvenient device when you can have an ink, which offers far more capabilities? Even for me, my work tablet has long since gathered dust, and I haven't touched it once this month. In the end, I simply stuffed the rest of the bag of blue dust into my pocket and moved on, leaving the amorous couple to mature. On the way back, I'd plant parasite in one of them and take them with me. I dragged the second girl's body into the next room, closing the door behind us so she wouldn't be devoured without me. Chapter 16. Victim of Experiments. The lab was creepy. That's the best word for what I found there. So how can I explain this? I'm no angel either, quite the opposite in fact. I've eaten people, killed people, set the living dead on the ground, blown up innocent zombies. Even in life, I wasn't known for my meek disposition or crystal-clear conscience. I confess, I've sinned, even killed, including people. But the one who ran the lab was far superior to me, a rare bastard and a complete sadist pervert. And I can even guess who it was. Ugh, if I caught him, I'd smash his brains all over the walls, and I wouldn't eat a single bite. I don't even want to think about putting that disgusting thing in my mouth. Because a real vivisector, completely out of his mind, worked in the lab. Yes, here they cooked, or maybe dried or distilled, some white powder, which made not only drug addicts and spoiled schoolchildren feel good and happy, but also the living dead. And they also conducted inhumane experiments on zombies here. And people, and what's more, over still living people. They all lay securely strapped to some kind of couch, or were secured in strange mechanisms that held their bodies in an upright position, like in a medieval executioner's torture chamber. Although even the most deranged inquisitors would never have thought of such a thing. Here they crossed people and zombies, of course not in a natural way, but surgically. A zombie who has had the healthy eyes of a normal person implanted into him. A girl, once quite beautiful, with the swollen, tattooed hands of a dead man carelessly sewn on. The upper half of a security guard, still wearing the remains of his uniform, and in place of the lower half of his body is some kind of life-supporting equipment. A zombie without a brain, with an open skull. Another girl, this one had rotten teeth of a dead man sewn under the skin of her face. Just 15 unfortunate victims of a maniacal surgeon. Of course, they had all already turned themselves in, as expected, but they didn't even try to escape their shackles. I finished them off, every last one, smashing their heads to pulp with something heavy. I finished off not the living dead, but those they once were. A test in the head, a strange thought suddenly surfaced, but I immediately pushed it away. One thing was clear. The local surgical chemist was no help to me, and his gray matter could become a poison even worse than the mess he was cooking up. But it became clear how he'd been lured away by the bandits. Apparently, they were the ones supplying him with people for his experiments. Some of the test subjects turned out to be either prostitutes or militants who had somehow displeased their masters. The lab itself was in excellent condition, save for a bit of disarray. The new equipment was in working order, the cabinets were filled with samples, and there were 3 state-of-the-art computers. I wondered if they were connected to the global network. The drug supply turned out to be not as large as I thought during the first inspection. No more than 4 or 5 packets like the ones they sewed into me and my zombie colleagues. In general, my hopes for a normal laboratory and the brain of a scientist, biologist, or, at worst, a doctor, were justified only on the first point. Suddenly I heard an insistent knocking coming from somewhere in the next room. Strange. I checked the surroundings again with my Z-sense, but there was no one nearby, living or living dead. So who's knocking there? Or what? I had to go on reconnaissance. This was a man. No, it was once a man. Like one of the undead I'd finished off, this young man was also cut in half. His upper body rested on a life support cube, while his upper body was stitched together from various pieces, like a Frankenstein creation. His right arm was replaced by a cybernetic prosthesis. His left had once belonged to a zombie, and the right side of his face was hidden by a metal cybernetic mask, the eye on that side glowing with an ominous red light. And the left one stared at me with the pale pupil of a dead man. And yet, "Help me," whispered this strange human cyborg zombie. He was alive, and he was talking. And he wasn't marked as either a piece of meat or a fellow zombie. But how? Does partial transformation into a cyborg really help curb zombification? Or is it all about the proportion of human flesh? The boy clearly didn't die, otherwise the transformation would have been complete. As it is, he only has an eye and a hand, and even those clearly aren't his. "Don't kill. Help me." He looked in my direction with both eyes and clearly saw me. Me, a living dead man in the tatters of a military uniform, with a torn and stained belly covered in blue-brown mush and a muzzle bloodied after the meal. And, nevertheless, he asked for help. Either the poor guy had completely lost his mind, or he knew and understood much more than others. I responded. The left, dead, hand twitched and awkwardly began poking its fingers at the black surface of the table, and it responded. Right where the blue, swollen fingers touched the black surface, symbols began to light up, and a synthetic voice rang out. "You, we, jush, gree." "Fuck!" the boy cursed. The cybernetic prosthesis knocked the other arm aside with a powerful blow and confidently drummed on the table. "This is a medical symbol panel. It allows you to communicate without speaking. Do you understand me?" Only now did I realize that my fingers were tapping not on the table, but on a black plate lying on it, approximately 30 by 40 in size. So, now I have a way to communicate with people? It only remains to understand how it works. I walked closer, tentatively touched the panel, and it responded. Barely visible glowing lines ran across the black surface, dividing the panel into 50 sections, most of them labeled with letters or numbers, but there were also whole words. Yes, no, don't know, and challenge. "Do you understand what this is?" the stump of a man or a cyborg croaked quietly. "Yes," the synthesized voice responded, instantly reacting to my touch on the corresponding area on the symbol panel, as the boy called it. "You are a human?" "Well, what can I say to that, huh? Can't you see it yourself?" I tapped the letter N, and immediately the symbols on the other keys flashed, changing. Now I could select not just a letter, but one of the syllables. Na. The next symbol, and now the panel was offering word options, among which I quickly found the one I needed, having some experience working with glass. Note, a completely transparent touchscreen analog of modern smartphones. Probably, for now. Finally! He probably had a lot of questions for me, just as I had for him, but we weren't given the chance to have a proper conversation. Something clicked loudly under the ceiling, and a confident male voice echoed throughout the room. "To everyone who survived and is currently at the base, find that fucking bastard holed up in the lab. $5,000 to whoever brings me his head. Just be careful with the goods, or I'll personally tear your ass into a 100-piece puzzle." It seemed the educational conversation was being postponed. I also suddenly felt sorry for finishing off the zombies in the next room. I could have used them as cannon fodder now. And I ordered the boy, awkwardly imitating the familiar gesture, a finger placed on the lips. True, when I did it, it looked like I was trying to eat my own hand, but judging by the nod, he understood me. We'll have to fight a little. I looked over the poor, half-koborg neo-zombie, and as soon as my gaze fell on the tag on his chest, a system window popped up with the information it had read. Ivan Filchenko, Junior Researcher, Research Lab 12, Clinic of Infectious Diseases, Cherepovets. You've come a long way, Ivan. Luckily for me, I suppose, because you seem very interested in sharing with me some useful information about the local vivisectionist's experiments. To his credit, he's made much more progress than the smart guys at the CDC. Although no one allowed them to cut living people and mix them with zombies.
Stop! What am I even thinking about? I can't see the candlelight because of the fire's flames, but there it is, hanging right in front of my nose. Inc.'s standard system message with information read from my personal service card. First the canned food, then the car's sensors, and now this. The equipment responded to my chip as usual, and it continued to read and convert the information. So, it turns out that my Inc. has not only learned new tricks, like connecting to the eyes of my parasites or pumping up my beloved self, but also remembers some old tricks. Inc. is alive and kicking, even if I can't manage it the way I used to. Damned and cursed by me 1,000 times. Brick is alive, and still good for something. Despite the fact that I wanted to get rid of it so many times, the realization that, at least partially, this piece of bioplastic and its nano chain is alive and working, not only turning me into a walking piece of meat, gave me strength. It seems that today will be a simply wonderful day.
Hey, you asshole, whoever you are. I'm going to get you, you hear?
A familiar voice came from the ceiling speaker. He doesn't know exactly who or where I am, meaning he either doesn't have access to the video cameras or they're not working. Nevertheless, I walked up to the nearest one and, on my fourth try, managed the popular cut off at the elbow or fuck you gesture. Approving grunts came from the life support machine. It sounded like the crippled lab technician was pretending to laugh.
Finish this faggot,
the speech synthesizer said, voicing the dance of metal fingers. I have a couple of bodies I can plant a parasite on and throw at the front lines, but what's the point? They'll kill me without even noticing. I don't have many control options to force the undead to shoot, hide in cover, or generally behave more or less sensibly. What if you subjugate a person, one of the enemy fighters? No sooner said than done.
The ventilation system was protected from intrusion. Special devices generated signals and radiation that disabled any unauthorized electronics and repelled animals and insects. Of course, my pets didn't give a damn about all these protections. How did I know all this? Not me, but my recent dinner. Are you controlling them? Ivan, it turned out, had been watching my actions closely and was generally quite a talkative guy. I nodded, watching the 3 pictures being transmitted to me at the same time. The enemy has no way to observe me, but I have 2 mobile video cameras at hand, and it would be foolish not to use them to monitor the perimeter. It's a shame I didn't create more of these cute pets. They're incredibly useful. I stationed one observer 2 rooms away, and the second right at the entrance to this wing. A vivisectionist once cut a similar creature out of an infected person, but he never figured out what it was. There it is, in a jar of formalin. Now this is interesting. And who do we have there? I tried to reach for the said vessel, but my disobedient hand simply swept it to the floor, and the jar broke with a quiet slap, spilling its contents. Indeed, the parasite, judging by its appearance, it's a destroyer, but different from mine. I picked it up, and the chip read the information from it. Poisoner, 4. Owner. No. Wow. So that's what kind of strange beast you are. I'd like to talk to your creator. Do you want to tame this parasite? 20% of the strength of the protective shell. Not really. Give me 2. Of course I want them. The creature suddenly stirred and bit into my arm, gnawing at my flesh and sinking deeper and deeper. At the same time, a message appeared that a new parasite had been tamed. The poisoner. There were 3 of them. The observer stationed at the entrance to the wing spotted a trio of militants cautiously advancing in our direction. I adjusted the controller's movements, setting up an ambush in a rather convenient location. The plan was simple and just as easy to execute. As soon as Parasite was behind the trio, who were nervously looking around every corner, I gave him the order to attack. The squid-like creature leaped several meters in a single bound and landed somewhere near the neck of the fighter walking behind him. He barely flinched, not even breaking stride, and a minute later I got a glimpse from his eyes. The controller had infiltrated. So what orders do we have here? The list was already familiar to me. Nothing new had appeared, except that the odds were lower. Go there, 90%. Look there, 98%. Stand, 100%. Shoot, 80%. Well, actually, the choice is simple. My stallion obediently raised his arms, aimed at the neck of the fighter in front, and fired. The powerful blow sent the target taking several steps forward before it began to collapse. A chunk of his neck and shoulder was simply missing, torn off by the shot at almost point-blank range. Fortunately, the bandits weren't wearing high-protection combat suits, but regular body armor, even without the power generator or magnetic trap. "Hey, Tolian, what's wrong?" "Kostya, cover me." The second man in front rushed toward his fallen comrade, not realizing where the fatal bullet had come from. So much the better for me, and so much the worse for him. The second shot hit him right in the chest, throwing him off his body. The last thing I needed was for him to shoot him in the head, depriving me of a potential recruit. "Kostya, what's wrong?" I don't know if Kostya, who was guided by the controller's orders, heard him, but I didn't care about the curses that rained down on me, or the machine gun pointed in my direction. The image twitched. The enemy moved from words to action and fired a short burst straight into the chest of his former friend. And then the barrel of the machine gun rose higher, and at the last second, I managed to give the order. The image faded. A direct hit to the head had destroyed the brain, but the parasite that had jumped off the lifeless body had already transmitted to me a blurry image. A mercenary, bleeding from his severed right arm, trying to apply a tourniquet to himself. Having led the controller away from harm's way, I sent the nearest observer to the battlefield. He transmitted a clearer image, moved more confidently, and could transmit sound. Unfortunately, the controller was very nearsighted and completely deaf if he ran without a carrier. Excellent. The first battle ended 5-0 in favor of the zombies. 3 enemies down and 2 more undead added to my collection, both of them marksmen. True, the second one is one-armed and dropped his weapon, but I can solve that problem by arming him with a pistol. "Hey, are you frozen? What's going on? He's so annoying." Or have I already gotten out of the habit of normal communication with my dead people? I returned to the stumpy man and hesitantly tapped out. 3. Set up an ambush. 1 is dead. 2 will turn. Can you command the dead? Who's going to tell you the whole truth? No way. He shouldn't know about the aces up my sleeve. No. And that creature from the jar? Where is it? I ate it. Are you a human? We are all human. But I remember and understand. He reached for the touchpad again, but I firmly pushed his hand aside. Enough chatter. The enemies would soon realize that the squad had been ambushed. "Bitch! Scum! You bastard! Get out, you complete scumbag!" The speakers suddenly came to life. "I'll fucking fuck you myself." "Some kind of necrophile," Ivan grinned. "He's a good boy. Even in such a terrible state, he doesn't give up. However, I have some things to do." I returned to the next room, picked up the controller waiting for me, and opened one of the packets of powder. I stuffed a handful into my stomach wound and took the packet with me for my allies. They'll probably send a larger squad after me now, so don't spare your resources. Even under the powder, it took me about 20 minutes to set up an ambush. The boy and girl were now sitting in the third room from the entrance to our wing. I'd smashed all the light fixtures there and stuffed pieces of paper into their mouths to keep them from giving themselves away prematurely. In the dark, zombies would have an advantage over humans. But just in case, I'd also scattered crates and boxes right by the entrance. A few rooms later, I positioned both shooters. I gave the one-armed man his own pistol, taping it to his left hand, and Kostya was armed with the same machine gun with a half-full clip. To make it easier for the dead to shoot back, I managed to overturn a couple of tables and use them to block the room, creating a semblance of a barricade. Both fighters were wearing protective helmets, so they wouldn't be taken down quickly. I hope. Of course, I stuffed a handful of magic powder into each dead man's wounds and mouth. But it was all just a distraction. The main strike force was supposed to be me and my parasites. The controller sat under the ceiling above the entrance, in the very room where the shooters were waiting. While the firefight raged, I'd try to capture someone and kill at least one before the militants discovered the infiltrator in their ranks. Well, I myself settled in the previous room. Or rather, I lay down, smearing my face with blood and scattering brains around. The last thing I needed was to be finished off while getting rid of the potential dead man behind me. I had 4 destroyers at my disposal, including the brand new Poisoner, and 2 automatic pistols, 1 in each hand. However, when I looked at my beloved self, lying in an unnatural pose, through the eyes of one of the observers, I realized the image was unconvincing. So I changed my position, put the pistol in my right hand next to me so that it would be easy to grab and immediately open fire, and tucked my left hand under a chair lying nearby. Now, an outside observer could not see that I was armed. Everything had long been ready when a signal came from the parasite lurking at the entrance to the wing. "They're coming!" And one glance was enough for me to understand that everything was not going according to plan. To begin with, the detachment sent for my soul was too large, no less than 10 people. Secondly, they were not only well armed and protected by improved vests, but also wearing night vision devices, so it would be impossible to create a dark area for them, and the time I spent creating chaos at the entrance was completely wasted. And thirdly, 2 of them were wearing police armor, which couldn't be easily breached by the arsenal that I and my dead allies had. Chapter 17. Extermination. The militants shot the zombie I'd left in the darkness, literally riddling it with bullets. All I could do was count the shots, which was surprisingly easy. Of the 10 men, 6 were armed with pistols, 3 with machine guns, and 1 was clutching a portable flamethrower. 2 more pistol-wielding men had tanners on their belts, military stun guns that hit targets at a range of up to 50 meters, causing temporary paralysis and incapacitating the target. Almost all of their weapons were military grade. Increased lethal force, but less ammunition compared to police ammunition. The darkness played some role. The dead suddenly jumped out of cover, leading to a chaotic firefight, and before the soldiers could adequately assess the threat, they had almost half-emptied their ammunition. Luckily, they didn't pay any attention to me. The Strelki entrenched further down the corridor were doomed, that was certain. Which meant I'd have to do most of the work myself. The drug dissolved in my blood quadrupled my energy reserves and increased my speed of movement by almost 30%, making me slightly faster than an ordinary person. And 10 armed and well-protected fighters ahead. And they were scared. Unconsciously, I activated the mental probe and now knew the moral state of every person and zombie in this and the neighboring rooms. Every fighter, without exception, was scared. Even that brute, fully armored, was brimming with uncertainty and doubt, and the one at the back looked ready to run at any moment, the coward. My zombies were positively oozing with impatience and a brewing sense of all-consuming hunger. And Ivan. It was as if he wasn't even there, a completely even emotional background, as if he really wasn't human, but a true cyborg. Most likely, this is due to the shock of everything he'd been through. Having turned off empathic vision, there was no point in wasting energy. I got down to business. Obeying my order, the controller dropped onto the neck of the third tank, dressed in normal armor. The poisoner, whom I'd placed under a box in the squad's path, crawled out of his hiding place and, quickly crossing the room along the wall, snuck under the pant leg of the soldier leading the way with the flamethrower and bit into his leg. A timer appeared before my eyes, counting down the lifespan of the bitten man. 60 seconds exactly. Slowly, too slowly. I needed to find something to occupy them during that time. I slowly stood up and with one dash caught up with the people who had gone ahead, managing not to catch anyone's eye. However, they didn't really look back. "Hey, did you hear that? I think that's from behind," the last man said, flinching nervously and looking around. "Maybe they didn't finish someone off. Go check," one of the others said to him. He only shuddered and quickened his pace, trying to blend in among the others, which, however, was to my advantage. One of the destroyers, perched on the ceiling, fell on the terrified fighter's head without attacking. He, seeing the terrifying creature right in front of him and feeling it touch his face, screamed hysterically, "Take it off! Take it off me!" He rushed forward, not looking where he was going and pushing others aside, even knocking someone off their feet. "Hey, what's that he has? What kind of creature is this?" The rest rushed to the sides from their comrade, who was screaming and waving his pistol in all directions and pointed their weapons at him, not knowing what to do next. The only one who hadn't lost his wits was their leader, the one in the armor. He calmly pointed his machine gun at the man running toward him and fired a short burst, blowing his head and my long-suffering prey sight to pieces. "Anyone else want to scream?" he asked calmly, not lowering his weapon. "Did anyone see where this thing came from?" "It seems she fell from above," the nearest fighter responded. And then I activated the controller, taking control of the armored one. "First order, look over there." The militant slowly, without lowering his machine gun, turned towards the voice. "Second order, shoot." A short burst pierced the bulletproof vest, and the stuttering fighter fell onto his back. "Third order, look there." The commander turned again, and now another fighter was in his sights, who backed away in fear, raising his pistol. Hey, Chrome, what's wrong? It's us, right?" Fourth order, shoot." The shots silenced the daredevil, forcing him to choke on his blood, and only then did the rest of the fighters sent for my head come to life. "Hey, sir, he's gone crazy!" "Chrome has gone bad," The bastard! Take him down! Some of the soldiers opened fire on their own comrade, but he'll hold out for a while, securely protected by his army armor.
If he's lucky, he'll be able to take down a couple more.
We're in deep shit here. Chrome's gone nuts and shot Vovan and Snot, someone yelled, having managed to contact the others. Now he's going to finish us all off. Another of the shooters fell, and the rest scattered, trying to escape the bullets. The most cunning ones managed to retreat behind the clumsy Chrome, who, obeying my orders, methodically sought out new targets. Each new command drained more and more energy. The carrier seemed to possess remarkable willpower, resisting the control. Nevertheless, he managed to either wound or kill 2 more before he himself succumbed. Someone had finally found a weak spot in his defenses. Total -4. 3 are sitting in shelters in the same room with me. 3 more are running further down the corridor, straight into the gentle embrace of my Strelkov. I could already see them with the help of the observer left in that place. The mental probe showed that all the survivors were terrified out of their wits, and that Crom hadn't killed another one, but seriously wounded them. The controller was alive, if that's even a word for this strange creature created from my own flesh, but he wasn't responding. Apparently, Crom's rebellious colleagues had stopped him with a tanner, and that's where my parasite got it. The image transmitted by the observer came to life. The flamethrower operator I had poisoned suddenly sank to the floor, and the bandits running after him tripped over the body of their fallen comrade, and even started shooting out of fear, not realizing what was happening and why their friend had fallen. And then my Strelok sprang into action. They'd long since sensed their prey, but couldn't get to it because of the furniture I'd carefully blocked off the room. One of them was wearing a helmet, so they could hold out for a while against a couple of terrified ghouls. But what to do with the remaining 3? I have a pistol and the last destroyer. There is little hope for a stunned controller. In principle, this is an excellent scenario, considering that I attack suddenly and from behind. I emerged from cover, arms outstretched, and unleashed a hail of bullets on the soldiers crouched behind cover. Well, not exactly a hail. Each pistol had 4 or 5 rounds left, so it was more like a light rain. "Dodge! That fucking bitch is fighting back! Kill him!" I was met with a collective chorus of curses and a volley of gunfire from 3 guns at once. Luckily, they didn't think to use a tanner. I fired on the move, without stopping, and after just 3 steps I found myself back in cover, behind the closet. What do we have there? 1-0 in my favor. I also checked on my guys. I mean, the zombies. Yep, it's an even 1-to-1 draw there. The helmet really did save the second Strelok and allowed him to hold out. Just 10 seconds longer. A well-aimed shot tore the poor guy's head to shreds, and he collapsed behind an overturned table where his twice-killed comrade already lay. This means that my opponents will soon have reinforcements. I ducked and emerged from my hiding spot again. They knew they were fighting zombies, so they'd aim for the head. More precisely, where it should be. "Here! Die, you carrion!" One of the targets screamed illogically, and I aimed the last couple of rounds from both barrels at his voice. Ha! Shut up. True, it still shows up as food, which means he's still alive. A little further down the corridor, the sound of army boots could be heard. Here comes help. "Stop!" he screams. And a long, bright stream of flame stretches out from the black hole of the door straight towards me, gently licking the plastic table and igniting my sleeve. We can't hold out like this for long, which means we'll have to go head on. Dash! I rush towards the nearest fighter armed with a pistol and get 2 bullets in the chest. The guy had a good reaction, but it was too late. I grab him and pull him towards me,
pinning his hand with the pistol between us, and 3 more bullets go into the wall. I grab his head with my left hand. Punch! The pistol grip digs into his chin, throwing his head back and revealing his unprotected neck. His teeth sink into flesh, warm blood splashes across my face, and my back feels like someone is hitting me with a foam hammer. I feel the blows, but there's no pain. Dash! My body, covered in my own and someone else's blood, slams into the cabinet with all its might, toppling it onto the last shooter. And then, behind me, a jet of flame slashes at the wall, missing by less than a meter. Right, there's still that unfinished dragon. Dash! I burn through the last of my energy, slamming into the corridor wall. My broken right arm crunches, and I drop the pistol, long since useless. The stream of flame shifts towards me like a giant pointer, but I have enough strength for one last dash to close the distance to the flamethrower. Far away, about 5 steps. This freak even grins, realizing that luck is on his side, and I have to wipe that grin off his face by releasing the last parasite. The palm of my right hand, stretched out towards the target, bursts, and from the bloody shreds a long body flies out, covering the meters separating us in a split second and plunging its beak straight into the open mouth of the freak who decided to turn me into barbecue. The flame immediately goes out, and I lean weakly against the wall, simultaneously activating the mental probe. The tiny bits of energy provided by the drug only last for a couple of seconds, but it's enough to assess the situation. 2 wounded, 3 dead, and 5 dead. Which means the score is 15-4 in my favor. Why exactly is that so? I knocked out 10 enemies, lost 4 undead, but 5 more will rise in just 30 to 40 minutes and begin devouring the remains of their comrades. By the way, I should probably grab my piece too. After all, I got it pretty good too, and I only know one way to patch up the holes in my poor carcass. A warm piece of fresh human flesh. Well, then I can do some looting. I need new armor, a helmet, and weapons. Most likely, the rebels will also be marksmen, so I'll have to arm them too. Tick, Dodge, Sioma, what's going on there? A voice suddenly rang out from somewhere behind. Enemies? Walkie-talkie. An old-style intercom that operates on shortwave frequencies and is resistant to all modern jammers designed for more sophisticated electronics and standard communication protocols. Where did this ancient thing come from? And, most importantly, what should I do with it? Bring her here. The speaker suddenly came to life again, only now the voice belonged to Ivan the cyborg, and not to the unknown boss. I growled, picking up the piece of plastic that had already fallen silent, apparently having given up hope of reaching the dead. Don't worry, I'm connected to the local network using officer protocol, so no one can see or hear us. He really screwed them all. So, my new friend isn't just a tablet user. He's also got a couple of other clever tricks up his sleeve. I wonder what else he has up his sleeve. When I returned to him with the radio, Ivan was waiting for me in the same spot and hadn't moved an inch. So, does that mean he'd been connected to the base's communications system the whole time? I need an explanation. I tapped out on the touchpad. I'm part cyborg, part human, and part zombie. How did you manage to stay sane? Is it something to do with the chip? Defective. I have 3 Incas, one of my own, one implanted in me by vivisector from a donor, and one from the cybernetic medical system. This one, he moved his manipulator, was inherited from the surgical complex, and it can connect to the base's computer systems. Ivan fell silent and then continued. They could control me, the mechanical part, but with your arrival, they had a bit more trouble than that, and there was no one left in the medical center.
So I tried to connect to the communication systems, and I succeeded. Cameras, speakers, sensors. The zombie cyborg fell silent. The awkward pause lasted for about 5 minutes. What, you really don't have any questions? You'll tell it yourself anyway, I rattled off slowly. Okay. Doors, turrets, and even air ducts. All of this is now in my hands. Hacker? I'm a medical equipment technical engineer by training, but I spent 5 years programming autopilots for motors. Uh-oh. Regular cargo and passenger transport. Ground. In short, my skills and medical ink training were sufficient to allow me to take over. Can you knock them out of here? Better. I can release gas or disable their incas with an electromagnetic trap. So what are we waiting for? No, not all at once. I need your help, and you need mine. What do you need? Legs. I want to move. It's unlikely that they're lying around in a closet somewhere. You're cheerful. I like that. There are 2 options. The medical bay should have a mini loader for transporting those who can't move on their own. If it's working properly, that would be a great option. And if not, then you'll have to sew me some weakling's legs. I'll provide you with the materials, if nothing else. There are 48 people at the base right now. That's living. That's a bit much. And 24 heavily armed fighters are trying to get into our wing right now. I've blocked the door, but it won't hold for long. So hurry. Here's a map. It shows where the forklift should be. The letters disappeared, replaced by something like a map with a plan of the base's premises, on which several dozen dots were burning. Don't look there. That's the 3rd wing and those freaks. Those 2 dots here are us, and here's where you need to go. A dim arrow traced a simple route, just a few rooms. As you can see, it's not difficult if you have legs and arms. I'll open the doors, but you'll have to figure out the locks on the storage lockers yourself. Can you handle it? I remembered my newfound skill as a lockpicker and nodded. Well, break a leg. Oh. As I was leaving the laboratory, I heard an electronic voice behind me. Listen, what is it like to eat human flesh? I just shrugged. If he survives, he'll soon figure it out himself. Although, who knows, these zombie cyborgs, maybe he can feed off an electrical outlet? My instinct told me that the army of my followers had already increased by 3 fighters, which meant that the rest would soon mature as well. I reached the required room, which turned out to be a warehouse for various medical equipment, quickly and without incident. But there I had to use my wits, and not just anyone's, because my hacking skills proved completely useless. Of course, if I had 5 or 6 more professional hackers on hand, this problem could have been solved, but what's not there isn't there. It took several shots to destroy the lock. Behind the lightly armored door, there was indeed some sort of tall wheelchair on tracks, with a cargo compartment for a life support module. This strange contraption was movable and controlled by a joystick on the right armrest. The special clamps were designed for transporting either orangutans during mating season or violent psychos, so securing Ivan in the chair wouldn't be difficult. Turn it on. I'll try to connect remotely. The speaker, invisible to me, suddenly came to life. I felt the activation sensor, and the chair jerked, and lights ran across the built-in instruments. Should I take it for a spin? Why are you stuck? I sat down in the chair, and immediately a pleasant female voice rang out. Attention! Critical drop in vital signs. Request sent to the intensive care unit. Stand by for the emergency team. The lights began to flicker faster, and their color changed to an ominous crimson. Looks like she figured out a dead man got into it. Okay, I'll give you a ride now. Just don't get too used to it. This will be my car from now on. With a barely audible hum, the cart moved towards the exit. Returning to the laboratory, where Ivan was already waiting impatiently for me, I carefully helped him onto this unusual means of transportation. Well, now I'm mobile again. Now I can get even with that jerk who did this to me. This quasi-cyborg attached the touchpad we used to communicate to a special connector on the chair, so we still remained in touch. Well, what do we choose? Gas or an electromagnetic jammer? I thought about it for a moment. Gas would potentially add nearly 50 hungry mouths to my army, most of whom would be Strelok. And how will the impulse work? I don't know. You see, this Z virus isn't biological. It reprograms not only the body's cells, but also our implants, primarily the inky. If an implant is faulty or malfunctions, there's still a chance to preserve your humanity. As I understand it, that's what happened to you. And to me, too. One ink burned out, and the cyberchip's functionality differs too greatly from the standard set of control programs, so almost 20% of the software survived, and the rest turned into junk. So, is that why animals mutate differently than humans? Exactly. The virus is tailored specifically for people who carry a computing control implant in their heads, ingrained into their neural system.
How do you know this? I've been in this state for 3 months now, and the vivisectionist has made great progress in his research. Unlike the lab nerds at the Central Committee for Environmental Protection, he has no shortage of research materials or moral constraints. It turns out that I really need this freak's brains. Give me gas. You do understand that they will all become zombies. Can you let me in there for a while? I'll bring some fresh meat. Brrr. Ivan winced, but a hungry light lit up his eyes. Are you hungry? There's some in the next room. I know. Well, yes. He most likely has Z-sense, too. I wonder who's more cyborg, human or mutant in him. They wouldn't give me human flesh. Animals, various feeds, saline solutions, all kinds of chemicals, even drugs. He was afraid that I would recover or turn completely. The cripple fell silent, awkwardly feeling the handle of the chair's joystick with his cybernetic hand. Tell me, is it true that eating meat of people allows you to heal wounds, even the most serious ones? Yes, you can eat the dead too, but you lose control of your body. It just walks around and eats on its own, without being controlled. And I can... He awkwardly pointed his hand at the stumps of his legs. I think so. I can isolate them in different rooms and release the gas into only some of them, neutralizing the most dangerous ones. And the rest, they can... You and I. Ivan didn't finish, but I understood him perfectly. This stump of a man wanted to be himself again. And now real tears were streaming down his disfigured face. 1 part cyborg, 1 part zombie, he turned out to be the most human of everyone I'd met in recent days. Finish them off, I drummed on the panel, and the cripple's face distorted into a creepy grin. Chapter 18. Vivisection. Of course, he didn't kill anyone, and he used the sleeping gas, and not because he was filled with humanism and compassion after everything they did to him. On the contrary, Ivan acted purely for practical reasons. We needed resources. Human resources. And not just as labor or meat, but also for experiments. Having captured a well-fortified base, I'll be safe enough to finally get serious about breeding parasites. Not to get rid of them,
but to replenish the population. These nimble little creatures have already proven their effectiveness, and such assistance was not to be ignored. Speaking of parasites, when I returned my babies and they obediently crawled under the skin, Ivan reacted with a surprised, raised eyebrow. "What the hell is this? Yours?" "Ah," I howled. "By the way, about that. There must be a few more intercom panels in the other lab. I'm not the only test subject after all. But it's a regular lock. You can't pick it through the computer." He pointed to a spot on the plan, and I headed there, just a couple of rooms down the hall. My newly acquired lock-picking skills helped me crack the lock, and soon a horrific sight beheld me, so repulsive that even I, a zombie veteran, couldn't cross the threshold. The hum of the chair's electric motor could be heard nearby. "Do you like it?" Others have had much less luck than me. The entire laboratory was filled with glass containers of varying sizes, containing the results of the vivisectionists' experiments. People, zombies, and cyborgs, whole, in fragments and mixed together. For example, a zombie arm with an artificial eye implanted in it. Or a whole pile of flesh, 2 meters high and 4 meters in circumference. There was no suitable container for it, so the entire mass was stored in some kind of pool. It was stitched together from pieces of people and zombies, and all of it was still moving. Arms, legs, heads. Brrr. He was trying to figure out how many chips and bodies the virus could reprogram. Ivan followed my gaze. "And all this in a month?" I reached for the panel attached to one of the armrests of his transport chair. He was a very active man. Plus, he had assistants and unlimited resources. Mr. Krabs was very interested in his research. "Krabs? Is that a nickname?" "Yes, some important official who protected the entire gang. Under his protection, they were producing and selling drugs in Western Russia, but their labs were damaged within the first few days. So Krabs gave them this base. I don't know the real name of their guardian angel." My first reaction to what I saw was the desire to burn everything here to the ground. But human reason prevailed over human emotions. Wow, I'm still capable of feeling something other than this terrible hunger. But then I remembered about the touch panels, and there was plenty of other equipment here. Is there anything else valuable here? Enough. Sorry. Who? Flesh isn't just food. It's energy, the material for restoring and improving the body. And brains, which serve as the source of new skills. Yes, you said something like that. You saw how I picked the lock to this laboratory, didn't you? You did it cleverly, he admitted. It's not me, it's the brains of that guy who became my dinner. He picked up a lot. So, I can do that too? It's like that old movie. Tank, download me the helicopter control program. Tell me what here is worthy of fire, and what is more secure than a safe. Or the stomach? Or a freezer? And me, can I do that too? Like, learn? Let's give it a try. Any candidates? Wait. The cybernetic hand clumsily wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, tearing off a good chunk of skin and hair in the process. How does that work? I won't forget anything? I won't lose my identity? What if he had alcoholism or brain cancer? We'll find out everything now. So who? That bald one. The cybernetic prosthesis extended forward and pointed. Well, naturally, at the enormous pile of flesh that towered in the center of the room, shifting and rolling. One of the fragments was crowned with a bald, eyeless head, clutched between a pair of thin arms. Who is this? An orderly,
A real talent, by the way. He's excellent with a needle and thread. That's his job, he said, raising his zombie hand. You know, I definitely don't need accelerated courses in cutting and sewing. He's actually an excellent surgeon, too. Is that considered a useful skill? I wonder whose brains are more dangerous to eat. The crazy vivisectionist who created this freak show? Or the one who spent a couple of weeks as a huge pimple on the butt of a multi-armed, multi-headed zombie monster? And it is a person? Mostly. Can't you feel it? Now I've figured out how to listen to my instincts. Well, yes, it seems that some of this mass belongs to humans, although it's unclear what species this bald one belongs to, living or living again. Okay, I'll get you a piece. I pulled out a surgical vibrating saw. It looked like a large butcher's knife with a jagged edge and a suspiciously bulky handle. I pressed the button, and the weapon vibrated in my hand, becoming combat ready. Now it could cut flesh, bone, and pizza into neat slices. I myself decided not to touch this brain for now. I need to make sure that there is no threat left at the base, and first I wanted to consolidate my combat skills on a permanent basis. The narcotic acceleration was still wearing off, so I was able to finish off that horrific appendage without any problems and return with a trophy in the form of its head. I opened the skull with the same knife, carefully cutting off the top of the head and part of the brain, and handed it to Ivan like a plate. Help yourself. And you? I'll save that for later. My skills are more important to me. Are there any refrigerators here? And anyway, what useful things can I get here, like those panels? Swallowing piece after piece, the cripple visibly came to life, his movements becoming more confident and his voice firmer. He practically no longer resorted to the panel to explain what was going on. In general, it won't be possible to burn everything here, even though I really wanted to. Too much valuable equipment and samples have been collected. I wonder if I graft that arm onto myself, will I be able to control it, or will it remain just as independent? Although, I've had enough of the parasites. Let Ivan add the extra arms and legs. He's just not fully equipped. The cripple seemed to read my thoughts. He suddenly rattled off on the panel. What do you think is better, to graft someone else's legs onto yourself or to wait for your own to grow back? And is it even realistic or not? I think it's all possible. Your own are better, but they last a long time. And strangers? Who the hell knows where they'll lead you? The main thing is to eat more fresh meat so your own grows faster. I returned from the second lab with a touchscreen intercom panel similar to Ivan's, a perpetual flashlight, an atomic scalpel, and a bottle of the strongest acid. I grabbed them just in case. I not only locked the lab door, but also took the trouble to drag a chair and prop it open. I really didn't want anything to get out. I also really wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with the vivisectionist, like a monster with a monster. The sleeping gas only lasted a couple of hours, so time was of the essence. However, thanks to the brains he'd eaten, Ivan moved much more confidently, and his wheelchair could carry 1 or 2 people, so his assistance proved invaluable. Still, even with just the 2 of us, we barely managed to stuff the unconscious bodies into 4 cramped rooms, most likely once used as utility rooms, but now transformed by the bandits into a semblance of a garbage dump. They were crammed with trash, scraps, and various junk. There were only 24 survivors. When the gas started, which even gas masks couldn't keep out, the militants trapped in the second wing didn't immediately pass out. Panic and gunfire erupted, killing or fatally wounding nearly a third of the people. In fact, 2 rooms were filled with zombies feasting on the remains of the people.
The largest number of deaths were among the girls and, as I understood it, the lab technicians or service personnel. They had no weapons or protection. We left only 3. I finished off one of them by splitting his skull against the wall and with pleasure stuffed lumps of soft flesh into my mouth. Loading data from protein carrier. Adaptation, plus 2%. Improved acquired skill, shooting, 6 out of 10. The acquired skill, Thai boxing, has been acquired. Control of all systems, plus 10. Duration, 120 seconds. Wow, what an unusual set. I chose it because of the cool Yakuza-style tattoo on my neck. In those couple of minutes, I sat the remaining 2 on chairs and securely taped them so that they couldn't even breathe without my permission. "They'll wake up soon," Ivan warned. We sat down opposite and began to wait. The one sitting on the left was dressed in a clearly expensive suit, under which, judging by his size, he wore some kind of protective gear. He had a shaved head and massive rings on his sausage-shaped fingers. The owner of the local dive himself. His real name was Saram Kianisian, but he increasingly responded to Sipli, according to Ivan. Oddly, his voice sounded normal through the speakers. The second prisoner wore a blood-stained, once-white coat with a bulletproof vest pulled over it. His badge read Inokenti Kudiyarov, lab technician. Innocent. Kesha.
Laboratory assistant. He was young, 25 at the most, and wore glasses with thick lenses. This is what we have today. Had a slight build, and a long-heeled scar ran diagonally from his forehead across his entire face, seeming to divide his face in half. So this is what you are, vivisectionist. I passed the agonizing wait by studying my abilities and planning my future development. The parasites performed admirably in battle, and if I do everything right, they could become the backbone of my combat power. And not only that, they also made excellent scouts and drivables. But Ivan, he reacted somehow very nervously to the appearance of my pets. Although, considering what he went through, it's surprising that he didn't go crazy. A light poke in the side brought me out of my reverie. The vivisectionist was the first to come to, although, by my estimates, Horse was almost twice as heavy. Although, who knows if body weight affects the effect of sleeping gas. "Bah, these are all familiar faces. I knew it was you." Inokenti grinned wryly, appraising the cripple sitting in the chair across from him. I stood motionless next to him, not even worthy of a second's attention. It seemed this moral degenerate mistook me for an ordinary zombie. Maybe that's for the best? No, at all, Ivan croaked. The vivisectionist looked around, quickly glancing at me and frowning in confusion. "So where are your allies? Who are they? Lab technicians? Although there is external infiltration. Burr's people? Security guards? Cleaners?" "Bring him to his senses," the cyber zombie rattled off on his panel, turning to me. I didn't like his commanding tone, but I didn't object. We'll figure out who's in charge later, but right now we need a spectacular demonstration. And I activated Punch, which, with the acquisition of a new combat skill, was displayed as Random Thai Boxing Technique. My body contracted, turning into a coiled spring, and then straightened, shooting toward the unconscious brute. With a powerful thrust, I not only launched myself into the air, but also thrust my right knee forward, driving it into Horse's chest. Something crunched first in my knee, then under it, in the man's chest, and then the chair itself fell apart with a loud crack. "What the hell are you doing?" Ivan hissed angrily. "Bitches, I'll kill you all!" the carcass roared, struggling in the wreckage of the chair and trying to get up.
The bandit sat up and groaned, clutching his chest. The pain seemed quite intense. He didn't even try to get to his feet and turned down the volume. "Who are you? Who are you?" Hoarsely corrected himself, recognizing the cripple sitting in the chair and turning his gaze to me. "Curious. Curious. So he listens to you," the vivisectionist muttered thoughtfully. "I am on my own," I typed into the panel, which obediently echoed my words. I knew it. I knew there were zombies roaming around somewhere, still sane. How did you do it? Did you change the chip or its firmware? The presidential security protocol? Although, what kind of president are you anyway? "Bitches, I'll kill you all," the leader roared, interrupting his tirade, and lunged at Ivan, reasonably figuring that a cripple in a wheelchair was probably less dangerous. But he only smiled, and the carriage moved back a few steps. Completely automatically, I activated reception, and my right leg suddenly straightened out to the side, breaking Horse's knee as he ran past me. The massive carcass collapsed to the floor with a wild squeal, resembling a half-killed fat pig. "Carrion. Bitch. I'll bury you. You'll be eating shit by the bucketful," the bandit whined. "Shut up, you bastard." I think I typed with a typo, and the synthesizer obediently reproduced it. He groaned, hugging his broken leg. We had no plans for him. And what use could he possibly be? Maybe hand over some passwords to the safes where the weapons and drugs are kept? Do we need it? I extended my hand toward him and released the destroyer, aiming for the bandit's throat. He was lying awkwardly, though, so the sharp beak sank into his ass and the parasite penetrated almost halfway into his ham. Not understanding what was happening, the fat man screamed even louder, especially when the worm began to bite into his flesh. "Ah! What is this? Get this away from me! You creatures! The scream ended just as suddenly, replaced by a short gurgle when the destroyer reached the vocal cords. "It won't bother you anymore." I turned to the vivisectionist. He was now looking only at me, with a strange, unblinking gaze, as if he was afraid to blink and miss something incredibly important. He looked and remained silent. Even when a bloody parasite appeared and quickly crawled towards me, the surgeon did not utter a sound, although he opened his mouth when the worm disappeared under his trousers. "You will answer our questions." Ivan broke the oppressive silence. "Who are you? What was that? Is it inside you?" The vivisectionist finally spoke. "It's not us. It's you who will answer." "And why should I? What will I get in return?" The sadist laughed hoarsely. "Life." "I'm not holding on to her," he shrugged. "Absence of pain?" I suggested. "I'm not afraid of torture." "Nonsense. Everyone's afraid. Even if he can tolerate intense pain, the sounds and sight of your limbs breaking, your flesh tearing, your eyes bursting from the unbearable heat, these are enough to stir anyone. Damn it, I almost heard that crunching and strange chomping sound. Where do I get all these thoughts and memories? What was the one I ate doing if he had such skills and extensive knowledge in the field of torture? Obeying my command, the destroyer tore the flesh of his palm and stuck out his beak, opening it rapaciously and displaying small, sharp teeth. "I'll be fucking right there, just like Scorpion from Mortal." Innocenti laughed. "He's a real psycho." Well, a little pain will help him understand the reality around him and think clearly. This time, I didn't use any tricks, but simply hit him in the shoulder with the parasite's beak, piercing the flesh almost completely. I don't know what material the beak is made of, but since it penetrates wood and body armor equally well, it will cope with a piece of meat with ease. And that's all? A simple question and a raised eyebrow. That was all he reacted to. He didn't even flinch. Is he even human? I have my pain recipes disabled, and a couple of other useful modifications. The vivisectionist answered my silent question. I was taken aback, and he seemed to understand it. What, you didn't expect this, goldfinches? I hope now we can talk like adults and benefit each other. Looks like this psycho has even experimented on himself. Or maybe he's got a combat version of the ink, like mine. Which means you better be careful, because even a pair of handcuffs won't hold this weakling if he's pumped up with adrenaline. It would be easy for me to kill you both without even lifting a finger, the vivisectionist grinned. And you're my hostage. Hey, do you understand me? The sadist looked at me, straight in the eyes. And in that look, there was not a shadow of fear or disgust. Only curiosity. Kill without lifting a finger? I can do that too. The parasite burst out of my mouth and hit this moral monster right in the bridge of his nose, piercing the frontal bone and piercing his brain, which, although alive, had long since rotted. Who the fuck? He's too dangerous. Idiot! He has a tonator in him. Let's get out! His chair squealed, spinning in place and accelerating towards the exit. Jerk. In one fell swoop, I closed the distance between us and grabbed the back of the wheelchair. Not trying to stop Ivan, but using this unusual form of transport as a tow. Something crunched as I slammed into the wall on the next turn. Touchpad. I lost my only way to communicate with people. Hearing this barely audible sound, I felt my heart squeeze. It was almost physical pain, so unusual and long forgotten. Human. Fortunately, my body was still dead, and so even from this blow, both physical and psychological, my fingers did not unclench. Ivan deftly maneuvered his wheelchair, dodging debris, maneuvering through body-strewn corridors, and wheeling us toward the exit. Luckily, all the doors, even the locked ones, were now open. How did you get inside? The electronic voice didn't care what was going on around it. It was still completely dispassionate. I wondered what he was counting on when he asked that question. Even if the panel had been intact, I was now clutching the back of the chair with both hands and couldn't answer. All I could do was drag myself along behind him like a helpless weight, scattering furniture and bodies with every sharp turn. The blast-torn exit was swarming with zombies, making it physically impossible to break through them. Ivan tried to ram the crowd, but to no avail. Moreover, sensing a living person in him, the ever-hungry undead began to gather around him. However, no one had attacked yet. It seemed they had never encountered such strange meat before.
Sir Horns, spitches, the cripple wheezed, trying to break through this lifeless barrier.
I unclenched my fingers, freeing his stroller. And at that moment, there was a loud explosion behind me. I must say that being a living dead person has its advantages. For example, I was able to not only witness, but also participate in a massive bowling alley. 36 dead people were literally thrown out of the walls by a powerful explosion, and Ivan and I were among them. Despite the fact that several large, sharp fragments had pierced my back, tearing flesh and arteries, shattering bones, and crushing internal organs, I felt no pain, and consciousness remained constant. Therefore, I had a clear view of everything that was happening around me. Precisely around, because the parasite observer was sitting on the back of the head at that moment, allowing one to assess, among other things, what was happening behind. Everything was a jumbled mess. Flames, chunks of concrete, zombies, people. Bodies, mixed with furniture and broken walls, were flying in all directions. It was unlikely that anything or anyone could have survived this hell. What else would you expect from a system designed to destroy an entire military base, which the vivisectionist had locked onto? "Here!" I heard the desperate cry of a rocket named Ivan, flying somewhere ahead like a flaming meteor. But his transport will probably also bang when it hits the ground. It's a shame. He was a nice guy, and the only one who could understand me, both literally and literally. I missed the impact with the ground, carried away by admiring the huge, fiery mushroom that had grown behind my back and was now gently gnawing at the remains of the skin on my back. And then came the same blinding darkness. An unexpected meeting. "Shh, it's me again, DJ Max, and this is Radio Lemma. Lemma, we're knee-deep in zombies, and we're continuing our morning broadcast."
Shh. Unusual sounds burst into my head, unceremoniously piercing it with hot needles. Hurt. I tried to get upright, but to no avail. My whole body ached, as if I'd been chewed on by something very large and forceful. Or after 10 minutes of sparring with Cobra. And judging by the pain in my arm, he'd broken it again. Little Korean jerk. As if he doesn't know that my face will itch for 3 days after using the regenerators. "Brick, synthesize something for the allergies. Give a painkiller and start the restoration of damaged tissue," I mentally commanded. I don't know what he injected into my veins, but it really did get better. The pain went away, as if it had never been there, but an obsessive and irritating noise in my ears appeared. "Hey! Hey, hey! How are you?" Voice? But every sound he made pierced my head like a red-hot drill. No, it wasn't more than that. More like hot. It's a strange feeling. "Brick, turn off the sound and give me a relaxant. I need peace." I closed my eyes. Closed them? Were they even open? I couldn't see a thing. The sound, however, disappeared. Now it's time to sleep. Stop! What time is it? What day is it anyway? Time! The wayward ink ignored my command, and the familiar translucent dial in the digital retro style did not appear. He's probably downloading some updates again, setting them to maximum priority. Oh well, soon I'll be rid of this little nano brat for good and get myself a normal, 100% working implant. I opened my eyes and tried to raise my hand to look at the chrono tattoo, but contrary to expectations, the crimson darkness did not part and did not reveal the harsh surrounding reality to my bright eyes. And the hand also didn't seem to respond to the mental command. What, did you all conspire together or something? Or has a faulty computer assistant taken over my body, like in a cheap horror movie? Or maybe I just got drunk to the point of unconsciousness. This could explain the strange sounds, the aching pain throughout the body, and the sudden rebellion of the body against the owner. Brick, complete detoxification. 5 minutes passed. I felt no difference in my state, but I tried again to at least open my eyes, prepared for anything but what I saw. Darkness. I was surrounded by complete pitch-black darkness with a distinct crimson tint, and a dimly flickering inscription. The main organs of vision are damaged. Activate additional visual organ? Yes. No. What the hell is this? The explosion burning out my eyes was entirely expected.
But what the heck is going on with this additional organ? After reincarnation, I still had one human additional organ, completely useless in the afterlife, but I doubt this is what we're talking about. However, I don't have any other choice. Yes. The darkness slowly dissolved, and murky gray spots of various shapes and sizes began to appear. However, I was far more interested in the image projected by ink, a familiar rectangle, as if the image were being transmitted from a camera. Yes, I just looked through the eyes of my observer. And I looked straight at myself, or rather at what was left of me. It was amazing that this human stump was still alive at all. Oh yeah, I'm a ghoul. However, it's long been proven that zombies die too. I've personally sent hundreds to the next world, including those I finished off posthumously. So, what's left of me? There are no legs, at least not in sight, only pathetic stumps from that very multifunctional place where you can sit, pollute the air, and do unloved, boring work poorly. A fragment of a sensor panel protrudes from my chest. That's how I identified my mortal coil. For some reason, it's lying face up. True, there's no face, just a black crust of caked flesh. Wow, I really got it! Well, never mind. I think and command the parasites. Therefore, I exist. My left arm is broken in 3 places, and my right arm is invisible from my position. Hey, buddy, come on! Take a lap of honor around the fallen hero! The right one was still there. It was burned, but not as badly as the rest. However, all attempts to even raise a contemptuous middle finger towards the indifferent sky failed miserably. But a bunch of system messages poured out, one more beautiful than the other. The perception system is destroyed. The defense system has been destroyed. Musculoskeletal system, critical damage. And the durability levels are 1%, 3%, and 15% respectively. Wow, almost a fifth somehow managed to survive. No problem. As long as we have the bones, we'll build up the meat. The key is a well-chosen diet. Only 2 parasites survived, the observer and the destroyer. And that's all I need. The combat parasite's sharp beak will handle the flesh, chunks of which are scattered everywhere, and which will help me recover. Controlling the destroyer like this was incredibly difficult, like trying to fly a helicopter while playing an ancient game console with a joystick. Only, I was feeling like I'd been on a week-long bender, and the damn joystick felt more like a slippery, unruly sausage. Shut up, hussars, or I'll rip out your tongues and eat your brains. It took me half an hour to simply find a more or less intact zombie among the chunks of concrete, molten metal, and flesh burned to a charcoal color. The worm I was controlling moved jerkily, and the image it transmitted was blurry and oddly colored. It wasn't immediately clear what was in front of you, or rather, in front of it. I had to attach an observer to his tail and look through him to see what was going on. It was no easier to force him to bite off a piece of carrion. At first, the parasite simply burrowed into my body, as if I were commanding it to attack, reluctantly piercing the stiff flesh. After another half hour of incredible effort, I finally managed to force it to pinch off a fist-sized chunk. Oh, I swear, if the dead sweated and my sebaceous glands had survived, I would be swimming in a pool of my own sweat right now. Now, my friend, crawl back. Luckily, the inside of the beak was studded with small, sharp, hook-like teeth that held the prey securely. So the destroyer dragged it safe and sound straight to my twice lifeless carcass. Now all this needs to be fed somehow. It's quite a task, considering that instead of teeth, tongue, throat, and the digestive system in general, I have a black, burnt-out hole. Okay, how about direct delivery of nutrients to the stomach? And obeying my command, the worm screwed itself into my chest, near the tablet sticking out of it. It seemed this was the shortest route to the stomach. The rest is a matter of technique. Every 5 minutes, I moved the destroyer about 1 to 2 centimeters deeper, watching the saturation and durability indicators. It took about 30 to 40 minutes before they began to slowly fill. So, 4 hours of effort, and I received a useless +5 energy and a vital +3% to the durability of the ODS. Slowly. Too slow. Well, I'm not really in a hurry, and I need to keep myself busy, right? Oh, came from somewhere. Inside? A strange sensation, not a sound, but rather a vibration. That's how I perceived this strange phenomenon. Switching the observer to listening mode, I was able to make out the words, "Hey, where are you?" Wow, it's Ivan. It must be him, because it's impossible to discern intonations and nuances of voice through the parasite. But no one else could be yelling like that here. But I can't answer. I can't scream. I can't move. I can't even fart. Judging by his voice, it's our cripple who's straining himself. He's probably lost his phrase book, too. Badly. I wonder how things are going for him in general. I sent the observer to him, along with the destroyer. This human cyber zombie noticed my messengers almost immediately. "Hey, are those your little animals? Do you see me? Do you hear me?" He looked quite okay. It looked like the seat took the brunt of the impact, protecting the pilot himself. Yes, after I saw him fly almost 20 meters from the blast wave, calling him a driver was out of the question. Speaking of which, obeying my command, the destroyer skewered a piece of not-too-burnt flesh lying nearby and crawled briskly toward Ivan. He climbed onto his chest and awkwardly nudged him, trying to get into his mouth. "Sss, but stop twitching when you're being fed." The former lab assistant had only one arm, the cybernetic one, and the other looked like it had been sliced clean off with a giant razor. But otherwise, he was alive and well, and incredibly grimy. The only things that spoiled the picture were the back of the chair welded to his back and the hideous stumps where his legs had been. Well, he was used to it, unlike me. I reasoned sensibly. It would be easier for me to fatten him up, and then Ivan, grateful to the grave, would help me improve my own health. But if I continued to collect crumbs every 3 or 4 hours, it could take months for him to recover. So why don't you frown there? Come on, eat. Why are you turning up your nose? Fuck! Damn it! That's my hand! My future savior screamed, still dodging the caring parasite. Look at him. He's so picky. It's even better this way. He'll get used to it faster. Finally, either having realized it or being completely exhausted, the lab assistant swallowed the piece, almost without chewing. Most likely, just to get them to leave him alone. Ha! For about 5 hours I stuffed him with the flesh lying around, with the help of the second parasite. Watching how the wounds scarred, the flesh, burned to a hard crust, fell off, revealing fresh meat, rapidly growing into the characteristic bluish skin of a dead man. This ungrateful beast stopped resisting only after about 3 hours of force feeding. Either because he really had lost an eye and didn't want to risk the other, or because he realized that they were trying for his sake, wasting valuable food. At the 4th hour, I heard his delighted roar. "Nah! My leg is falling off! I'll fucking kill you!" What did you think? We, the dead, are tenacious creatures. New legs will grow for you, and you'll be running down the path again, like in a children's fairy tale, skipping along. I treated the whole thing like some kind of computer game. I was now controlling two parasites simultaneously, weaving through the debris and body parts, hacking at chunks of flesh, climbing up Ivan's stump to his mouth, aiming carefully, trying to bury the destroyer's beak in his mouth. And during all this time, not a single dirty joke has come into my head, despite the fact that I'm driving a huge worm. Apparently, there's not much human left in me. Before, I would have definitely not been able to resist and would have teased the poor lab assistant. Hey, are you listening? Alive? Shit, you really got it, bro. 8 hours later, hesitantly moving his arms and dragging his legs, which had grown almost to his knees, Ivan reached me, following the destroyer. Wait a minute, we'll get you back on your feet too. Am I right? Despite his apparent bravado, his voice trembled. It seemed he hadn't expected things to be so bad for me. He must have appreciated my noble deed. Ivan crawled off somewhere. I left the parasites to myself this time. No matter, he'll handle it himself. So I lay there, in complete silence and pitch darkness. And only the dim light of the chronometer in the corner reminded me that I was alive, counting down the endless seconds and minutes. Stop! Breck! Fuck. Where am I supposed to feed you here? Good question. Personally, I'd shove it straight into my stomach. But do you have the guts? It's just a shame you can't adjust the order of system and organ recovery. Or maybe you could use the licensed version. I activated the parasites. Wow. A 3-legged mutant was crawling and cursing next to me. Ivan was leaning on his prosthetic left arm and leg stumps, while in his right he was holding a sizable chunk of meat, and another, someone else's leg, was clamped in his mouth. Incidentally, it could even be mine. His shoe size is exactly my own. Obeying the order, the observer made a semblance of a stand over the hole in my chest and began to invitingly move his paws. Over there? The lab technician showed a miracle of ingenuity. But the head is right there, right? I forced the parasitic spider to bow a couple of times, as if miming a nod. Finally, Ivan waved his hand, tore his prey apart, and began feeding it, alternately shoving the food first into me, then into his own mouth. When my stomach was full, I ordered the parasite to close the hole. Full? Ivan's face had completely recovered, and he even managed a wry smile. It's just a pity that I couldn't answer him. It took about an hour for the resulting material to be digested. During this time, my fellow sufferer's fingers formed on his right hand, and his stumps of legs grew slightly longer, with bumps appearing on them. Future feet. My hearing returned, and my digestive system was formed, with the exception of my teeth and tongue, so I could now eat normally. There was already a whole mountain of meat of varying degrees of doneness lying nearby. Ivan gathered it around. Shh! I noisily pushed the air out of my throat, attracting the attention of my breadwinner. Should I feed you in that hole again, or shove you in your mouth? I started thinking. Perhaps, while there is still an opportunity, it is better to provide the building material directly. But I didn't have time to give the signal. There was a pop. So close and so familiar. Ivan's hand, raised above me with a piece of flesh, broke off and flew several steps away. And then the order came. Don't move. If you move, I'll shoot your rotten pumpkin. Cobra, nose, inspect the bodies. Chemist, smoke everything up a bit. Just don't hit the talkative one. He's a highly valuable exhibit. I gritted my teeth, which had just begun to grow back, guys. At another time and in another place, I would have been glad of this meeting, but not now. Better 10 thugs or 5 vivisectionists than 6 trained and heavily armed cleaners, who were also once my friends. Attention! Empathic signal received. And then a wave of fear washed over me. Sticky, suffocating. Someone else's fear. Ivan? He froze in place, motionless, without taking his eyes off me. For some reason, he was looking straight at me, and this wave of fear connected us with an invisible thread. It was almost physically painful. Pleasant. I don't know. Noticeable. It seemed the lab assistant also sensed the sudden connection between us. He twitched. Barely, but enough for Caustic to notice. It was his confident voice that was giving the orders. Stand! Captain, don't shoot! I wanted to shout, to stop, to prevent the massacre. But I couldn't. But Ivan did. His blue lips parted and forced out, Cap, don't shoot. What? Captain, he called you by your name. The chemist's voice. Get rid of him. It's the controller. Cobra's steps, as always, are silent, but he is also nearby with his deadly katanas. It's me, Break, I yell silently. Break! Ivan croaks, but his voice is drowned out by the roar of gunfire. Most likely, Cap activated remote control through his INC interface, because the cleaners not only missed, but all their shots hit the same target. Some zombie crawling towards us. It's a nasty thing, I tell you, when your body stops obeying you and follows someone else's orders. Of course, we all signed special papers authorizing such intervention by the officer commanding the combat operation, as required by the rules and laws. He doesn't look much like Break, Cobra muttered skeptically, his katana frozen 2 millimeters from Ivan's neck. It's... no. The former lab assistant was so excited that he controlled his speech even worse. The cyber prosthesis stretched out towards me. This piece of meat? Yes, it's him. He's in charge. Looks like our Break has become a controller. We'll finish them both off, and that's the end of it. The newcomer stepped forward, but the barrel of a machine gun blocked his path. Are you blind or something? He's about to shit himself from fear. He's a human. From my perspective, Ivan looked exactly the same as always, but the commander knows better what's written on his face, especially if it plays into our hands. Especially since between the two of us, we only had one whole limb. As for me, he looks like a zombie. Nose. Up. I automatically tried to shut him up, but my larynx hadn't recovered yet, so my desire was somehow transmitted to the lab assistant, and he voiced it out loud. What the hell is going on here? Should I swaddle them? The chemist raised the nozzle of the spray gun threateningly, pointing it first at me, then at Ivan. That's him. He's speaking. From me. The brave human cyber zombie pointed at me again. And who are you? Ivan. I was a junior lab technician at the District Epidemiological Center, before I was captured. By bandits, drug dealers. They were making blue dust, and their medic needed an assistant. At least, at first I helped him. Did he do this to you? Cobra unceremoniously struck him with his sword on the cybernetic prosthesis. Flat, of course. Ivan was communicating using a touchpad, which, though cracked, was still functional. But the impact caused his fingers to loosen, and the intercom fell to the ground. Calmly and deliberately slowly, the lab technician bent down and picked up the panel. The most basic test for zombification. The living dead are unable to bend or jump over low obstacles. At first, it was generally believed that they couldn't jump. But that was until the first encounters with the jumpers, who claimed hundreds of lives in those days. He implanted me with implants and replaced my organs with cybernetic replacements, or zombie fragments. We called him the vivisectionist. Listen, Cap, isn't this the blue genie that's been supplying the entire region with dust? If so, and we've busted their nest, and the lab too, then we can file a report with the Star. Chemist, you should give up your chemistry. Look how your brains are melting, Cyborg chuckled. Do you really not understand what we're facing here? Well, this may be the key to finding a vaccine against the Z virus. No, there is no vaccine. Okay, swaddle him and load him into the Dragonfly, Captain ordered. Stas, report. To be honest, I've never served, not counting those 6 weeks in the cleaners. But that report would come to us anywhere and at any time of day, several times a day. So the words came out automatically, just not from my lips. Soldier of the 6th Cleanup Squad, Stanislav Bykov, has reported for duty according to schedule, in full health and sobriety of mind and body. Even Nose and Cyborg flinched, almost blurting out the memorized words. I don't know where Cap picked this up, but there were rumors among the fighters that based on the answer, he could determine who, when, how much, and what they drank, whether they had a good rest the night before, and with whom, and whether they were under the influence of prohibited substances or under the control of a controller. Oh my God, this test tube is actually our break. The chemist, who was pouring something like foam onto Ivan's legs, winced, but the sprayer barrel, guided by a steady hand, didn't move even a millimeter. Take him too. Just be careful so he doesn't bite. A shot rang out, and the sounds transmitted by the observer began to drift and distort. All sorts of people crawl around here, and then valuable things disappear, Cyborg grumbled discontentedly, having shot the scout. After that, I completely lost contact with the parasite and lost my sight and hearing. Chapter 20. The Prisoner. So, Stas, how did you sleep today? A smiling man of about 40 in a snow-white robe carefully, almost affectionately, moved aside the deceptively thin plastic bracelet that chained my hand to the chair and placed 2 fingers on the place where the pulse is felt in ordinary people. His fingertips literally dug into my flesh. It must have been quite painful. But of course, I felt nothing. Surely this psychologist's ink wasn't just reading my biorhythms, acting as both a diagnostician and a lie detector, but was also ready to inject me with some deadly concoction at any moment, should I do anything wrong. I don't sleep. I don't dream. The fingers of my right hand confidently typed the answer onto the touchpad. May I? And, without waiting for an answer, he injected me with something. Attention, threat, danger level, 21%. The message that flashed before my eyes showed that my ink was also alert and ready to respond to threats, neutralizing any poisons, psychotropics, or other threats. However, the price would be considerable wear and tear on my perception system. Back when I was a cleaner, we'd wondered why a shock dose of sarin blinded zombies, even if only briefly. Now I knew the exact answer. When the perception system is severely damaged, the living dead's vision first fades, then their hearing. However, for me personally, the loss of these feelings is not particularly critical. There is empathy, there is intuition, and there are my cute parasites. I'd been in the lab for over 2 weeks now. 2 weeks of experiments, endless questioning, and torture. I'd been cut, shot, had my limbs amputated and restitched, electrocuted, burned, doused with acid, and poisoned with all sorts of junk. from truth serum to Ebola. And to keep me, my valuable self, from completely dying again, they'd fed me until I was stuffed, with all sorts of experimental junk, from soy substitutes for human flesh to live gibbons. Real human flesh was also on my menu. I don't know where they got it from. A delicacy, really. And all this, with my full consent, of course. Although, if I'd refused, things would have been much worse. I've heard that within these walls, they turn into corpses. Although, even our clever ones are a far cry from a vivisectionist. May the devil rest his soul in the most uncomfortable place in hell. At first, I communicated with people through Ivan, and it was very tiring. My energy was draining like a huge hole. It became easier when they learned about touch panels. They were plentiful in the regional trauma center, where there were plenty of people with disabilities. On the 4th day, they brought me one of those, and I never saw Ivan again. And a couple of days later, I stopped feeling him. I'm not even sure he's still alive. Perhaps the poor guy was tortured to death by the local doctors. They're not above that. But they looked after me, feeding me so diligently and generously that I even managed not only to significantly increase my system levels and gain several new skills, but also to create 4 parasites. Which, by the way, my tormentors or saviors knew nothing about yet. Surely I have at least one ace up my sleeve. More precisely, I already have 4, but never mind. I need weapons, I need protection, and I need an army. I'm not leaving here alive or dead, that's 100% certain. As soon as they realize there's nothing more they can squeeze out of me, they'll dismantle me down to the last screw and nut. I didn't admit to being able to control other zombies, instead explaining my connection with Ivan as a quirk of his cybernetic upgrades. Our INCs were supposedly on the same wavelength. Otherwise, they'd recognize me as a sentient controller and kill me out of harm's way. And they'd be right. The parasites were a challenge. I was X-rayed twice a day, tested every few hours, and monitored 24/7 through cameras. So I had to cultivate my tiny helpers in my calf muscles. It was an unpleasant sensation. Fortunately, I wasn't allowed to walk even within the confines of my 5x5-meter prison. All those weeks I was confined to a rather comfortable and multifunctional chair, which, if necessary, could move on a magnetic levitation, so I could navigate the endless corridors and torture chambers without even leaving my seat. And now I had at my disposal 2 observers, 1 controller, and a destroyer. The observers were watching me right now, perched on the security cameras, so I knew perfectly well what my captors were seeing. How I managed to get them in there? Oh, it was a real spectacle, with convulsions, foaming at the mouth, and bloody shreds of myself scattered all over the room. It took 4 or 5 of them to restrain me, and it wasn't easy for them, especially since I'd built up some armor the day before and acquired a battery. Now, with a sufficient supply of energy, my skin was capable of withstanding a point-blank shot from a small-caliber pistol or a knife strike. In statistics, this was indicated by a simple line: Armor, 7. When the question of my continued existence became particularly pressing, I had to focus on survival. So, another skill I developed was recovery. Allows you to restore the durability of any system at the expense of a large expenditure of energy and biomass from other systems. Almost regeneration, with biomass consumption being approximately 1 to 3, which probably even violated some conservation laws, although a huge amount of energy was expended on this process. So after a couple of improvements, I had to work on this indicator too. Firstly, I acquired a battery, a new organ in the area of the adrenal glands called the energy membrane, and it increased the maximum energy reserve of the defense system by 15%. Secondly, we had to master photosynthesis. Yes. It didn't have the best effect on my skin tone, but we undead are already barred from polite society, and an extra 2 to 5 energy per minute in the light won't hurt. Especially since, for some reason, it never turned off in my room. I also mastered poison spit, a secondary skill unlocked while leveling up my cute little creatures. Although I doubt it was actually a secondary skill. It was probably something akin to a monitor lizard's poisonous bite, which, due to the rotting remains in its teeth, caused severe blood poisoning and necrosis of the affected tissue. At least, that's how it worked at level 1, though it's all just a theory, and I haven't had a chance to test it in practice yet. Over these 2 weeks, with abundant feeding, I managed to grow about 40 parasites to varying degrees and significantly upgrade their associated skills. Of course, only about 10% survived, and the rest had to be disposed of. How? And I ate them. I got rid of the evidence, and again, useful biomass, which went to pumping up my internal organs, the ones I didn't really need. So now my intestines were more like a set of mini chambers in which I could store all sorts of things. From food supplies to, well, parasites. Naturally, I formed these cysts in such a way that nothing unusual would be visible on an X-ray. As a result, I leveled up my parasite skill to level 5 and could now create not only basic creatures but also improved ones. For example, my destroyers now had a more painful bite and were poisonous, although I was much more pleased with their new ability to paralyze a target for 3 seconds with their sting. Observers were given the ability to sound scan space, similar to a bat's echo cathar, while controllers could induce auditory and visual hallucinations in their victims, acting as bait. If we'd known all this a couple of months ago, how many losses we could have avoided, how many cities we could have liberated. We thought zombies were just dumb, eternally hungry creatures with a few odd mutations and exceptions. But no, it turned out to be far more complex and confusing. And I couldn't tell anyone about this. Or rather, I could, thereby signing my own death warrant. Boom! Came a soft slap. The observer, tuned to the sound of footsteps, was activated and gave an approximate direction and distance to the source of the sound. 30 steps down the hallway. That means it will be mine soon. The second observer was already waiting his turn at the vent, and right on top of him, straddling the destroyer. Unfortunately, to adequately remotely control the latter, and especially to fire accurately, it was necessary to equip the destroyers with eyes and ears, pairing them with a big-eyed spider. Moreover, the observer moved much faster and more confidently, and could even climb vertical surfaces, unlike the combat worm. 12, 11, 10. I mentally counted the steps. The image transmitted by the observer jerked and was hit by a bright flash of light. The parasite emerged from the dark ventilation into a well-lit corridor. 8, 7, 6. There. The heavy, uniformed figure approached the hole in the wall, and I gave the order to the destroyer. A thin sting, like a short sewing needle, burst from his beak, and, having flown a couple of meters, pierced the folds of the warrior's exposed neck. And he froze in place, like a statue, barely lifting his foot off the floor as he began to step. And 3 seconds later, he continued moving as if nothing had happened. Great. The stung man didn't feel the sting, didn't fall to the floor, didn't even blink for those 3 seconds, and didn't notice anything suspicious at all. My parasite's venom simply switched him off. It's just a shame it'll take the destroyer 5 or 6 hours to create a new stinger. I can make a new parasite faster. By the way, I'll get to that when the colonel leaves. Mr. Colonel! The orderly stood at attention. At ease. Take a stroll outside for about 5 minutes. Stanislav and I need to have a quick word. The soldier nodded toward the door. The man in the robe left silently. While waiting for the door to close behind him, the colonel didn't utter a sound or even move, and again received another dose of paralysis from my destroyer. Well, Stanislav, how are you feeling? You look noticeably better than you did a couple of days ago. He returned the backhanded compliment as soon as we were alone. Thank you. Healthy sleep, regular meals, caring staff. How could I not gain weight? I returned the favor. Well, I have good news for you, Stanislav. You've been allowed to see your exes, your comrades in arms. And soon, I'm sure, you'll even be able to go outside, for a walk, so to speak. Well, well, we know these walks. One time and one way. And they probably got the guys involved in the hopes that they'd be able to pry something out of me based on old friendship. I wonder what they did to Ivan. The one with whom they found me. Where is he? What happened to him? Ivan? Don't worry. He's somewhere in Crimea right now, in a closed military sanatorium, undergoing rehabilitation. I think you'll be able to see him in a month or two, maybe even sooner. By the way, wouldn't you like to go to the seaside? They won't keep you here forever, the colonel said, waving his arms dramatically. He's making things easy. But I saw with my own, well, not my own, but with the eyes of a parasite, the order he personally signed for me. At best, they'll let me get out of here sorted into jars and vials and in formaldehyde. I must have let out a loud, expressive groan at that moment, and the soldier, quite logically, took it for a cry of doubt. Don't believe me? You're wrong. I'll do it right now. Another theatrical gesture, and the fat man had a video phone in his hands, which he demonstratively turned on. As if he couldn't contact them through ink, yeah. Connect me with the 5th. Yes, this is Colonel Markov. You'll be Carrot from now on. Colonel Carrot. When you're angry, your face turns that golden carrot color. Or is my perception of color distorted? Who the hell knows what color his mug really is? Well, then give them a day off. On my responsibility, of course. Or should I call higher up? That's what I think too. He tore himself away from the hand holding the video phone and nodded encouragingly at me. Well, do you see? Well, you don't see it yet, but in about half an hour you'll be able to see for yourself that I'm completely and utterly on your side. How? I've arranged a meeting for you with your comrades in arms. They'll be back at the base in about 20 or 30 minutes. What in return? We sincerely hope that you will also meet us halfway, Stanislav. I have already told you everything I knew. I don't think so, he shook his head. Even though you deny it, and we don't have any evidence, but personally, it seems to me that you are perfectly aware of what kind of creature this is, and where it came from on the base's territory. An image of a crushed giant spider appeared on the visiphone screen. More precisely, an observer. 4 days ago, one of my pets was spotted by the cameras. The alarm was raised, and, well, I had to quickly devour all my parasites. Oh, and the fuss that ensued around that unfortunate spider. For 2 days, the entire base was in an uproar, crawling into every corner, shaking everything that shook, and unscrewing and shaking everything that didn't. Including me. Well, there are many other things that you are probably hiding from us. I am sure of it, Colonel Carrot continued. Oh, I wish I could spit in your shiny round face. But I can, and you will really not like it. What reason do I have to hide anything from you? We're doing the same thing, I rattled off. And what is it? We are saving humanity. It's just that you're of no use at all so far, the fat man shook his head sadly. At this rate, humanity will be saved without you. Of course, yeah. I hadn't been spying on the guards in the break room or seeing the latest casualty reports. And not just human ones. Several cities were receiving the Z marker every day, meaning they were completely overrun by zombies. Humanity was losing this war. You're cutting me. You're stabbing me with all sorts of nasty things. You're electrocuting me. You're burning me. You're poisoning me with acid. What else do you want? Eating me for breakfast? Then I suggest you start with my right shin. It's only been growing for a couple of days, still fresh and soft. Information. We need information from you.
I told you everything I know, and I even told you what I don't know.
Of course. But still,
Try to recall something that at first glance seems completely unimportant, insignificant, on the level of feelings, suspicions. I told you, and what happened at second glance and at third glance too.
wait. The colonel paused briefly, listening. Aha! Even faster than I expected. So, your people will be arriving soon. And if you don't mind, we can arrange a meeting in about 20 minutes. Well, what else? Our psychologist will also be present. And armed security, of course. Who would have doubted it? As if I have a choice. Just warning you. Can I take a bath first, get a haircut, and change into some clean clothes? I can't exactly welcome guests looking like this, can I? I'm so glad you haven't lost your sense of humor, Stanislav. After all, laughter is one of those things that makes us human. Or keeps us human. I made the most terrifying face I could. Let him try to see a smile in that grin if he could. Psychologist, security. As if they would stop me from achieving my goals. Luckily, good Colonel Carrot himself offered what I was going to ask him for. In fact, he personally handed me the keys to the handcuffs, the pass from the base, and even called a blue helicopter. Perhaps he didn't put $1 million in it, or whatever else they usually demand during a hostage escape. Chapter 21. A Strange Date. Escape was the only thing I could think about all this time. I've long known the passwords to all the combination locks, all the entrances and exits of the base, including the ventilation shafts and sewer pipes. I also know how many people and how many zombie test subjects are housed here, the routes and guard shift schedules, and much, much more. It was also quite possible to free myself from the plastic straps with which the short chains held me. The destroyer's beak could easily handle them, but all this information is completely useless. They have surveillance cameras, various sensors, and security systems capable of turning any room or corridor into a deadly trap on command. No one would even have to leave their seat to deal with one overly smart and agile zombie. Unless I have a hostage. The ideal candidate for this role would have been some high-ranking official, like the same Carrot, but before the visit of important people, they packed me in such a way that sometimes I couldn't even turn my head, let alone quickly and quietly free myself. But if I behave well on dates like the one the Colonel graciously arranged for me, they might relax. I wonder if my former colleagues will come armed. The second most promising escape scenario involved a massive fire and zombie uprising, which I could dispatch a couple of controllers to. However, I'm not sure I could effectively control 3 zombies at once. The mental probe immersed me in a yellowish haze for a few seconds. This was enough to get an idea of the procession approaching my cell. Cold calm and a straight-ahead gaze, a soft, creeping gait, and the readiness to explode into a whirlwind of movement at any moment. This is Cobra. Excitement, impatience, challenge, like a grown-up child planning some kind of mischief. This is most likely the chemist. The stern focus and slight indulgence of a seasoned veteran, Cap 3. And with them was a security guard I didn't recognize, and some nervous guy who was clearly feeling out of place. A psychologist? What a weird guy. 5 in total. The colonel himself, apparently, remained in the security room to watch and eavesdrop on us remotely. But can this game be played with 2 people? Should we send one of the spiders there? What's the point? By request, a song by the immortal band Golden Ring.
No, don't worry. The band members are alive, well, and not zombified. Damn it. It was Max, one of the VJs at Radio Lemma. His voice woke me up more often than anyone else in the morning, thanks to a personal implant that seemed to have a soft spot for that radio wave. Brick, are you alive, you electronic rascal? Time. Show me the time. Crow, at least somehow respond to my mental calls. My silent monologue was interrupted by the beeping of the touch panel, and then the rustle of the door swinging open. The first to enter the cell was a guard, pointing a machine gun at me. After him... No, not the chemist. I was mistaken. It was Cyborg. He probably came to gloat and mock. We never really got along. I wouldn't be surprised if he was directly involved in my faulty ink. Just for fun, he's capable of doing it. He has a peculiar sense of humor. Hack something and reprogram it in a funny way. Sometimes the car's GPS starts speaking Chinese. Sometimes the vision phone starts giving mustaches to all the girls. Sometimes the electronic dog starts thinking it's a canary and behaves accordingly, chirping songs, pecking at food, and trying to fly, comically flapping its plastic paws. Hey guys, look! It's really our break! Alive! Relatively. The effect of the mental probe had long since worn off, but the joy in Cobra's voice sounded quite sincere and convincing. For those who didn't know him. Because any strong expression of emotion was completely uncharacteristic of him. Alton played the role of the imperturbable Japanese samurai quite well, despite being a Kazakh by birth. Joking, cracking jokes, or even just smiling, that wasn't our Cobra's style. I saw something resembling emotion on his narrow-eyed face twice. The first time was when he broke his beloved katana, and the second was when a beam crushed both his legs. Even zombies have richer and more vivid facial expressions than this steppe samurai. And so his smile and shining gaze were, well, like the mustache in the Mona Lisa painting. Next came my former commander, and behind him, sideways and along the wall, came a strange psychologist whose heart was ready to jump out of his chest. Has he never seen a living dead person? All the parasites were with me now, so my vision and hearing were heightened, about 30% higher than usual. You look so pale. Hey, Cap, let's bring him some sunscreen next time, Alton persisted, gesturing wildly in a manner completely uncharacteristic of him. What's going on here? A fake psychologist whose hands are shaking with fear, a grinning cobra, and an unusually silent cyborg. What kind of circus are they throwing at me here? The only people who seemed normal here were the guard and Cap, and that was until he spoke. You look like crap, Break. That's exactly what I was saying, the Kazakh clapped him on the shoulder. They put the most beautiful ones in the coffin. Although zombies are supposed to be cremated these days, not buried in zinc. Excuse me. The psychologist's voice, as I expected, was high-pitched and hesitant. I would recommend you use his more familiar first and last name rather than his nickname, for better adaptation and a sense of comfort, so to speak. Don't you have to kiss his pale ass with your tongue? Cobra snapped at the medic, or the one who so clumsily tried to portray him. A verbal altercation ensued, but I had no time for it. Because a voice rang out in my head. Stas, can you hear me? Cyborg? If you can hear me, raise your right hand. If not, raise your left. Just kidding. I raised my right hand slightly.
Excellent. I wasn't sure your ink was receiving, but my equipment picked up its signal back there when we found you and that wheelchair-bound guy. I thought it was some kind of interference, but I did a little fiddling around and messing around. You're locking onto our command emergency radio. I turned my head towards Cyborg. He seemed to be watching the ensuing altercation with rapt attention. There was a barely perceptible smile on his lips, and he even managed to gesticulate, and at the same time communicate with me using the Inca. And about the weather forecast. Max's voice inappropriately interrupted our conversation. The last thing we need here is you. However, this is yet another sign that my long-suffering implant can still function as at least a radio receiver. Albeit in a very narrow range, on Lemma's radio frequency and on the emergency frequency of the 6th cleaner group. Are you okay? I mean, are you still with us, or with them already? I reached for the touchpad and typed, "Hey you, maybe you could go out and chat in the hallway?" Silence fell. Cobra sniffed guiltily and extended his hand for a conciliatory handshake. The man in the lab coat, who called himself a psychologist, ignored the gesture and buried his face in the clipboard he'd brought, scribbling something on it with his finger. Stas, forgive me, it must be from excitement. After all, the guys and I already buried you, and for the repose of your immortal soul, we'll have a good, the Kazakh muttered. I won't refuse a penalty, I replied. Well, no one forced your tongue. When you're done here, the 6th's commander said, gesturing around them, we're waiting. From you come amazing stories, and from us come a clearing and grateful ears. I have enough ears for this. I even added a smiley at the end. Although the speech synthesizer voiced it verbatim. : closing parenthesis. Well, don't compare the ears of your comrades to military intelligence radars. We're not interested in the color of your blood or the taste of your tests, Captain grinned. You better tell us how you undead deal with intimate matters. Is it worth it or not? Or is all your reproductive function in your nails and teeth? Cobra retorted, convincingly feigning humor. And while they were joking and bantering, Cyborg quietly continued to fill me in on the situation. We've done some research on what's going on with you here. Basically, we need to get you out of here. So, be good so they can arrange dates for us more often. We need to sniff out what's going on. Thank you guys for coming, and for not disowning me, I typed, addressing the message primarily to the electronics engineer. But, we're a team. We don't abandon our own. What about Instruction Z? I chuckled. Well, you only fall under it on the outside, but on the inside, you're the same person as you were, right? Only on a special diet, yeah. Can you hear me? Over. I tried to send a signal to Cyborg through Brick. It's deaf. My ink seems to only work as a receive. What if so? I expanded the mental probe activation message. The interface is partially alive, even if it looks different now, and performs functions completely different from those for which ink was intended. But still. Which means there's a theoretical possibility that it could be adapted to my needs. I learned how to make text notes and save images while I was crawling around the database with my parasites, didn't I? Maybe I'll figure something out. Damage reports, about activating skills, about creating parasites and improving skills, about the food received. It was impossible to edit these systems. I've already tried, but you can only transfer them to text notes and set up something like a filter by type. The pictures I took from the observer's eyes are images of touch panels, to which I have added captions indicating the codes. Photos of corridors and turns, again, with my notes. Unlike system messages, I could edit, copy, and delete them. And send? During combat operations, we could use Inca to request direct contact with group members, allowing us to see through the eyes of our comrades, or granting them permission to do the same, which was very convenient. Much like I did with my parasites. This is the request I sent to Cyborg. Stas, are you messing with my head? I'm so glad to see and hear you. And as for stories, believe me, I have them. I can believe it. That drug dealer base, it was your doing, right? Classified information, forgive me, not my secret. I've given the go-ahead to receive information, but I still can't hear you, and I can't establish a connection. Your ink isn't responding. I mentally grabbed one of the images and threw it at the electronics engineer, as I had done hundreds of times. Did it work? I caught you! What is this? A toilet? And who's that looking so important on the toilet? Wow, I didn't even check what I was sending. I have more interesting pictures, though, with cheeky comments. Exactly. I selected a photo of the door to my cell, or rather, its combination lock. The note read, AM 1627P24, PM 647864 N42. I added, the key to my dungeon. He thought and added, jump. Ouch! Did you just pinch my ass? Cyborg, who had been standing silently until then, suddenly jumped up, looking at Cap indignantly. Of course. I only tolerate you idiots because of your soft, sweet butts, he quickly said. You could have just asked if I received your pictures or not, our hacker muttered resentfully through ink. And how many of those do you have? There are about 150 of them. I snapped them out of boredom. However, I'll save these for a more comfortable setting and friendly company. And I sent Cyborg the ones containing strategically important information. Codes, diagrams, directions, my notes on the guard shift schedule, and a couple of orders that concerned me personally. Very unpleasant orders. Wow! Cyborg couldn't help but exclaim. What? I thought he'd stink like a dead man, but look, he smells like an orange. He nodded his head approvingly. We're closely monitoring the room, your friend's hygiene, sleep, and diet. The doctor nodded solemnly. He's very valuable to us, so we're doing everything in our power to make his stay as comfortable as possible. They cut, burn, electrocute, poison, wash with acid, and feed me rotten brains, I complained in the comments to another picture. For some reason, I couldn't send messages like in text chats. Sleep and eating patterns? What does he eat? Brains, really? Including a metabolic peculiarity that we cannot ignore. Otherwise, it begins to fade and lose its humanity. Let's write it down like this. For break, take some croutons with the beer that tastes like human brains. Thanks for the funny pictures, buddy. You saved us a ton of time scouting. Mind you, I'm not even asking how you managed to get them. But those we represent will certainly ask that question. Well, now we've come to the crux of the matter. The cleaners aren't trying to get me out on their own initiative, which means it won't just be a team of cleaners who've decided to drag a former comrade out of the military intelligence dungeons, but representatives of some third party. A force capable of challenging the base's masters. Military intelligence, yeah. I wonder who it could be. Drug dealers? Cap wouldn't work with such scum, although that's a question of motivation. Money, life, the health of loved ones, you can find a way to get to anyone if you have the desire and the means. So who had the desire and the means to pick up the set of keys from my former colleagues? Of course, you won't tell me who sent you after me? I added a comment to the next picture I sent. Those who truly want to end this war, and can do it. Will there be an assault, or will you kidnap me quietly?
What should I prepare for? Got my eye on her. Those bumpers are great, and her face hasn't completely rotted away yet. So next time we're cleaning up Podolsk, we'll pop into that bar to pick up a bride for our break. For break, yeah, so I believed you. You probably fell for her yourself, pervert. So, with jokes, anecdotes, and idle chatter, our meeting passed, which lasted about 20 minutes at most. 2 minutes and they'll take us out. So that this first date doesn't become our last, try to give them a little sugar, Stas. Surprise them with something. Ah, if only I had a flute and functioning lungs, I'd surprise you all here, including myself. Because from the brain I ate for lunch, I inherited flute-playing skills. Luckily not a leather flute, otherwise who knows what these flutists are like. Do you know anything about Ivan? He's also an invaluable source of information. That one in the wheelchair? The one you used to communicate with us through? No, he's gone. By the way, zombies distinguish between genders. Their own, other zombies, and even humans. I suddenly remembered, and I immediately told them. The psychologist perked up and exchanged a quick glance with the guard. The guard pointed to his left wrist as if to say, "Time." "Unfortunately, it's time for us to wrap up," the doctor announced immediately. "But I will personally ensure that such meetings become a glorious tradition. It looks like your visit was a good one for the patient." The cleaners left my cell quickly and with restraint, in a military manner, saying goodbye. "How are you feeling?" The psychologist's voice sounded sympathetic. "A little bit more alive." The devices show an increased level of brain activity and an increase in the frequency of your implant. He looks me straight in the eye. "Yeah, lie detectors and truth serum don't work on zombies. Only the most ancient methods of detecting lies." "That's what I'm saying. My heart is aching with longing. I miss them and normal human interaction." "Heart rate is normal, no spikes. Are you sure you're human?" "There's a metaphor for that. What do you devices have to do with it?" It was a joke. Irony. "Well then, ha 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 for you. You appreciated the joke. You can sign up as Cobra's apprentice." "See you later, Mr. Bekoff. I hope if you have any more interesting memories, you'll share them with us. I can share the leftovers from lunch right now. Are you interested?" Anger. Dark humor. Perhaps you're really becoming more human. That's a joy. So it never died. It was always with me. You just don't need to know that. Like so much of what I hid from you, saving it for the very last resort. Which, I hope, if it does happen, it certainly won't be here. Because you can't treat a living, well, almost living person like that. Okay, almost with a person. The psychologist left, followed by the security guard. The door closed silently, and I was alone again. Almost alone, because VJ Max's voice came to life in my head again, this time broadcasting something about sports news. P.S. Dear readers, would you like to read updates more often, once a day or two, but small ones? Or less often, once every 3 or 4 days, but a whole chapter at once? Yes, I am getting into a regular daily writing routine. Chapter 22. Escape. Over the next 2 weeks, members of the 6th Cleaner Squad visited me 3 more times, each in a different group. Each time, one of them contacted me through ink, on a secret, encrypted frequency specific to our group. We exchanged information and made an escape plan. Between their visits, I remained stuck in my cell, as before. They'd stopped torturing me, reducing everything to a standard set of procedures and tests twice a day. A couple of drops of blood, a saliva sample, and a piece of skin. Practically nothing compared to what they'd done to me before.
And all because I became talkative. Communication with former colleagues had such a positive influence on me, yes. Mixing fact with fiction, I remembered fragments of my misadventures that might prove useful in the war against the zombies. Or they might not. The intelligence service was interested in any information. But even if I tell them the whole truth, it won't help.
The idea that zombies are reprogrammed humans who have gained the ability to evolve at lightning speed by eating their fellow humans sounds like the ravings of a paranoid person, or like the draft of a cheap zombie horror movie. Not even a B, but a D or D. A crappy script, to put it bluntly. And I am that very main character, the smartest, the strongest, and the most handsome, who is supposed to punish villains until the very end of the credits, fuck every beautiful woman he meets, while lazily saving the world with the second little toe of his right foot. And all this is only because I got a defective implant that was not susceptible to the alien infection. But it all came out something like this. At least, that's the only reasonable explanation I could come up with while I was restoring and configuring Brick's software. I received some programs from Cyborg that helped me test the condition of my implant. From a technical point of view, it was in perfect order. But in terms of software and the degree of integration into my body, it was no longer Brick. However, I myself realized this a long time ago. A different interface, new functions, strange messages, and an almost complete absence of everything that has been an integral part of my existence for more than a decade and a half. Well, or 3 months, if we talk specifically about the military modification of the ink. So I said goodbye to old Brick for good, and decided to find out more about who or what took his place. And the Cyborg programs were supposed to help me with this. They were supposed to, but alas, I'm not just not a programmer, but I'm not even a particularly advanced user, so 90% of the information I received was gibberish to me. The remaining 10%, well, at least there were some familiar words here. Interface module, diagnostic system, neural communication module with the carrier, which consisted of a whole bunch of different things, and was apparently responsible for controlling the processes occurring in my body. You know, the forced adrenaline rush, ignoring pain, heightened hearing, and so on. Basically, everything that once made me a super soldier was now turning me into a zombie. And without any super, at least for now. Memory bank. Unfortunately, it turned out to be password protected. External communication module, and everything that was at least somehow understandable and accessible to me. In short, without the help of a good hacker and 5 liters of dark beer, you won't figure it out. How did I figure this out? It's very simple, following a pattern that kept popping up during my research. Insufficient level of programming skill. What can I do? I don't know whether they deliberately didn't feed me programmers here, or whether they are in short supply and valuable personnel these days, but not once in 4 weeks did I come across this skill. But I still managed to set up the radio receiver and learn to turn it on and off at will, and not when someone from our team was nearby, whose INC was broadcasting on our closed frequency, or whatever it happens between implants. Speaking of skills. Firstly, thanks to regular and abundant feeding, I developed a vital skill. Operational reading, LV7. Expedient, 65 out of 1,000. Firstly, I could now remember not 3, but 4 skills, received +1 to memory at the 3rd level of this very reading, and a slot for a second combat skill. Secondly, it was possible to refuse a new temporary skill if it was remembered in an already filled slot.
and thus preserve the accumulated progress. Thirdly, after saturating myself, I received a more decent bonus to control systems. A whopping plus 35%. For 200 seconds, I could feel like a human. Right now, my list of temporary skills was like this. Shooting, 6 out of 10. Camouflage, 1 out of 10. Electronic devices, 2 out of 10. Playing the flute, 1 out of 10. I took the last one purely for fun, instead of the completely useless Korean language. It's a so-so list, to be honest. My new permanent skills look much more interesting. Hand-to-hand combat, 2. Driving vehicles, 1. Mathematics, 1. Homebody, 1. That's how I prepared for escape, yes. I acquired the last skill upon reaching another adaptation threshold. I was offered 2 options, and I chose the most suitable. Wanderer, passive. Plus 10% energy regeneration and plus 5 perception while traveling. Homebody, passive. Plus 10% energy regeneration and plus 2 to control of all systems in your area. True, tomorrow, at our next meeting, I'll trade my status as a homebody for a wanderer, but I really hope it's temporary. By the way, Caustic promised to bring a flute. He didn't even ask me why I needed it. Well, I used the excess food to upgrade myself in small ways. Now I had perfect vision, perception system. I walked at the speed of a normal pedestrian, motor system, and my head, with an armor rating of 12, could withstand several shots from a medium-caliber pistol, protective shell. I had to resist the temptation to increase my armor rating throughout my entire body. The local doctors would have been surprised if their needles suddenly started breaking and their scalpel blades dulled on my skin. No, I couldn't risk it like that. Well, 8 tame parasites of different species were waiting for their time. Well, are you ready to receive visitors? The psychologist perked up as soon as he stepped into my room. Rooms, not cells. Sure, it was specially equipped to hold me, beloved and dead, and furnished in a thoroughly Spartan manner. But still. Now I had not only a chair, but a table, a bed, and even a shower stall. And two bars of soap, one of which I ate to the amusement of invisible observers. In terms of technology, the furnishings of my new home included 3 touch panels for communication. In the table, in the arm of the chair, and in the shower stall. And 12 cameras. Or rather, that's exactly how many I managed to find. So I didn't play with the parasites anymore and didn't let them out. Except for the 2 controllers, which I literally flushed down the toilet. The doctor's smile was as false as my grin in response. We were both playing this game and pretending to believe each other. I mean that these meetings are really arranged for me out of the kindness of my heart, and for the sake of awakening human qualities in me. That it is really only thanks to them that I remember new, interesting, and sometimes even useful facts or stories from the life of zombies. And who's going to entertain me today? I type into the control panel, as usual. My fingers obey, almost as if they were alive. These smart guys figured out long ago that I think better and move more confidently on a full stomach. So they specially fed me exactly when some inhuman, or rather, quite the opposite, precisely human efforts were required of me. For example, before every meeting with friends, or before interrogation. And they staged a full-blown hunger strike when they needed me, listless, clumsy, passive, and stupid. Basically, as helpless as possible. Constantine, Alexander, and that Arshan. Viper, basically. Cobra, Altan. Kazakh name, I correct him. You're a fool, and your tests are stupid. Cap, Cyborg, and Cobra are my rescue team. Which means, hello, my friend. You get rosier and rosier every time we meet.
Do they send you to the tanning salon on purpose? The Kazakh man says, as usual, as soon as he appears in the doorway. They feed him Romanians. That's why he's ruddy, I retort. Everyone is laughing. I grin back. I close my eyes and switch to my controllers. Both of them await their turn in the Zveronets. That's the designation for the enormous chamber behind the glass wall where the most promising undead were kept. The most developed and fresh. The first one was connected to Strelok. Naturally, this zombie had no weapons, but I didn't need its fighting abilities. I needed its hands. Almost normal hands, with dexterous, properly bending fingers. The kind that can easily open a combination lock by pressing just 3 keys on the combination lock. An emergency code in case someone needs to get out of the cell very quickly. Thanks to the developed skill, the list of available orders that I could give to zombies expanded to 15 items. There was even a play dead command. True, there was no enter code option, but there was a aim command, which forced the zombie to aim. Without a weapon, it simply looked like an outstretched hand with the index finger missing. And then, it's just a matter of technique. Adjusting the direction, stepping forward, stepping back, adjusting again. The keys on the inner panel are large, designed for entering a code in a hurry or under stress. For example, when someone is eating your leg and your face is covered in blood from a broken head. 911. A simple combination, and the glass wall silently parted before 36 hungry and very angry zombies. Ahead of them ran the fastest, the thickest, and the hungriest, holding out his hand with his index finger extended, as if showing his brothers the way to a bright and well-fed future. Of course, the alarm went off immediately. The nasty wail of sirens, the belated jets of nitrous oxide or whatever they released into the chamber, where there were barely 3 or 4 lingering zombies left. We must give the local security their due. They reacted quickly and efficiently, immediately moving to intercept and blocking the narrow corridor with shields. Apparently, they had orders to take the dead men conditionally alive. What, you have a new DJ? Cap frowned, barely hearing the siren. You can't be here. The meeting will have to be rescheduled, the guard mutters uncertainly, turning his back to me and glancing warily at the door. We understand. It's an emergency. The rendezvous is cancelled. The champagne is put in the fridge, and the flowers are in a vase. The psychologist runs out first, followed by my brave trio, and the security guard leaves the room last. He tries to leave, but freezes, paralyzed by the shot of the destroyer hiding inside me. Dash! The belts holding me, cut by one of the guys, break with a crash, and I knock the guard down, falling out the door with him and disappearing from the view of the cameras. A precise blow with 2 tightly clenched fingers to the neck, and the psychologist slides down the wall with a glassy gaze. This is his Cobra, by the way. Small pistols with thick, short barrels appear in the hands of the fighters. Stunners. We don't need any extra deaths here. Cameras off, reports Cyborg, whose task was to disable the tracking and signal electronics in this wing. He and Cap grab me by the elbows and drag me down the corridor. The Kazakh ahead clears the way with a shock baton, gripping it like a katana. I close my eyes. A third of the zombies have already been neutralized by the guards, and my Strelok, along with the parasite, have been destroyed. However, the second controller, who had infiltrated the most seasoned fat man, is still alive. And it is through him that I am observing the raging battle between the living and the dead. Still alive. I select the required skill from the list of commands and
A huge, fat, and poisonous zombie released a cloud of gas, creating a unique atmosphere around itself and forcing the guards to use personal protective equipment. The second skill shreds the undead, showering the disordered ranks of soldiers with scorching shreds of flesh. It's immediately obvious that these aren't our specialists, but ordinary contractors, not particularly knowledgeable about zombie types and unsure what to expect from them or how to act. Look, they're calling for backup, activating combat turrets. In general, they do everything that is required of them. I'm going back. My team, pressing against the wall, lets a squad rush past, rushing to help the guards who got into trouble. Apparently, Cyborg activated cloaking mode, tricking the Ink militants into seeing things that weren't there. For example, the bare wall where 3 cleaners and 1 zombie were pressed against it. Of course, later, all the information from the security inks will be analyzed, and outside interference will certainly be detected. But by that time, we will no longer be at the base. We reached the exit without incident, but there we had to put up a real fight. Military intelligence is no joke. They use far more advanced inks than we do, meaning they can accelerate, gain superpowers, shoot accurately, instantly assess a situation, and do much more than the Z-Force soldiers can. Therefore, it was necessary to create an unusual situation by sending one of the observers forward, who brazenly walked straight down the corridor towards the established barrier. "Hey, look, a spider! What a huge one!" his soldiers noticed. "Now I'll—" "Stop! It's not a spider. The order is to take him alive," a voice, surely belonging to the flight commander, immediately rang out. Great. That means I have a few extra seconds. One of the fighters pulled his helmet off his head, idiot, and slowly moved towards the frozen spider, probably intending to cover him and thus catch him. The parasite I was controlling slowly backed away. "Where are you going, little spider? Come here." "You might as well tell him kitty kitty," someone at the exit laughed. The spider froze again. The soldier suddenly accelerated, lunging forward and deftly covering the strange insect with his tactical helmet. His comrades' gazes were fixed on him, so no one noticed the second observer crawling along the ceiling. Right up until the moment when it fell on the unprotected back of the hunter's head. Get this creature off me!" he screamed. It's a shame the controllers were needed elsewhere. Squid-like in appearance, they could easily have been the face-huggers from an ancient horror film. Those would-be warriors would probably have screwed themselves if such a thing had jumped on their comrade. However, it turned out quite well. The fighters didn't dare shoot at their own. They surrounded him, scanning everything around with their eyes and scanners in search of other spiders. Therefore, the man approaching them in a familiar uniform was ignored. "Hey, what's going on here?" he asked worriedly, watching the strange dancing, accompanied by the screams of the attacked guard. "Creature! Get her off me! Ah!" "Have you tried electric shock?" Cobra asked calmly, and immediately tried it, with 6 lightning-fast blows from his baton, knocking out the entire team. The way is clear. We knew the code, so after just a couple of seconds the door swung open welcomingly, releasing me into long-awaited freedom. It's too early to rejoice, though. First, we need to get away from the base.
I wonder how we'll do that. Quickly, to the helicopter!
Cap kicked me in the lower back, giving me speed and the right direction, and he turned around and dropped to one knee, raising, no, not a pistol, but a strange yellow cylinder, and pointing it at the door. A stream of foam burst from the socket, drenching the joints and immediately hardening in the air. That's right, insulation. Regular foam concrete, which we use to temporarily lock zombies and civilians in rooms while clearing buildings, so we could come back for them later and save the living and finish off the dead. Cobra threw me into the helicopter's cabin and then threw in the touch panel he had grabbed. "Get rid of her!" Cyborg shouted over the roar of the helicopter starting up, taking the pilot's seat. The Kazakh shrugged his shoulders in bewilderment, but obediently threw away the device. That's right. They'll probably be able to detect the panel, or worse. Go ahead! Cap sat down next to me, and the iron bird, obeying the operator's commands, obediently soared upward. Are you absolutely sure they won't shoot us down? The commander yelled, turning to Cyborg. They need brake, and now they need us too. Then why the hell are the air guns firing at us? Are they scaring you? Are they forcing you to sit down? And you didn't even try to contact us? At that moment, the helicopter jerked, screeched, wheezed, and fell onto its side. We're falling. Prepare for a hard landing. Chapter 23. Code of Death. Contrary to all expectations, I didn't lose consciousness during the fall. Not during the impact with the ground, not during the ride on the blast wave, not during the impact with the ground, which broke several ribs and my arm. System status: musculoskeletal, strength 72%, control 42%, energy 70%, protective shell, strength 65%, control 70%, energy 77%, perception system, strength 90%, control 100%, energy 53%. That's all. That's what increased armor durability does. Well-fed, almost whole, and finally free. For now. Both parasites they had brought with them were safe and ready to fight. But my companions were much less fortunate than me. I didn't even need to see the crash site. My zombie instinct told me that my 3 comrades had somewhat changed status. The commander of the 6th Z, Constantine Captain Severin, was now considered 45 kilograms of food. May he rest in peace. Apparently, he was thoroughly and completely destroyed. Not the best death for a combat officer, but not the worst either. But he could have become a famous shooter, or even a controller. Altan Kaliev, aka Cobra, our glorious and unflappable Kazakh samurai, who turned out to be a pretty good actor, was slowly but surely turning into the Ripper. I'll craft a parasitic controller and recruit it as a bodyguard. And a couple of extra eyes wouldn't hurt, so I'll also start creating an observer. Cyborg. But he's still alive, which didn't surprise me at all. In terms of the number of implants and modifications, both biotechnical and software, he was the most advanced of anyone I'd ever encountered. Well, except maybe the vivisectionist. But still, his days are numbered. I wonder what Cyborg will become. Stas, can you hear me? Oh, speak of the devil. A voice rings out in my head. Cyborg has contacted me through ink, without wasting energy on shouting and other pointless and tiring movements. Yes, I'm here. I text him as usual. Voice communication is still unavailable. They'll be looking for us. The clients. They have to find you before the counter-terrorists. Who ordered me? A private investor. Someone who really wants to figure this all out and save this fucking world. I've tried to find out who's behind the cleaners before, but the guys just kept silent and winked. But all this secrecy is hardly appropriate in the current situation. Corporations? Makriaki. But don't get me wrong. It's all very serious there. Labs, the best minds, unlimited funding, full support. You're a priority project for them. So, Microcorp. So that's how it is. The largest producer of those very same INCs. And they also deal in pharmaceuticals, nanotechnology, environmentally friendly energy sources, satellite communications, and much more. The first to defeat AIDS and a couple of simpler, but no less dangerous illnesses. Developers and patent holders for office equipment, printers capable of printing human organs. The developers of Alice, one of the world's most popular interfaces for civilian INCs, and iBullet, a professional medical software suite. Yes, if they can't stop this terrible infection, then no one can. It's probably worth a try. Are you far away? The injections will wear off soon and I'll pass out. 20 meters. Listen, I know perfectly well that I'm not a survivor, and I really don't want to become one of those. I'm sorry. No offense. So, I remember what you said about brains. Before I turn into... I need you to... Well, basically, my knowledge will be useful to you. Yes, his hacking skills are much more valuable than his flute-playing skills, that's for sure. But the memory, knowledge, experience, skills, and mindset of an expert in electronic devices and all sorts of hacker gadgets and gizmos are much more than just a protein data carrier. Dash! Dash! Debris from the helicopter, boulders, and even pieces of cap flew in all directions as my body, like a projectile, rushed towards the dying man. I sank down heavily next to him and took his hand. Sasha, listen to me carefully and do what I say. We have less than a minute. Now the virus will try to overwrite your software, erase your data, update your interface, overwrite your programs, reconfigure all your implants, start a mini-factory. Zombie hacker? Don't let him do it. Block recording. Set passwords. Make it mandatory to confirm every sneeze, fart, and blink. It won't help, but the main thing is to buy time. Got it. I need to become a break. Exactly. Cyborg had tried to deal with my brick a couple of times, so he knew better than anyone about the problems I was having with him. He fell silent. All I could do in this situation was just wait. Wait for my parasites to mature. Wait for a fresh ripper to emerge from under the rubble, with a characteristic oriental slant to his eyes and a katana on his back. Wait to see how the hacker's duel with the Z virus ends. Wait to see who gets to the crash site first, the military we managed to escape, or the microcorp mercenaries sent to intercept us. Attention! The parasite will mature in 2 minutes. And then, with a loud roar, a piece of the helicopter fell to the ground, which the one who had once been Cobra had finally managed to throw off. However, why was it? Do you want to use the identifier Cobra for this object? Not really. The cyborg lying in front of me, or rather his body, shuddered and began to move. Buddy, are you there? I sent him a message. More precisely, I tried. Unable to establish connection, and we were surrounded by a dozen pieces of food, each weighing over 60 kilograms. So how can we tell if these are ours or angry former ours? The mental probe helped me answer this question. 6 mercenary fighters. They're hurrying but without fuss, confident in themselves and their abilities. They're heading straight towards us from the west. About 10 men, angry, frustrated, even a hint of fear in a couple of them, though this was more likely a premonition of an imminent reprimand from their superiors. But they were still moving quickly and confidently, heading east, and straight toward the downed helicopter. And 4 zombies, not counting a couple of freshies. Hungry and happy, they're anticipating a quick meal, practically purring with pleasure. They're moving quickly, suggesting they're quite advanced. They could pose a serious problem for unprepared humans, though none were found nearby. Judging by the clustering of signals received, the scouts are traveling in 2 vehicles, while the microcorp mercenaries are in 1. A cargo vehicle? They were planning to pick up 4 more passengers after all. Or not. The zombie, who just 5 minutes ago had been answering to the call sign, Cyborg, straightened up to his full height and extended his hand in my direction. "Come in. Can you hear me? I mean, can you see me? How did it go?" Unable to establish connection. The thumb on the newly minted dead man's outstretched hand stuck out upward. "Oh," he repeated his gesture. "Yeah, I doubt the touchpad I've been using to communicate all this time survived the crash. It's also unlikely Cyborg will be able to use it either. He's a bit out of sorts right now." I thought back to my first few hours as a zombie. Yes, he definitely has something to do now. There was a rustling sound above us, and clouds of black smoke recoiled to the sides, escaping from the airwave that had covered us. No, not a car. The rescuers arrived on a turbojet. There was a crackling sound from above. I raised my head as best I could. A milky trail stretched from the silver turbojet in the exact direction of the approaching military detachment, and another one followed it. Missiles? Wow, they're serious. There were 2 thunderous explosions, some 2 kilometers away. The feeling of fear and anger from the other side grew stronger, and the speed of convergence with the sources of these emotions noticeably slowed. The turbojet began to descend, but 2 human figures slid down even faster on thin cables extending from the belly of the flying machine. "Hey, anyone alive?" The speaker's voice was amplified electronically and boomed loudly across the surrounding area. "Yeah," I shook my head, raising my hands up.
Look, it seems so. The second one chuckled and stepped towards me, holding out his empty hands. "Can you hear me? Do you understand?" "Ah," I nod. I hit myself in the chest and repeat the gesture the former hacker had just clumsily performed. I clench my right hand into a fist and stick out my thumb. "Do you copy? We've found the team and the target. The soldiers are dead. The target is safe. We're preparing for evacuation," the mercenary muttered faintly into his collar. Both are tall, clad in heavy armor reminiscent of police vests, wearing opaque tactical helmets and hung with weapons like Christmas trees. One even has a minigun scurrying on his shoulder, its laser pointer shifting from me to Cyborg to Cobra, who's poised to pounce. Judging by everything, the mercenary with the autocannon is the one in charge of this pair. "Why?" I stand between the fighters and the newborn Ripper. "Listen, these are the guys we were supposed to pick up along with the object," the second one finally realizes. "What are we going to do?" "They probably had our images. Get out of here before the brave scouts arrive on their scooters. Hook him." He obediently stepped towards me, holding out something like a harness attached to a second cable that extended from the turbojet hovering 5 meters above us. "Just this. Don't bite. We'll take you to a safe place. You understand me, right?" "Why?" I point at Cyborg, at the cable, and at the turbojet. "What? Why?" And mentally I scream, "Idiot! We're taking them too." "You don't understand me," the mercenary responds. "Grab the hook, lift the top, save me from the bad guy." "That's right, idiot." "Hurry, the soldiers are close, and it looks like they're going to shoot at us now." How far had we flown? 5 or 10 minutes? The base was very close. They must have sent far more people in pursuit than just these 10 heroes in a couple of cars. I spotted several armored personnel carriers and helicopters on the parade ground. Strange they hadn't shown up yet. However, it wouldn't take many men to scrape the hapless fugitive, me, that is, from the wreckage of the helicopter. But now, faced with armed resistance, they'll probably call for backup, and bam. "He doesn't want to." "What do you mean he doesn't want to?" He mumbles something and waves his hands. "And what does he want?" "Ask yourself.
You have the panel. Panel? Exactly. The commander unfastened something resembling a folder from his belt and handed it to his partner. He unfastened the clasp, pulled off the case, and began poking at the device. We're friends. We'll take you. To a safe place, the electronic voice stuttered. Did I already mention that he's an idiot? I take the tablet from him and type, We're taking these two too. They're needed. They're valuable. They'll help. He says we need to pick everyone up. The mercenary turned to the man with the autocannon, who was peering anxiously into the distance, in the direction from which the military and reinforcements were expected to appear. So, grab everyone. Base, we're transporting 3 objects, the second one muttered into his collar, throwing the harness onto Cyborg, who helpfully extended his arms forward so the mercenary could dress him more easily. There was a bang in the east, and again, and again. Who were they fighting with there? The cover group is retreating, and we should go too, before it gets too crowded and hot here. Will you be there soon? The commander turned to us. One is ready, and the other is trying to bite, the second one panted, fending off Cobra with blows from the butt of his rifle, who was trying to reach him with his as-yet non-existent claws. Exactly. He's just a regular, dumb, hungry freshman, and he won't willingly accept the harness. And he's no different from any other undead, and he's only a recipe for trouble down the road. But the cleaners don't abandon their own, even if Microcorp pays them to do so, as it turns out. I'll have to tell the others how the boys died. I extended my hand forward and released the controller. Covered in my blood and pieces of flesh, the squid plopped down on Cobra's shoulder and immediately dug its flagella-like tentacles into him, plunging them deeper and deeper, trying to reach vital organs and nervous system nodes. There is contact. From the list of commands that appeared, I selected the freeze option, and the Ripper froze in place. Now put it on, I quickly typed on the panel. Thank you, the mercenary muttered and quickly wrapped up the motionless zombie. Having made sure that both of my comrades had gone to the turbojet, I also allowed myself to be strapped into the harness, and 10 seconds later, I was on board the silver apparatus. That's it, we have an object on board, a strange voice said nearby. We're leaving, code red, I repeat, code red! Oh, I don't like what he said. The turbojet turned on the spot and began rapidly gaining altitude. Eeeeee! I tug at the sleeve of the man sitting next to me. What? I had a touchpad, so yours are down below, I reminded him about the remaining mercenaries. They will be taken care of. Well, your people. You know better. I looked around in the semi-darkness of the cargo bay. Fortunately, I could see quite well in the dark thanks to the bonus plus 65% to night vision. To the left and right were 2 mercenaries, dressed in much the same way as the ones who'd evacuated us. The one who'd shouted about the code red sat opposite. He was also in uniform, but without armor, and the black visor of his tactical helmet was raised like a knight's visor. Where are Cobra and Cyborg? I sensed them both, somewhere behind the bulkhead. They lie motionless, but alive, if you can call zombies that, and very, very hungry. We'll be there in an hour, the man sitting opposite said, addressing no one. The turbojet's speed is about 400 kilometers per hour, so they could take me anywhere. There are plenty of options. Unless, of course, they shoot it down. However, if they dared to launch missiles at the military, and even took care of some kind of cover group, then they probably assigned us some kind of escort. I'm starting to feel a surge of pride in myself. Look at how valuable I am. A megacorporation is ready to wage a real war for me, and with no one but the security forces. What are you staring at? I really don't need you. I'm here examining the condition of a young and very hungry Ripper, who, by the way, has been lusting after you for a while now. He got it pretty bad. The system's durability barely exceeds 30%, which means that Cobra will need to eat at least 2 people to restore it. Eat. Wait until we get there. They'll feed you there. Not to me. To them. I don't even understand why we're dragging you along. The orders were to evacuate the cleaners and you. They are the cleaners. Former. Freak. The mercenary remained silent. They need to be fed. You took them with you. You feed them. I stood up. I tried. The hands of the mercenaries sitting next to me fell on my shoulders. Let them eat each other. The skin on my left palm split, revealing the beak of a destroyer. A quick jab, and the mercenary on my left was paralyzed for 3 seconds. I simply grabbed the second one by the arm and twisted it, forcing him into a painful hold. Hand-to-hand combat 2 in all its glory, yes, and throwing him to the floor. I stood up and stepped on his hand, which was clutching a submachine gun. Calm down, you. Get back to your place. And here we are, one-on-one, face-to-face. The barrel of a pistol is staring me in the face. An army python, 9-gauge. In his face is the beak of my destroyer. I'll shoot. I shake my head. Yes, you're right. You can't. But those two, yes. We have nothing to feed them with anyway. What a problem. The fabric on my stomach is bursting, along with my belly itself, and my rainy day savings are falling out. On the left, they were vomiting. Below them, they were cursing and vomiting. Well, yes, it all fell on him. The mercenary sitting in front of me turned pale and loudly swallowed the lump that had risen in his throat. Okay, we'll feed you. Now calm down and sit down. You're such a disgusting creature, the one on the left vomited and spoke up. No, the touchpad is back in my hands. I am your only hope to make this crazy world normal again. Chapter 24. The Code of Life. 2 months have passed. 2 months of continuous research using all the resources of Microcorp. Practically unlimited resources for me. Of course, first I was introduced to the curators of the so-called Apocalypse Project. Then I was led around the offices of all the important officials like a trained bear, or rather, a zombie. I had to shake their paws, count in my head, read syllables, and do other things to prove that I had managed to retain my humanity. It's a shame they didn't ask me to play the flute. They would have been so surprised. Somehow, this skill has become a permanent fixture in my life. After they'd had their fill of looking at me and my tricks, I was finally given a laboratory for research. More precisely, we were assigned one, because I was assigned Cyborg as my assistant, who managed to retain his sanity and, just as importantly, his skills, and even some of the software. I don't know how he managed it, but hackers probably have some secrets of their own. In any case, his assistance was invaluable and helped speed up the research almost 3-fold. Because he and I were both brain-eating to gain the necessary knowledge and skills. Cyborg focused on electronics, technology, physics, and programming, while I went into the natural sciences, biology, chemistry, nanosystems, neurolinguistics, and so on. 2 heads are better than 1. That's exactly what we're talking about. Unlimited resources, yes. The military never dreamed of such capabilities, and if they did, it was only in the wildest pornographic fantasies or the most terrifying horror films. Because we had all the resources of Microcorp at our disposal. Dozens of factories and laboratories, access to secret research and technologies, hundreds of young and not-so-young engineers, scientists, technicians, analysts, and smart, long-legged lab technicians. The best minds, just as Cyborg promised. Right now, for example, I have at my disposal one of Russia's leading microbiologists, the author of dozens of scientific articles and 4 commercially successful patents, an honored academician of something or other, in whose honor they even established an entire prize. Well, colleague, shall we begin our research? I turned to Cyborg. I have no desire to refuse such a kind offer, colleague. Without clinking glasses. And we swallowed the protein mixture in one gulp. Loading data from protein carrier. Adaptation, plus 4%. Acquired skill, microbiology, 1. Improved permanent skill, genetics, plus 1, 4. Improved permanent skill, biology, plus 1, 7. Oh, it went well. I actually love dealing with professors. They have a soft texture and even a unique, pleasant taste. The only downside is the completely boring and faded memories of a past life. It's nothing but lectures, symposiums, trips, and debates. However, Cyborg somehow ended up with a rather sprightly old man who was actively groping female students and had a rather rich and piquant life experience. I remember I spent 3 days consuming information cocktails just to make sure my assistant preserved this professor's zest for life, sense of humor, and memories for as long as possible. He told some very funny stories. True, it later turned out that the old man was eager not only for young female students, but also for equally young male students. So Cyborg immediately ate a triple supply of brains to get rid of these memories. Bastard, he still hasn't told me a single story from his latest ones. Received? I studied the log again and nodded. Yes, there's microbiology. And I also brought up genetics. And you? My colleague had been trying to develop a rather rare skill in bioenergetics for 2 days now. He'd been talking to all sorts of mediums, parapsychologists, psychics, and other charlatans. True, they all, to a man, were also listed as professors and academics, just in non-traditional sciences. Wrong, he shook his head. And there is no substitute? Who the hell knows? I have no other theories. Something is triggering the self-destruct system. We've already tried everything else. All that's left is to look in the realm of the subtle sciences. Over these past couple of months, the two of us have achieved several revolutions in various sciences. But far more important was our progress in studying the Z virus and what it does to the human body and the software inside our INCs. Actually, we learned almost everything. Microcorp conducted its own research, and the corporation itself had made significant progress. We also received the results of this research, proving our worth and, literally a week later, almost exactly following their path. Such successes were unimaginable, not to mention unimaginable at the state level, not even for military intelligence. And not because a huge power lacked the resources. No, they had a completely different approach. Well, a couple of key links in the chain were missing, without which any research would be meaningless. But Microcorp had them. The first link is Cyborg and me. Intelligent zombies, aware of and observing the problem from the inside, and capable of integrating the knowledge and skills of dozens of different specialists into a single head, and even swapping them out as needed within literally half an hour, if only the carriers were on hand. I don't know how or where from, but Microcorp had them. The second link is the INCs. The production technology, decoding and diagnostic software, communication satellites, and other elements of this ingenious system. This includes recordings of everything that passes through the microchips. Everything that people equipped with chips have seen or heard. Everything they did or didn't do. What they talked about, and even what they kept silent about. Their vital signs, and much, much more. All of this was transmitted to Microcorp, recorded and stored somewhere in the depths of this giant, whose tentacles, one way or another, permeated our entire planet, including INC reports before activation, during activation, and after the activation of the Z virus. Less than 0.2% of those chipped turned out to be like me, and they were monitored by the corporation. And she not only followed, but also tried to make contact or even pull him out. And some are to be destroyed because they ended up on the wrong side, whatever that means. In any case, Microcorp could track in real time not only all living people wearing microchips of their production, but also those zombies whose brains were not fully formatted, like the inks. The third link is a meteorite. Yes, that same meteorite whose fall marked the beginning of the end of humanity. There he is, lying under the table, and Cyborg throws his legs on him. It's more comfortable for him to sit that way. It was he who became the key to where we don't need to look for the answer. Because that damn cobblestone was completely clean.
There were no microorganisms, no viruses, no bacteria. Not even a mysterious translator of alien hacker code. There was nothing, either outside or inside the meteorite. He didn't cause the zombie apocalypse. More accurately, he was merely a signal, not the source. This is our latest, and so far the most sensible, working theory about what happened. The infection came from within. A software virus that reset the firmware of chips and wrote its own code, with its own interface and methods of interaction with the carrier's nano factory, was initially built into the basic operating system of all INCs. In the form of a tiny, almost invisible, and yet vitally important software module for the operating system, which migrated from version to version, in the form of a system standard. Of course, its real functions were hidden, until a certain time. The man who wrote it worked at Microcorp and died 4 years ago, committing suicide. But this is a mere trifle compared to what we discovered just the other day when we found the second part of the code that turns people into zombies. Genetic code. The infection came from within. I don't know when and how, at what stage of human evolution this happened, but we have always been carriers of the Z virus. Having figured this out, we demanded a day off, locked ourselves in the gym, and spent 24 hours straight eating the brains of thugs, drug addicts, and other lumpen who weren't burdened with the problems of saving humanity. Salvation from ourselves, yes. So at this point, we are left with only 2 questions: who and why? We needed these skills to get the answer. The thing is, Cyborg discovered a message embedded in human DNA, and the key to deciphering it lay in the interweaving of human energy flows. And it was precisely these interweavings that we couldn't quite grasp.
They disintegrated at the slightest attempt to somehow influence the contours, to combine them and obtain the damn key. We don't know what exactly is hidden in the message, or perhaps it isn't a message at all, but simply the author's signature? Or does it indicate the date and the planet of humanity's origin? What's the creator doing? At least, that's the theory my assistant holds. Okay, they promised to bring in new charlatans tomorrow. Maybe we'll come across some normal speakers there. Well, my dear fellow, it's time to get to work. Our voice modulators, obtained from Microcorp, reproduce the voice exactly as it had been recorded using the INCs, creating the complete illusion of a conversation between 2 normal people. Well, perhaps the phraseology we used and the topic itself were a little unusual. Although our entire world has long since gone seriously off the rails, and there is little normal left in it. Here we go. And so we dove headfirst into our work, or rather, into the insides of the corpse lying before us. Although officially dead, all its vital processes were maintained by specialized equipment, and hundreds of parameters of these processes were monitored by dozens of sophisticated devices, some of which were custom built for us. Epilogue. 9 days later. So, what do we do? Order a batch of brains from some heroin addicts or smiling psychos who can see other worlds? And then lock ourselves in the bunker again for a couple of days? Cyborg finally spoke up. I don't know about you, but I really don't want to waste time. Even a couple of hours. Oh, come on, there's plenty of time. My partner waved it off, but somehow uncertainly. Yep, 3 years. More precisely, humanity has 994 days left. Before the apocalypse. The real thing, not what is happening all over the planet these days. As sometimes happens, we confuse the cure with the disease, and the Z virus was created not to destroy humanity, but to save it.
Yeah, that's a global-scale vaccination. We deciphered the message and received the answer to the question, why? Because we have gone down a dead-end path of development, at least in its natural form, and at the current level of technological development, humanity was doomed to extinction. The AZ virus was giving us a chance. It was supposed to change us, make us stronger, faster, smarter, more beautiful. Well, beauty clearly wasn't a priority for our unknown savior. Basically, we were supposed to become better, change enough to withstand some external threat. But, as usually happens, something went wrong. And instead of the perfect or near-perfect Z-men, there were zombies. Just zombies. Stupid, perpetually hungry, and constantly evolving, yes. Becoming more perfect, but still zombies. Well, and then there are Cyborg and me. And that portion of the lucky 0.2% who managed to maintain their sanity and survive. And it's no longer so important to answer the question, who? Because there are more pressing priorities. Because now we need to save humanity not only from zombies, but also from another, far more serious threat. In the message, it was referred to as invasion. Who? Why? What the hell difference does it make whether they're green-faced aliens, magical elves with long ears, or horned hellish demons? Or even magical girls with pink pigtails? This is a fairly serious threat, given that someone has reprogrammed the genetic code of all of humanity and spurred scientific and technological progress. Yes, we've unearthed several facts confirming external interference. Certain ideas, scientific discoveries, and even entire technologies were gifted to us, implanted in the minds of inventors at different historical periods. And only thanks to this adjustment were we prepared to launch the Z virus at the right time. True, to an unsuccessful launch. Somewhere our unknown saviors didn't watch carefully enough. They didn't keep an eye on things.
And now we'll have to figure it out ourselves somehow.
Therefore, every day, every hour, and every person counts. Especially if that person is also a zombie. Because there are too few of us, and we are still very weak. And the clock is already ticking. Tick-tock. Tick-tock.